Bande de bâtards, Lucas.
Bande de tarbas. Arnal Lama, merci pour les 200 €. Bravo les runners, les runneuses, bravo les médecins. Et comme le dit MV, c'est la Hesse. Alors donne et achète. Coacha, 50 €. T-shirt acheté pour ma sœur et moi. Événement incroyable comme toujours, même si dans un monde parfait, on n'en aurait pas besoin. Courage à toutes et à tous, c'est donné.
Un don de 100 € de Trafifi Mathieu qui dit « Depuis la salle et from Brest ». T'es là, Trafifi Mathieu? Ah, il dort peut-être. Bon, les Bretons, ils sont là ou quoi?
Eh, t'es un ouf, toi. Le runner, là, t'es un ouf. Regarde, il part avec sa chemise de chimiste, là, je sais pas quoi.
Ouais, je sais pas.
Il fait style.
J'ai pas entendu. Les Bretons, vous êtes où?
Il y a des drapeaux. Rassure-moi, il y a des drapeaux bretons quand même.
Zéro drapeau, ils sont... Ah si,
merci.
Oh, il y en a deux.
Merci.
Oh non. Sécurité?
Ça représente quoi, là? Le 2-2, le 3-5? C'est quoi?
Je sais pas. Peut-être le Mont-Saint-Michel. Nice. Ah bah non, j'avais oublié. Il n'y a qu'un pas. Mais l'ambiance toute la nuit envalait vraiment les déficits de sommeil et du compte en banque. Merci à tous les bénévoles, runners et runneuses. Et un don de 10 € de Julien. Bon anniversaire à ma sœur Lynn. Cœur sur vous et donné.
Ah, Silent Genius aussi pour le tout. Merci beaucoup pour les 20 €, Silent Genius. Keizash pour les 200 balles. On speed, on donne, on achète, on bourre les dons.
Un don de 100 € de Swanny qui a dit le meilleur Zelda, pour le meilleur Zelda qui est MM, pour le meilleur event de speedrun qui est Speedon bourré.
Ah, Wednesday 666, 55 €. Speedon 5, donc 55 €. Big up à tous ceux qui permettent cet event d'avoir lieu. Bourrez les dons.
Un don de Nopsis de 15 €. Merci à tous et à toutes pour cet événement, plus petit que 3. Et Clicéo qui a donné 30 € pour la gloire du karaoké et de Bakamitai, bourrer le karaoké. Bravo à leurs gars, bravo à Médecins du Monde et aux ambiances heureuses et speedrunneureuses.
Est-ce qu'on fait un tour sur le planning?
Ouais, on peut, voilà, histoire que les gens puissent...
Ah mais je suis mute, je suis con.
Puisqu'on a
non,
des...
tu n'es pas mute. On t'a bien entendu.
Désolé la salle.
C'est qui a dit ça?
C'est l'Artex.
Ah, très bien, très bien. Ils sont en train de s'installer, oui, voilà.
Pour faire son intéressant, celui-là, c'est pas...
Un jeu de guerre, un jeu qui n'est pas frais ni léger. Little Kitty Big City,
ah oui, alors,
ça sera tout à l'heure.
C'est Peggy 18, donc âme sensible,
violence
enfant, voilà, évitez de venir maintenant parce que ça va être compliqué.
Ouais. Donc ça sera Little Kitty Big City, on va y arriver. Ensuite, on aura bien sûr le main event de tout le samedi, si je puis dire. On va faire un duo, vas-y.
Ouais, vas-y.
Trombone Champ, donc ça sera... Ah, ça, il y a deux personnes en plus qui run ça. Ah, j'ai très hâte.
C'est Maman et Nimelia, ils nous ont préparé chacun leur petit truc, leur petite subtilité.
C'est des sons custom, du coup.
Bah, en fait, ils ont récupéré des... Alors,
parce qu'il y a la playlist officielle.
Moi, j'ai un petit insight. Il y a une map entièrement custom par Nimelia.
Oh,
voilà. Sur un jeu qui a déjà été fait sur ce speedon, qui a été chanté par un ambianceur de ce speedon.
Ah, ok. Bon, bah, très bien, on va voir ça. Et puis il y aura le karaoké, puisque bien sûr, tout le monde connaît par cœur Bakamitai.
Bien évidemment.
L'hymne principal de la série Yakuza.
C'était donnez
pas mal.
Aux médecins du monde.
Il y a de ça. On aura du Super Castlevania 4 également, du Metroid, du Speo Run.
Oui.
Et puis un bloc, moi, que j'attends particulièrement, c'est le bloc Superplay avec Clone Hero, avec la grosse gratte qui va très vite.
Clone Hero, si vous ne connaissez pas, c'est un mode de guitare hero, sauf que c'est entièrement des maps custom et c'est réputé pour être absolument débilement difficile.
Shredding, je crois, on appelle ça. Shredding, quand ça va à fond la caisse.
Ouais, peut-être.
Je crois que c'est ça.
Moi, j'y connais rien en violon.
Moi non plus.
Moi, je fais que de la...
Violon, tu fais que du trombone.
Moi, je fais que de la flûte à bec.
Très bien. Et puis, on aura du shoot'em up aussi avec un taux qui sera joué, le Fantastic Damakus Festival 2. Mais ça sera cet après-midi.
C'est ça. Et on finira le bloc de l'après-midi par du Super Mario 64, mais en blindfolded, évidemment. Et on vous a ramené...
mais bien évidemment, blindfolded, bien sûr.
Non, mais parce que Mario 64,
pourquoi pas?
Voilà, c'est bon, on l'a vu, on l'a fait plein de fois et tout, voilà, tout le monde le connaît. Par contre, voilà, 31 étoiles, les yeux bandés.
Les yeux bandés,
voilà, ça c'est ce que vous allez être par la suite. Mais pour le moment, c'est l'heure de Little Kitty.
Le petit chat. Le petit chat de gouttière.
Miaou. Bonsoir. Enfin, bonsoir. Bonjour. Oh là là, je suis décalqué.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons. My name is Osborne. I was just here for the last run of Patrick's Parabox, and now we're here with Little Kitty Big City. With me I have...
I'm happy by 3. I'm so glad you talked first because I needed a minute to recover from the jump scare of this incredible cosplay. I was just saying earlier how much I love the amount of cosplay we've seen at this event, but this might be the peak for me so far.
I think we can just end stream here. I think we cannot get better than this.
From Little Kitty Big City.
The kitty. Oh, there's human underneath that. Okay, never mind. I do love that outfit though. It's so good. But shout out to these commentators. Shout out to our runner, Hartman. Oh, I love that shirt so much. I love it when runners and commentators really go all out with it, with the fits for the run. It's really nice. But yeah, that is, what is Little Kitty Big City? Abby?
It's really what it says on the tin. It's a game where you're a little cat and you have to explore a big old city. And you have all kinds of tasks you can accomplish. The vast majority of them are optional for speedrunning purposes. You can finish the any percent speedrun of this game in like a minute or 2.
World record's 25 seconds.
25 seconds? Yeah. But luckily, we will be doing a little bit more stuff than that because this is the all to-dos category. So this requires us to accomplish all 24 of the things on the to-do list.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I absolutely love this game a lot. I played it when it first came out, and it's just so cute. Look at the little kitty. Oh no! Where's the kitty going? No!
The crowd is so reactive.
I love this so much. At least the cat doesn't get hurt.
So
but the cat is lost.
Our main goal is to get back home, right? So obviously from this cutscene, we fell a little bit and we lost our house.
Cameron's going to begin in the first input right here. And this route will not end with us beating the game because the first task that you get and the last task that people usually do is like to go home and to find your way back home. But it's actually faster in this particular route to beat the game first and then do all the rest of the tasks after as a sort of post game.
Yeah, so about halfway through the run, we will see the glitch that makes any percent 25 seconds long, and then we'll go do some other stuff. But you do still get to. I think that's why this category is so great for marathons, because you still get to see the glitch that makes any percent what it is, but you also get to see everything else in the game.
Yes. So right here is just the first basic task you have to do. Can I also just say, I first saw Hartman run this. That is the fastest menuing I've ever seen a human do in my life.
That was absurd. As somebody who mostly speedruns games that are just glorified menuing the whole time, I hope my menuing will someday be half that clean.
It's so good. So that's our first to-do list task that we had, which was just to fetch the dog balls. But now we need to become an artist. How do we become an artist? As a cat?
How does one become an artist? That's a big question. I am instead going to talk about why we're wearing a dog hat, because the existential crisis that it's going to take to answer how do I become an artist, I'm not ready for it. It's like 2 a.m.
Well, it's right. Yeah, I think it's like, well, that's how, right there, actually.
Yeah, no, that makes more sense than my thing. Just put some paint on the canvas. It really is that easy. That's our baby.
Oh, good.
But we are wearing a dog hat, and you may be wondering to yourself, but I thought there was a bid war for what hat we're going to wear. Why are we wearing the dog hat? Well, we need the dog hat for the first half of the game to kind of bug out the dog AI and save some time. After the halfway point, we will switch from this to the winner of the bid war, which currently I do not know what that word means. I forgot that the tracker was in French. I was like, oh, it's on the tracker right now. I can see what's in the lead, but I do not know
find out
what that is. So we'll find out together.
Although this game does kind of take the statement "cats are liquid" and does make it very literal in the fact that we already saw like 3 clips through gates. We're going to pick up some litter here because not only is it, a nice little achievement, but it's also a way of getting all these shinies. And so part of the task is you have to give the crow 25 shinies. That is a story-driven task, and so that's like a required task that you need to do in order to complete the game. Typically, in order to get like more stamina in order to climb walls, and that'll allow you to get to the end of the game. But of course, we don't really need it. We just need it for the purposes of this category. But that's not how we're going to get back up home. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, there's a perfect example. Just kind of turning into liquid and going right through the slot between the gate and the wall.
Who's this fancy little fellow?
We mentioned at the beginning that there's 24 things on the to-do list. That's not really true.
That's not a lie.
Because 8 of those 24 things are find the chameleon 8 different times.
It's true.
So really we're doing 16 things and then finding a chameleon a lot.
Yeah, that's true. We just did 375k
really fast split for catch a bird.
375k euros, by the way.
Let's go 375k.
Yeah. Hope to see 400k soon. But with the task at hand, I do love how it's 1/3 of your entire task is just the same task 8 times.
Just find the chameleon. And it's, to be fair, in different places. It's not like you're repeating the same movement.
True. Yeah, it is like a fun thing. It is a fun thing to go to. But I wouldn't have expected it to actually take up 8 different slots on your to-do list, I will say.
This is... nice.
What's going on here?
That bird. What? Why is Chad upset about the bird?
No. Yeah, we're like supposed to root for the cat here.
We're currently on the fetch 3 feathers portion. And to do that, you gotta, be a cat. Be sneaky, get up behind the bird, jump on them, and then take their feather. So I think that's our third one. We should be good. And we're liquid.
And now we're going to, we're liquid again. And now here's the Tanuki. It's like my favorite character in this game. I love him so much.
I like that the world record holder, Japanese runner, whose name I can't think of right now, but I will look up because they deserve the shout out. There's a good chance that they're doing Japanese Restream comms right now. And hello, and thanks for doing that.
Yes.
Their split for this is rescue the ? Because it says it's a Tanuki, but it doesn't super look like the face is different. So I like the...
No, well, it says ? because the game says ? until he reveals that he's a Tanuki, because the cat doesn't know what the animal is.
That runner is Noah-san. Credit where credit's due, that's Noah-san.
Wonderful.
World record holder in several categories.
Chat, do you ever have that thing where you accidentally drop your phone into concrete and now your phone is covered in concrete and now you need a new phone? You ever go into an active construction site and just dip your phone in concrete?
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
I hate when that happens.
But usually when that happens to me, instead of going to Verizon, I just have the neighborhood stray cat bring me a new phone.
Bring me a new phone. Yeah, it's not your plan, not your number, not it has a bunch of contacts you don't know. It's a phone, so it gets the job done.
It works.
That's all you need. Can you dial a number? That's all you need. I will say, so
that's one big phone doesn't want you to know.
You can just use any phone.
You can just use a phone.
So you saw earlier that Heart Moon was attacking all those different birds, but so the main mechanic behind, first of all, you can talk to the chameleon from the other side of the wall here. He is hiding in the porta potty, but when it comes to the birds, whenever you attack the birds, you can see that anyone who's played this game knows you have to crouch up to the birds, and it's actually kind of meticulous. First off, cats are liquid. And it's kind of like meticulous as to how slowly you need to go in order to sneak up to a bird. But right there, when Heart Moon attacks any birds in this game, he's actually going to be running at like regular speed, because there's this glitch that Heart Moon was actually so kind to describe it in a very specific way that I'm just going to read out here. So several times in the run, you can be seen walking towards the birds and they don't run away, and that's because they're using a glitch with an object. When holding an object, if you walk while crouching and then release the object, the game doesn't understand and thinks that you're still crouching even though you're walking normally. You're essentially tricking the game into thinking that you're crouching so that the birds don't get disturbed.
So that's why earlier on the Feathers quest, Heart Moon was hanging out and kind of running in circles for a while. He was waiting for those two humans to walk by so you can trip one of them and make an item fall out of their pocket so that you can hold that item to make the fetch quest easier. There's launch. You can probably guess why that's called launch. So first of all, like first try launch, that's incredible because that really trick is basically random. The setup is really precise, but sometimes the clip will just barely push you through the wall, and ideally it launches you up into the air to trigger this cutscene, which is actually the end of the game. You're getting home and you finish the game. And that's why any percent can be 25 seconds long, because you just have to hit a first try launch and roll credits. But this is all tasks, so we are going to go back outside and we are going to complete the rest of our task list before we go home for good.
Yes. That's at the very least an 8-minute and something seconds, any percent run. I think it was like 41 seconds, which still is pretty good. like if you think about it, like that's pretty fast, especially with how much like you play casually in this game.
For folks in chat who may be wondering why they missed launch, apologies for not warning you it was coming up. Heart Moon does things a little out of order from the route I'm used to, and I thought we had one more task to complete before launch happened. But that also speaks to how cleanly Heart Moon got that first try launch. Like, he was in the air before I noticed that we were going out of order.
Yes. So that was the other task we needed to pose for the Beetle there.
Yeah, Beetle's got to test out his new phone.
Exactly. Oh my god, look at that.
Yay.
The sunflower hat.
Is that what won? Yes. Perfect. It's so cute.
I love this hat so much.
Game?
I love all the different hats in the game.
There we go.
So again, this is all to do tasks. In case it wasn't obvious, there's a lot of stuff in this game, especially 100%
with like, is like over an hour, I want to say.
I can check that. We have the technology to confirm this.
Yeah. Hundo world record is 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's my kind of category.
There's so much. There's so much in this game, and we're just doing like just the quests inside. This is just like the all quests version of this run, you know. Like, but there's so much different collectibles that you can get, other things that you can do in this game. So we needed to find the chameleon, and then we found him in the park, and then the chameleon was just like, I'm going to move to a spot that's exactly like 5 feet away from where I just hid, and then hid in the vending machines, and then decides to go to the other side of the map.
Less cool of him.
Yes. Although I will say, Little Kitty, Big City, this city isn't that big. It only goes like a few blocks in any given direction. It's not that big. Like, Atlanta beats it out by a lot, I will say. That's the only thing I can defend Atlanta for. But yeah, back to the run. That's Boss Cat versus Mamoon. And so I love the task name. We're going to steal this guy's lunch. We need this piece of bread for a few different tasks that we're going to be doing, mainly for distracting the birds, though, and activating the goods that we mentioned earlier so that the birds don't run away. I honestly thought that he was going to get like blocked by that human for a solid second. I was like so.
Bug, you're so right. It is a big city for a little kitten. Also, thanks for the time.
You're so right.
Yeah, this is going very well, and then I'm going to knock on something so I don't commentator curse.
Yeah.
Got to keep the good luck up, but this has been a very clean run so far, other than bad RNG waiting for the object from the humans.
Yeah. You did see Heart Moon activate the task for reunite the family, but that's actually the last one he's going to get. We're going to get all the little ducklings and reunite them with their mother. He does not do the little faster glitch here, where he goes to usually be like for the war record holder. I know that in Heart Moon's PB, like he will go to the right side of that building and try to grab up in order to essentially warp the cat a little bit upwards by having it ledge grab off of something a little lower than its actual body is. But that can also cause the cat to like down warp to the bottom of the building, and so it's a little risky. So for a marathon, it's very understandable that he decided to not go for that trick.
Nice. As you could tell from the way the camera was moving there, the game doesn't expect us to get into this building this way.
Yeah, we gotta steal the gardener's lunch though. This cat does love fish, as most cats do. So and a lot of these tasks are also based in stealing fish. Can I also just say I love the routing for this run, where you can just like it feels like so fluid that you just go from one task to the next to the next to the next in a fashion.
You can tell in like the order of tasks that it's pretty intentional, right? Where like you do find Chameleon 2, 3, 4, and then a couple other things, and then Chameleon 5, then a few other things, then Chameleon 6, 7, 8, and then the last couple things. Like, it's clear the chameleons have been built in so that it's like you're already on that part of the map, so do it now. And like,
yeah, exactly.
Doing everything to minimize movement is a really interesting routing problem.
Oh, 100%. My God, I need you to understand that these clips are not as easy as Heart Moon is making them look, but like
every single one of these has just been instant.
Yeah, it's instant. Like these cats are liquid here. Oh, I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Come on.
Grab the ledge, bro.
Come on. I believe in you.
Cat.
I believe in you. Let's go. Come on. Oh, come on. Take your time. You can do it. There we go. There we go. Let's get claps in chat for the cat right there.
Cat chat clap.
My goodness. Okay, there we go. Also, I guess because we didn't really explain the basic movement of this game, you can like charge up a like pounce or a jump in any given direction. That wouldn't really help Heart Moon in that particular case, but then you saw him use it directly after in order to get onto this building. Oh my God, the way that cat fell.
I like that there's no fall damage, but there is a indication that was a long way. The game is still like, you sure, bud?
Yeah, who needs cash? Did you ever ram your head into a vending machine and hope the coins come out?
I mean,
is that not how you make cash? Is that not how you get some like pocket change? Yeah. Right. I'm trying to listen to the crowd and see what they're talking about. Like,
it's just all of that looked. You might be thinking like, if you're watching and you've played like Stray but haven't played this game, you may be thinking like, oh, that movement was real easy because you're just like pressing the button to jump up onto the next thing, like how Stray works. Not at all. That movement's really quite tough, and Heart Moon is just making things look easy.
I will say the platforming in this game is deceptively difficult. It feels. So that was Find Chameleon 6. We actually have only 3 more tasks left. We have Find Chameleon 7, Find Chameleon 8, and then Reunite the Family.
Right here, right? Yeah.
You can talk to him through the wall. like the last time.
Still counts. Just a little bit faster to talk to him through the wall than to go all the way around the other side of the wall.
True.
Makes sense to me.
So yeah, this has been a really good run, and as you can see, like he's already kind of been like working on the Reunite Family quest for the fact that like he is already gathering all of the different ducklings here.
This little clip through a wall again.
I didn't even see that in his PB that I studied. I didn't even know you could clip to that wall.
Must be new. That's the thing, this game's been out for a little bit, but like folks are still making discoveries and doing new
I did not see this clip in his PB. What is going on here?
And there are things that he didn't do either for safety or just because he doesn't do them in his route yet that happen in the record. There are several routes for this game. If you are interested in getting into it, there are several ways to kind of learn all to-dos with a few less of the difficult skips and difficult movement, and then ways to do it, obviously, with all of the difficult movement. But you can kind of learn piece by piece and ease into that, which I think is really nice.
Yeah. And so we found in the community that one last thing left to do, and that is reunite the family, getting all the missing ducklings and bringing them back to their mother. And this is, I believe, the last one. Factories, yes. And now we gotta bring them back home. So times are becoming up pretty soon.
Yeah. Coming up on
well
it.
underestimate as well. Oh, right here. Which we time. There you go.
And even with the bad RNG, at least according to SRC, that is a PB for Heart Moon.
Really?
Heart Moon's PB is a 1953 on the board.
Big congrats to Heart Moon right there. That's amazing.
Awesome. Even with that really unlucky RNG, just so much good movement made up for it.
1928?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's third place. Bumped up space.
Yeah, that's good
great.
for third place. Let's go.
Yeah, really nice. But yeah, I have been, that was Little Kitty Big City. Thank you all so much for watching. I have been Osborne, and that's enough commentary for me for now. I have another session, and this is going to be commentating 3 games later tonight or tomorrow night, depending on when you're watching this. I'm going to be commentating Limbo, Kuru Kuru Kuruden, and Dangyong Country Tropical Freeze. But you're not going to see the end of Happy for this session because Happy is commentating the next one, right?
Yeah, I'll be back in like a minute for Trombone Champ. So don't go anywhere, folks.
Et on a eu beaucoup de messages de
d'ailleurs, ouais, on a
très drôles également, hein, comme par exemple Honora qui a donné 10 € en disant miaou waf et vive les animaux et achète.
Exactement.
Également Papa, 10 €, un bisou à mes enfants qui ont poncé le petit chat dans la grande ville et qui, regardant le replay, miaou, vive SpeeDons.
Un don de 200 € de Monsieur Alba. Prenez soin de vos boules de poils. Vous savez qu'elles prennent soin de vous. Un grand bravo à Merci Médecins du Monde et à toutes les équipes de SpeeDons. Un don de Scriva de 5 €. Allez, Nimelia, déchire tout sur Trombone Champ et bourrez les dons. Ouais, voilà, ça y est, c'est comment c'est dédicace effectivement pour nos joueuses de Trombone Champ, Nimelia et Maman. Un don de Guigui qui a dit 100 €, 100 €. Allez, Nimelia et Maman, vous allez tous nous régaler. Nos oreilles, ce karaoké va clairement encore renforcer l'amitié franco-japonaise. Toutes.
Mais c'est vrai que pendant Bakamitai, les Japonais, ils vont se foutre de nous, ça va être trop drôle.
Oui.
Ah, génial, j'ai si hâte. Cal M, 5 €, premier don de cette année. Bravo, runnereuse, pour leurs prestations aux bénévoles et à toute l'organisation, pour le travail incroyable de cette édition. Bravo. Merci 1000 fois, vieux monsieur, bourrez les dons. Le chat qui a donné 10 € en disant miaou. Ainsi que Hello, 15 €.
Super bien le chat.
Hein,
tu fais super bien le chat. Hein.
Merci. Le trombone aussi.
Oui, aussi. Hein.
Même, bref. Hello, donc 15 €. Quel niveau de mignonitude qui ne peut que m'imposer le devoir de donner courage à toute leur gars.
Un don de 100 € de Kalios. Alors du coup, j'ai bloqué parce que je dis Lopoticha, dédicace à Onis et Siggy, lové l'un contre l'autre sur le lit. J'ai cru que c'était des pseudos de personnes au début. Je me suis dit c'est très bizarre comme info, mais je pense que c'est des chats. Tu fais super bien.
Merci.
C'est incroyable. Et il y a un don aussi, je le dis, qui n'a rien à voir avec la run qui vient de moi, mais c'est Givre Algiriam qui a donné 170 €. Et que c'était par rapport à la run effectivement de Crisis Core qui dit « Il me semble avoir gagné 17 niveaux. » Vous confirmez? Ce sont 3, c'est les 3 qui étaient encore là.
Ceux qui étaient encore en jeu. Ça, c'était dynamique pourtant.
C'est vrai en plus, ouais.
Allez, 200 € de Miaou, 100 € de Un petit pas pour le chat qui nous dit miaou, miaou, miaou. Lofedas, 100 € également. Au secours.
Continuez si vous voulez. Il y a eu plusieurs dons anonymes, notamment de 100 €. Donc merci à vous. Il y a eu un don de 100 € de El Potecha.
Oh, le petit chat.
Potecha, qui ne donne pas le message. Il y a eu un don de 100 € de Harry Bass qui dit « Je ne sais pas si on sauvera le monde, mais au moins vous allez sauver mes impôts. » Donc merci à vous.
Parfait.
Et un don du gros Jav qui dit 150 € qui dit « Incroyable event, incroyable run, commentateur, ambiance heureuse. » J'en profite pour remercier la modération de la chaîne Twitch qui font un boulot de malade. On peut applaudir effectivement la modération parce que c'est pas toujours évident et il en faut. Donc merci à vous, évidemment. Cher.
Il en faut des modos.
Oui.
Voilà, petit t-shirt. On l'avait pas encore montré là depuis un moment.
Un don de 200 € de Bravo Way qui dit continuez, c'est un super event. 200 € de Real, pas de message. 200 € de Elise Debise, du bonheur et merci à toute l'équipe bourrée les dons. Un don de 100 € de Aïdana qui dit c'est mon anniversaire alors du coup je fais un don de Hachette.
Alors, concernant Trombone Champ, donc le karaoké Bakamitaï qui a été validé, ça va être joué par Maman et Nimelia tout à l'heure. On a aussi une autre incentive en cours pour, toujours dans les jeux musicaux, Clone Hero. Il y avait une bonus tracks. La bonus tracks, c'est la chanson, attention, je vais bien la prononcer.
Vas-y.
Through the Fire and the Flames, du groupe.
J'ai oublié.
Du groupe Dragon Force,
mais
bien
oui,
sûr,
voilà,
les piliers du power metal, du speed power metal même. Alors pour l'instant, on est à 16%. Hein, donc si vous voulez cette légende, en fait, c'était sur Guitar Hero 3 à l'époque. Et donc voilà, si vous voulez voir cette piste légendaire qui va extrêmement vite, qui dure 6 ou 7 minutes, eh bien, n'hésitez pas quand vous faites votre don à cocher l'incentive si ça vous botte. Ça sera cet après-midi, je crois.
C'est cet après-midi.
Vers 14h. Voilà.
C'est dans le début d'après-midi, effectivement.
Exactement.
Et voilà, pour l'instant, on n'a pas encore débloqué, mais vous pouvez toujours interagir aussi sur quel est le meilleur Zelda, parce que ça, c'est le fil rouge de ce speedon, hein, évidemment. Et quelle fut pas ma grande surprise en regardant effectivement le compteur que Twilight Princess est pour l'instant largement en tête, évidemment. Donc voilà.
C'était Wind Waker jusqu'à hier.
Mais ouais, mais voilà, les gens sont devenus lucides. Tu vois. Et donc, du coup, Twilight Princess est passé devant, bien loin, évidemment, Ocarina of Time, Breath of the Wild. Et tous les autres, évidemment.
Très bien. Et Gauthier, merci beaucoup pour les 500 balles. Merci les médecins, merci l'orga, les bisous. Strictement inférieur à 3. 500 balles de Gauthier, excusez-moi.
Ouais, quand même.
Excusez-moi. Oh, excuse me, princess.
Excuse me, princess. 200 € de Mugornu. Super événement, public magnifique, personne magnifique. Big up aux deux runneuses pour Trombone Champ, Nimelia et Maman. J'espère voir un oiseau vraiment cool. Bon event à tous.
Did you miss me, chat? I missed you, chat.
De 200 balles. Merci au runner Elden
I'm back.
Ring.
It's me again. Happy by 3. A second time. Well, like a 5th time this week, but a second time in a row. Here for, I'm going to say the rhythm game of all time. Not to hot take too hard, but DDR for chumps. Guitar Hero, weak. It's all about Trombone Champ, folks. And I am joined by, it's my understanding, the best trombone player east of the Mississippi. Is this true?
Hello, chat. My name is the Valiant Son, and I, in fact, do not play the trombone, but I am here because I have played some Trombone Champ in my day.
And you are east of the Mississippi, so it's still possible.
It's still possible. Nobody has shown up to try and fight me for the title, so I think I can claim it this morning.
Sorry to my several friends who play trombone professionally on the East Coast. This is not a stab at you, I swear. It is. Yeah, we're here for a little bit of Trombone Champ. We figured we would jump in a little early to hang out with y'all and vibe. And once we get into it, we'll explain some of the mechanics and such. But then we probably will be talking fairly minimally because we want you to hear the beautiful music.
This is true, and beautiful music it is. We have been maybe shown a possible set list, but we actually even have notes that say we don't know everything that we will be hearing today.
Yep. Our notes from the runners are like, here's kind of the set list, but also sometimes it'll be vibes. And I love that.
I'm so excited, actually, about everything. All of the songs have been picked, though, mostly with the idea that it is songs from some sort of
such a cool space.
Like game in the menu. Ooh.
Looks like we're getting into it. So hello, folks. Just a reminder. Oh my goodness, that is Toothless with a trombone. What a gift. My name is Happy by 3, and I am joined by the Valiant Son.
Hello.
And we will be commentating for Trombone Champ. I'm going to go ahead and try and explain some of the mechanics and such before they get started. So if you haven't played the game, you can follow along better without us interrupting too much of the actual music. So Trombone Champ is a rhythm game, but unlike like a Guitar Hero or a DDR or any of those rhythm games where you are pressing a button and you have like button press equals success, there is a range of success with Trombone Champ because like an actual trombone, you can be sharp or flat because your slide is very slightly in the wrong position. And so you'll see here, lower notes are near the bottom of the screen, higher notes near the top. That's how we can make some scooter and car sounds. And the closer to the line you are, the more in tune you are, the more points you get. So there is a little more of a gradient scale of success than some other rhythm games.
Yeah, so if you've ever played a game like Os or Osu, you can kind of get the same vibe, except we kind of have this like...
And of course, the best part of the game is that the audio adjusts based on if your cursor is sharp or flat compared to perfect. So that's why we get the very silly trombone sound of it being just a little bit not right. Which is what it sounds like when I try to play trombone. Just a little bit not right.
That was noted in our set list as surprise, by the way, and I definitely was just surprised.
I was surprised. You just got franced in chat. Fair enough. Noted Frenchman Rick Astley.
So we've got Escape from the City, which is...
Finally, some good music.
Some good music.
What's your favorite Sonic game? Mine is Trombone Champ.
You know, I think I also have to go with Trombone Champ as my favorite Sonic game. Sonic has a trombone.
god, I just noticed Sonic has a trombone.
I want to like sing along so bad, but also nobody wants to hear me sing at this early in the morning, and also
A little flat there.
would you say this is proper marching form for Sonic?
Actually, yeah. You know, the number one thing you want to go for is that upper-lower body separation, right? Where, like, your feet are moving, but it doesn't disrupt the upper body carriage and the consistency of the sound. And he's doing a phenomenal job of that. I'd give Sonic a contract if he was auditioning for a drum corps I was teaching. Let's go S rank for both players.
And we saw a difference there in the track speeds for the game where
oh yeah, you're good at rhythm games. Can you explain how track speeds work?
Introduced at the top of the show as a trombone player. I've never touched a trombone, but I do play rhythm games.
You
girlies.
actually are good at Waka.
But yeah, so you're able to edit track speeds, which is basically how quickly the notes come at you, and we'll probably be able to see this as we continue forward, where the feed on our left, we see the notes a little bit closer together, while the feed on the right, they seem like they're further apart. They're coming at the same like speed. Our feeds have swapped. Yeah, so you can see same gameplay, but just different speeds. I have to just enjoy this for a moment. That is a good point. Look at Link's trombone.
I like that he's holding it backwards. Not to make chat angry, but I honestly think this is the best Zelda song, and it's not close for me. Oh, the little transition into the main theme. It's cute. Okay, I didn't want to interrupt
Me either.
the song to say it, but we crossed the 400K USD mark.
Let's go.
During that song, which is incredible, which means we are just 18,000 euros away from the 400K euro mark.
That is fantastic. And our next big milestone, right, is that 430,000 euro is when our sponsor, or our charity partner, Medicines du Monde, is able to fund, for instance, the activities of 2 healthcare advice and referral centers for a whole year.
That's
once we reach that. So that's our next big milestone that we're looking forward to.
Yeah. I don't know what they're yelling. I can't even understand crowd yelling when it's in a language I speak.
Super Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, c'est Super Mario, Super Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart, c'est Super Mario.
Hi, I believe that this is 2 players, 1 controller happening right now.
Jess, can you help me with a bit of a problem I'm having?
Of course.
I don't know what video game that song was about.
I think it might have been Super Mario Kart.
No.
No?
Couldn't be that.
Shoot. I don't know then, actually.
Anything else? I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Oh well.
Apparently, though, it's Super Mario with carts. Whatever that game might be.
I wish they had a name for that game. We'll figure it out by the end of this. We'll get there. I believe. In the meantime, we have...
Is that a previous SpeeDons in the background?
It appears to be. It also appears that if the runner is playing the notes correctly here, they are out of tune. Oh, maybe Jarmu can help. I see SpeeDons Mario something runner, Jarmu, definitely ran a game that there might have been a song about recently, but Jarmu, what's the name of that game? So far what we have is that it has Mario and cars.
It was a fabulous showcase of the game. But yeah, I just don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I love that the actual chart there was like the wrong notes and the wrong rhythms. So like the player got an S rank and did a very good job playing the chart. The chart just was not the music in the background. They were 2 different creatures.
It's everything that Trombone Champ stands for, actually. But yeah, they will now be, I believe, potentially transitioning to a solo song for Maman. But yeah, those previous 2 songs, one person was controlling the mouse and the other person was controlling the clicks, so that S rank was jointly earned.
That's awesome. Oh, we are seeing in chat flash warning or epilepsy warning possibly for this chart. Oh no.
Oh, what's happening? But yeah, Chad, if you are photosensitive, maybe take care of your eyes and just absorb the music for now. We'll let you know when this chart's over. Oh, this whole showcase is an epilepsy warning.
Amazing. Thank you.
And I've got notes here that this is a special track made for the Touhou Community Championships last year. It specifically was a showcase of how much can be done with the Trombone Champ game engine.
It's perfect. Wow.
The crowd
Bravo.
shouts.
Also, Rhythm Doctor mentioned. Love Rhythm Doctor. Wow. Really beautiful. Also, if anybody was turned away for the flashing lights warning on that last track, as far as we know, you are welcome to come back. We will let you know if we hear another warning. Thank you to the folks in chat translating and letting us know about that.
I believe up next is our incentive that we did fund, which is karaoke.
It's karaoke time?
It's karaoke time of a very good song.
For them, not us, for the record.
I think it's good for us too. I think we will all appreciate the song about to come on.
Oh no, I just mean we're not singing.
Oh, that's true.
I don't want
yes.
chat to get too scared. I'm very excited.
We will let them speak for us, as it were. You can't see me, but I'm doing finger guns right now. Now, the lyrics for a lot of these songs are at the bottom of the track, but we have been told that Melia does actually know all the lyrics by heart.
la chanson aussi.
Merci.
That was beautiful.
Breathtaking. Truly. Asking the big questions, like Tamedaneo.
And as we hit that, if you want to hear the stream in other languages, there's also the Japanese Restream, there's a German Restream, and there's also the original French stream as well. We're just here hanging out in English today.
Yeah, shout outs to all the Restream partners, and shout outs to the SpeeDons folks. Many of them do French language Restreams for English events.
Sorry, is that a flash mob in the audience? No, that's a conga line.
Appears to be a very large conga line, yeah. I love it. Incredible. You know, I may not have quit competitive Pokemon VGC if the music were that good. That was the problem. I got tired of hearing music that wasn't trombone.
It's true. We did see also there, this will be occasionally that we'll see sort of the HD mod, as it were, for Nemelia. You can see that the background's a little less dim. We can actually see the background behind the screen. And this is a mod that's in Trombone Champ, but also something that, you know, makes the game visually a little bit different and is showcasing additionally, like the runner's skill to not have that dark filter to make it more difficult to see. In addition, with the high track speed, there's some really good tromboning happening.
Hi. I'm getting up on my soapbox to tell everybody that Mantis Lords are so fun, and I love them, and their music's great, and the fight's great, and more speedrun routes should fight Mantis Lords. That was really genuinely impressive. You don't always expect sincerely impressive gameplay when watching Trombone Champ.
I also do want to shout out as well that Trombone Champ, unlike some other rhythm games, does not have a sort of overstrum, which is when you play a note, like your combo's broken because you play a note you're not supposed to. So we do see Maman a lot do some extra fun notes, and that doesn't break his combo there. So I think that's really cool because it is sort of, trombones. If you're still playing, it still makes noise. So, and it also gives a little bit of fun expression that you don't normally see.
Yeah. Also, shout outs in the chat. The Crisis Core folks have showed up. Love all the runners and comms and such from SpeeDons hopping into our English Restream to say hi.
Every time I start bobbing my head, I am in sync with one of the runners also bobbing their head. Yeah, that's a really good question in the chat from Sawayoshi. The game that song is from. What is the name of that game? Oh shoot, I don't know. I think maybe Mario Kart?
That seems
Mario
reasonable.
Van? I think we're getting closer there.
We're getting there.
Getting there.
We'll figure it out. We got like 3 more minutes. I believe in us.
So this next one, I believe, should be a... Nope, I'm ahead of myself.
Ooh.
Imagine. I'm very excited about this one. This one's actually my favorite song from Undertale coming up.
Ooh. Oh, Gorhug makes a good point. It's probably Hotel Mario.
Oh, true, true, true.
Mario Kart Drive, yes. you know this about me. My like favorite thing in the whole world is like meme art that is unironically really high quality. Like,
Yeah.
say, a bad romance Undertale mix, but like genuinely really good. That made me very happy. Also, I think I figured it out. I was looking for Mario and his jalopy.
Oh, of course.
Yes, that was the one.
So this is Nemelia's solo time. We had a solo earlier for Maman, and now we get this track, which is, I've been told, a collaboration between Pokemon and Hatsune Miku.
Oh?
It sure is. This track does have flashing lights, so chat, if you are photosensitive, enjoy the vibes, close those eyes, we'll let you know when you can open them again. Beautiful.
Little tech thing that was in that song, you may have noticed during those like really fast scales going up, instead of just hearing like Nemelia basically just went like as fast as they could. Like Jess mentioned earlier, there's no overstrum in Trombone Champ, so sometimes when there's really, really fast runs like that, it really behooves you to just click as fast as you can and move the mouse upwards.
And we're now Happy. I don't know many things, and it's very early in the morning. However, I believe that you might be familiar with this next upcoming song.
It's possible. Why would I be familiar with anything?
Also, real quick, if you were looking away, you are safe to look back. But this upcoming song is from Penny's Big Breakaway.
Surely I wasn't talking like 12 hours ago about how incredible this song is and how it's probably my favorite song in Penny's Big Breakaway.
Fun fact was that Nemelia and Maman were actually the casters for that run. So if you were watching the Japanese Restream, then you would have also heard them talking about the game. And now we get to talk for them, doing this part.
It's all a big circle.
It's all coming together, chat. And just right off the bat, this is why you turn up your track speed sometimes when you're playing rhythm games, is you can see that despite the fact that it's faster, it looks much more readable, in my opinion, on Nemelia's screen than Maman's, because the notes have more time, like space between them. So visibly easier to kind of follow than when they get all bunched up.
Bravo. Stunning.
I love the group of people with the S rank things.
An increasingly large group of S's at the crowd. And I think that means we're coming up on our finale.
We are.
It's so sad. I've had such a lovely time.
I think crowd was just informed too.
That's my kind of song. Who else out here rolling deep?
You just notice your glasses are strawberries.
I love it. Oh my god, it just hit me. It's Mario Kart.
Oh my
We
goodness,
were looking
wait.
for Mario Kart.
And it really took us that whole showcase to figure this out.
Sorry about that, chat. Finally, I figured it out.
Well, the good news is we can celebrate with Donkey Kong now.
I thought this was Sonic music. Yeah, can we get shout outs to the Donkey Kong community rolling deep? About 20 hours from now, you can see Tropical Freeze.
DK in the background with the guitar, though. He just panned off screen, but that's Diddy Kong with the boombox.
That's in the game. That's just an asset direct from DKC2.
I love that chat started popping up with dino dances right as King K. Rool came on. Gotta do our sign-offs real quick. Happy, where can the people find you?
Yeah, that was my last time commentating for this event, but you can find me hanging out in chat with all you lovely people all weekend, or on Twitch at twitch.tv/happyby3. If I'm live, I'm probably speedrunning Beastie Ball.
And hello,
Where
everybody.
can folks find you?
I'm the Valiant Son. I am also done for this marathon. However, you can find me live on this channel in about 1 week's time. I'm the in-studio host for Frost Fatales. Shout out to Fatales, hosted on Games Done Quick, starting next week, thereabouts.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out with us, chat. It's been a blast. Every event, I tell myself maybe I shouldn't sign up for DGen hours. And then I do again, and then it's the most fun I've had in my life. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll stay up late again next event. So thanks for being here to make it as much fun as it always is. Appreciate y'all. And don't go anywhere, don't touch that dial, because we've got Castlevania and Metroid coming up back to back after this, followed by 2 more days of incredible speedruns. GG's again to Nemalia and Maman. Amazing. That was so much fun. Absolutely worth staying up late for.
All right. Hello again. I am Brian Nato. I am joined right now with Blake Fay, who is going to be running a Viewfinder for us coming up here on SpeeDons in the foreseeable future. Blake, thank you so much for joining us today. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing super great. Really excited about the Viewfinder run.
And I was wondering what your experience is with SpeeDons specifically. I say this quite frequently. A lot of folks in the U.S. really have no idea that this marathon is going on, and that it is, and that it's as big as it is. I'm wondering if you've attended in person before, or kind of what's your vibe going into the event right now.
Yeah, I've attended several times before. I've been a runner there, and I think I've been there as a runner for 3 times or something.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, it's the 3rd time I'm at SpeeDons, and I'm pretty excited about it. And even when I'm not taken as a runner, I'm really happy to be there as just a viewer, or going there in person, or commentating sometimes some runs. So yeah, it's really been a love story between me and SpeeDons. Basically,
That's awesome.
I've been there since the first time it's been aired. So yeah, it's pretty neat.
That is very, very cool. There was a lot of things about SpeeDons that I really appreciate, especially from like a viewer perspective or a production standpoint. I think everything that y'all are doing is very cool. What's the experience like on site? Like what's kind of like the vibe there? I mean, it looks electric.
It is electric. I mean, it's really special to be able to participate in something like this in real life. It's really not the same vibe as in online events. It's really, I don't know, you can find some buddies in there. You're here with your friends, you hang out, you see cool runs, and there are a ton of stuff going on at the same time. It's 24 hours for 3 or 4 days. So there's just so much you have to do when you're around. It's a lot to live through, yes. But it's very exciting to be part as a runner and as just an attendee. It's really, really neat, really a nice event, I think.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that answer. And so you're going to be running Viewfinder, which is a game that I personally have a lot of experience with as well. It's not exactly the most like popular title of all time. So I was wondering kind of like how you stumbled upon Viewfinder and what inspired you to start running it.
Oh, that's a great question. I stumbled upon the game because I've got some friends who are really into those puzzle games like Superliminal, or for example, what else do I have in mind? The Witness, or this kind of games you play that are kind of FPS and everything. And they were like, yeah, you've got to play this one. It seems pretty great. And I did not play it myself, but you have to try it. And it was kind of a random. We just stumbled upon them thanks to this friend. And so we've played it with my boyfriend, and we ended up really loving it. And at some point we were like, wait, there are those really cool mechanics in game you can do when you're playing it casually. We were really wondering what would happen if speedrunners had it in their own hands. So when we finished playing it, the first thing we did was watch the Any Percent Run, and it blew our mind how cool it was, because we were like, yeah, maybe it's just gonna be some just 100% execution, and you just have to go fast. But there are OBs, there are like really cool glitches, frame perfect tricks, pixel perfect tricks. I was really in awe in front of this game, and I was like, I've got to try it. I mean, there's no other way. I've got to put my hands on it. So I began learning the run, and it's really easy to learn, even though there are very difficult tricks. There are always workarounds and everything. So the learning curve is really smooth. Agreed. And it's really a great game to learn as a speedrun, I think.
Agreed wholeheartedly. Running Viewfinder was one of my favorite things I did back when it came out. And what I think is kind of the beauty of speedrunning puzzle games is that, a lot of the times it feels like you're still kind of like using all this creative thinking to solve the puzzles in fast or unintended ways. You're still kind of like playing the game in a certain, if that makes any sense, So I guess what I'm wondering in relation to Viewfinder, do you have like a favorite strat or a favorite kind of like creative solve for one of the rooms or anything like that?
Oh, let me think about it. One of my favorite strats is what I like to call the mug shot. Basically, you have to get to a ledge that's just too high for you to jump on. So we kind of bonk against a mug, and somehow
I know exactly the
physics
jump.
are weird, and it's kind of a love-hate relationship, me and this mug shot, because it's incredibly hard to get, and I think you see what I mean. And fortunately,
go ahead.
you can retry it. You can retry it as much as you want. And sometimes you just get it like first or second try. You're like, oh yeah, great. And sometimes you just bonk against the same mug like for 30 times or something, and you can never get the right jump you want. And basically when you bonk against it, you will get some kind of vertical and horizontal speed that's very high, like abnormally high. And so you will get on this ledge thanks to this really shitty mug, and no one likes it, but it looks really cool,
As soon as you brought up the mugshot, I knew exactly what you were talking about. I think I lost my mind trying to figure out a consistent setup for that. So it's I love that you brought that up. Definitely one of the funnier strats in the run. I can tell you have so much passion and excitement about this game, and I share that too, which I love to see it. And yeah, it looks like we're just about coming up on time here. I wanted to say thank you so much for being a part of our quick little interview here for the GDQ Restream. And where can people find you? Where are you going to be streaming? What are your socials?
I don't have that many socials, but you can find me on Twitch. My channel is Blake_Faye, and I will be streaming. I don't have a really tight schedule or anything, but when I feel like it, I will just be streaming some Viewfinder, for example. So you can find me there.
Awesome. All right, Blake, thank you so much for your time, and I am so looking forward to your run. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
C'est pas mal. Zozomaiti qui a donné 5
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SpeeDons 2025, benefiting doctors of the world. Thank you for being here with us. In a couple of minutes, we are going to start with our next run, which is Super Castlevania 4 in the whip-only category. This is going to be a really interesting run. So, soon, we are going to have our next runner, who is Bruges, a really gifted speed runner from France. For anybody who doesn't know, Super Castlevania 4 is an SNES game from 1991, part of the Castlevania franchise, in which a member of the Belmont family has to go and kill Dracula, who is menacing the world. This speedrun is going to be really interesting in the sense that it is not the usual category, which is any percent, but this is going to be a quite different category, whip only, as I have said. It's just like the same old any percent category, but with a twist. So I really want you to join us, because this is going to be a really fun run. Let's see, where is our runner Bruges? As soon as Bruges comes, I will talk a little more about him, about his accomplishments, and we will start with the run as soon as possible. I hope that you guys enjoyed the last run. It was really fun. I was watching it, and it was really funny. I laughed out loud many times. Excellent songs, excellent rhythm. That is something that I really plan to watch in the future, more runs about it. So, it seems that we are getting ready. Let me check. Where is the runner? Thank you to the people who is doing all the tech for this event. This is a really interesting event, benefiting Doctors of the World, an international humanitarian organization that seeks to provide emergency and long-term medical care to the world's most vulnerable people. That is a really interesting cause that is really important nowadays. Okay, let me check where is everybody. Bruges will be joining us soon to start this great speedrun. Okay, let me talk a little about Super Castlevania 4. Super Castlevania 4 is an SNES game from 1991. It's one of the first games of the console, and still nowadays is considered one of the greatest games of the SNES platform. It's really highly praised for its graphics, its controls, and the music. As soon as the game starts, we are going to talk a little more about it. We are going to know something more about the game controls and about the mobility that you can have in the game. The community of Super Castlevania 4 is quite big and still active nowadays. I would like to invite you, everybody, to join the community, the Castlevania community in general, which is a great place to play those games, especially Super Castlevania 4. The people in there are really nice and friendly, supportive. So that is the reason why this game is still really popular nowadays. We are waiting for Bruges to come here, and I hope that we can start the run soon. This marathon, SpeeDons 2025, has so far collected almost 400,000 euros. Thank you to everybody for the generosity. Thank you for your constant donations. This is a great cause that SpeeDons 2025 is supporting. So I really would like to invite everybody to keep donating, to keep supporting GDQ, because GDQ is an organization that has helped so many charitable organizations throughout the years, and that is something that we must support. The world nowadays needs help in many places, so it is important that organizations like GDQ helps with charitable events like this one. Okay, let me check. I hope that Bruges comes soon in order to start the run. I do not remember if there are more games in the Castlevania franchise for this SpeeDons event in the next few days. I really hope so. In other events from GDQ, the Castlevania franchise has Oh, now I receive some info that Dawn of Sorrow is going to be played in about 12 hours. That's great. That's a great game. I hope that in future events of GDQ, the Castlevania franchise has more presence with many really great games that are still popular and that are still played and watched by several people, lots of people, up to this day. Okay, let me check how is everything going. Bruges should be joining us soon for the run. As I have told you, Bruges is a speedrunner for France who is one of the most important and most accomplished speedrunners of the community. Just to give you a heads up about his career, he is the current world record owner of the whip only category, the category that he's gonna run. So he's the world record holder in 80%, which is the most common category. He has third place, the bronze cup. So yeah, we are talking about serious business here with Baruch. He's still active in the community, streaming every once in a while, and even if he's not streaming, he comes to other streams to support us when we are running the game. So yeah, Baruch is still quite active in the community. And it's great to see that he is still hoping to support organizations like GDQ for runs like this. So, talking a little more about Castlevania in a glance, I can tell you that there are the categories that are run nowadays are basically three main categories. 80%, which is the most common category. I can also say whip only, which is the category that Baruch is going to run soon. And the other big category that people also play is second loop. Second loop is also called hard mode, and it happens when you defeat the game for the first time. After the credits scene, you can start another game, which is the very same one, but in hard mode, in which all the enemies are stronger and there are more enemies per screen. Out of those three categories, which are pretty much the main ones, whip only is I want to say the second most popular one, because it's easier in the sense that it is not the hard mode category, and the whip only is a nice twist, because as in other Castlevania games, the sub weapons are quite OP, and the fact that you don't have to use sub weapons and only rely on your whip is something that demands you more focus, but also improves your overall skills in the game. So it's a category that I really like personally. I really would like to have some feedback about the status of the event. I really would like to know if Baruch is gonna join us soon. It seems that people are getting prepared for the next run, so I really hope that we can have Baruch's presence soon here.
Oh là là, attends, et Poupoule, la poule qui vient de donner 500 balles. 500 balles. Merci à tous pour cet événement de fou pour la bonne cause, ça fait du bien. Merci à toutes et à tous, runners, commentateurs, animateurs, bénévoles, des bisous.
Okay, thank you. I have word that I will be joined by a second commentator in here. Toro Knight, are you in here?
Yes, hello, I am here. Nice to meet you.
Welcome, and nice to meet you as well. I really hope that we can have fun, the both of us, here with the commentary. Please, can you tell us some words about yourself?
Yes, so I am a variety speedrunner of sorts. I love to do, I mainly do Spyro, the Spyro series from the PS1 era, but I also love to do stuff like Pokemon. I love to do Mario Golf and Mario Odyssey, a bunch of racing games, Ghostland Yard, which we already saw earlier in this SpeeDons marathon that I did commentary for, so I do a little bit of everything.
Wow, that is extraordinary. Spyro is a great game. Yeah, so it seems that we are gonna soon come to Bruges. Oh, there he is.
Wow, great timing.
Okay. Okay, so I hope that the run is going to start soon. We have now Bruges here on the scenario. And here we start. This is the game selection screen. Okay, we are getting prepared for the run. This is going to be really fun. I really hope that Bruges does a great showcase of this game. I am quite sure of this, considering his skill level.
Yeah, no, and also, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, good morning to everyone in the United States that's watching right now. That it's 6:20 where I am, and probably earlier, depending on where you are in the United States. So, hope you're all enjoying this very, very early morning run of Castlevania, Super Castlevania 4 Whip only. I'm sure it is going to be a phenomenal run.
Okay, so we start the game. This is as any Castlevania game. Here the objective for you is to control one of the Belmont family members in order to go kill Dracula. In this game we have Simon Belmont here with us, and he has to traverse 11 stages in order to go and kill Dracula. As I have told you, this is a whip-only category speedrun in which Simon doesn't use any sub-weapon, but only relies on his whip. So here we have, as usual, the whip has a couple of upgrades. The whip starts in a leather whip, but it has a power-up that creates it as a chain whip. Oh, Bruges has a death. That's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, no, you kind of start to see from the very beginning of the run that this is not an easy game to go through, even if you didn't have the restriction of using the whip only. It's a lot of very precise platforming, given that you don't have a lot of space to make a lot of big mistakes in turns. So you have to be extremely precise where you want to jump, especially where Bruges wants to try to cut corners and try to be a little bit efficient with where he wants to jump to try to see if he can save just a little bit of time. You notice that Bruges doesn't really take time to kind of stop and try to figure out what his next move is going to be. He's just constantly moving to the point where he takes damage to even propel himself just a little bit further and not waste any time.
Yeah, that is an important observation that you have done, Tornite. It is important to rely on damage boost in this game, because when you get a damage boost, you get propelled forward a little faster than usual. So the preferred method of going through this game is using damage boosts. Also, that means that you have to rely and be mindful about your health in order to have a good balance between the use of damage boosts and your health management. Okay, so now we have the first boss in this game, which is Rodane, Sir Rodane. As you can see, it can easily be killed with quick whips. And after every stage, you have to grab the orb. There you go. So that is the first stage, which was really nice, except for that death. And now we are going to second stage. What is second stage, Tornite?
Yeah, the second stage is where you kind of start to see things get a little bit more difficult. You're going to see a lot more enemies kind of pop out of nowhere. You're also going to see more examples of what we just talked about a second ago with the damage boost, and you're going to see the enemies start to kind of a lot more damage boosting to try and see Bruges kind of cut corners and also, not waste time. Also, a lot of platforming, a lot more platforming this time around with trying to navigate through the level. And it's also got to be really careful, because if you're not paying attention, you're going to see some of these enemies kind of blend in with the background, which if you're not careful, you're going to get hit very, very easily.
Yep, that is also a good observation. Some enemies are really complicated to see, especially given these dark backgrounds that we sometimes have in here. Other enemies are quite fast in their movement. For example, these frogs in here. So yeah, you have to really remind yourself where are the enemies and what are their patterns in order to kill them easily. Oh, Bruges spawned a dagger in there that was quite scary. You don't have to grab any sub-weapon here for this category, so yeah, it is important not to whip the candles that can spawn the sub-weapons. Oh, here we have one of the sub-bosses of this stage. This stage does not have a final boss, but it has this middle boss in here, which was Medusa. Okay, now we come to the next area. Which area is this one, Toronite?
Yeah, this is still this is level 2, 3. There really isn't a whole lot in terms of there's no bosses or anything. It's just essentially try to get to reach the very end without dying, so to speak. But you kind of notice the way Rouge is kind of traversed through the level, taking hits intentionally just to kind of keep going, because Rouge kind of already knows the layout of this level, and he kind of has figured out that, okay, I can afford to take this hit at this point because there is going to be a health pickup, as we kind of saw just a second ago. So you don't really see Rouge try to avoid hits, mainly because of the fact that, you know, the way the enemies are programmed and cycled, you know, he's only going to get hit, I think, 3 times total. Now we're heading into 3-1, where you're going to see a frame perfect zip and try to see if Rouge can potentially get this really cool zip going.
Yeah, okay, so yep, we are now in stage 3, the Ancient Ruins. This stage is one of the longest stages in the game. It's quite complicated in the sense that you have to be really mindful of your health. Oh, there you go.
Perfect. That is the frame perfect trick right there. Rouge was making notes for us at Sheridan, and he wrote that and Rouge said that he wasn't even sure that trick was gonna work. So kudos to Rouge for being able to get it done.
You gotta go fast, man. Okay, so yeah, that was the mini zip, which is one of the latest struts found in this community. It saves a couple of seconds from the normal playthrough. And now here in 3.2, we are gonna see another really nice strat, which is the ring glitch. It is a glitch in which you use the whip ring to manipulate itself to propel you upwards by hanging from the ring from the upside part of it. It helps you skip a little segment in that screen. Okay, we are now going to 3.3. What does this area have for us, Toronite?
You're gonna start to notice the damage boosting kind of take to a whole new level, as you saw right there. With these stairs, there's gonna be a little bit more bit of vertical platforming, which the damage boosting is going to help a lot, as you saw. Basically, kind of keep the damage boosting and pretty much propel Rouge a little bit more upwards and trying to kind of skip some good platforming throughout the level. Well, in combination of using the whip ring to kind of just cut corners and keep going up throughout stage 3.
Okay, so now we have another ring glitch in there that was fantastic, and now we are going close to the boss of this stage. The boss in this stage are the Orphic Vipers. We are now going to see that they are going to spawn. The Orphic Vipers are one of the bosses that creates the most lag in this game. It is important to mention the fact that this game is prone to lag. So one of the strats that speedrunners have to take into consideration is lag reduction for this game in order to go faster and save time. There you go. That was a nice fight.
Very, very good. Like aside from that one little mistake in with that one little death, this has been an excellent run.
Yeah, as I have told you, Bruce is one of the best speedrunners in this community. So I really expect a great time for this run.
And as we kind of saw it back in stage 3 with the zip, later on in stage 4, we are going to try to see Vrush attempt another one where Vrush is going to get a big jump, and hopefully we'll get to see the zip again, because the first one was when I was studying up in this run, and I saw Vrush get that zip in the PB, which I believe is the world record. I was amazed by how well done it was.
Yeah, as you have mentioned, later in this stage we are going to see the main zip, which is a strat that saves more than 10 seconds from the normal playthrough. Now we are getting close to a really interesting screen, which is a rotating screen. It is important to mention that this game uses Mode 7, which is a feature of the SNES console, in which it allows games to use some really interesting graphic effects like this one, in which the screen rotates. It is something that was really a breakthrough in game design back in the day.
Yeah, just seeing Bruce just kind of not doing anything. The Medusa heads are programmed to kind of travel on the exact same path where Bruce was going to not be in. So Bruce was going to be safe in that little pocket. So anybody that's curious about playing this game or heading into this section, well, you kind of already know now where to go. And 4-3 is probably maybe my best example of Mode 7 being in effect with the background here.
Yeah, as you have mentioned, this screen is also uses the Mode 7, because here we have a screen that in the background you can see that it is rotating. Also, in this screen, enemies can spawn from those pink windows up there. When the pink window is up there, skeleton spawns. Also, we are going to see soon the zip. Is Baruch going to attempt to do it? Let's see. Fantastic. That is awesome.
Beautiful. 2 for 2 on the zip. Oh no!
Oh,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but that is just RNG.
But you know what? That just means we get to see it a third time.
Yep, he's gonna do it again. What is gonna happen? Oh, no. Yep. Yes. No. Okay. It is important to mention that when you are going to do that zip in there, if you have a bad movement in there and you get propelled out of the zip before you can actually do it, there is the possibility for you to do a backup strat, and that is what Baruch was trying to do. But in the backup strat in there, I think that the patch did not cooperate, and that is the reason why he had to abort. It's quite unfortunate, but this is still a really good time for this run so far.
Yeah, and as you kind of say, it didn't lose that much time, but of course, Bruce is that good. This boss is quite of an interesting one, where you just kind of see the boss just kind of keep decreasing in size the more you hit it, and it's really not a difficult boss, but you have to worry about the falling rocks, and very easily taken care of in this one.
Oh, nice. Baruch got the early autograph, in which you can time your jump from the platforms in order to grab the orb as soon as it spawns. Okay, so now we are going to stage 5. Stage 5 is the castle court. Stage 5 is perhaps the shortest of stages in the game. It is interesting to listen to the music. The music in here is quite eerie and mysterious. It is a really add to the spookiness of this stage. In this stage, we have harpies and Rayman, a classic enemy from the Castlevania franchise. In here, you have to pretty much keep walking in order to avoid the harpies from keep spawning. And he's doing a nice job in here. What do we have after this stage, Toronite?
After this stage, honestly, I believe we don't even have a boss to deal with in the stage 5 world after all. Like, it's one of the shorter...
You're right.
At least in this round, it's one of the shorter stages, if not the shortest stage in the run. So we're not even get to deal with the boss. We're just going straight into stage 6, where... this is where kind of things start to ramp up in difficulty quite a bit, especially when you're dealing with a section that Rouge has to deal with some chandeliers, which can be very, very stressful if you are not careful. It's kind of, if it's something that where if you give an inch, the game will take a mile and just kind of start snowballing if things start not going well with that section.
Yeah, you're right. And now Simon is gonna swing on the chandelier. Let's see what he does. I really wonder if Baruch is gonna go for a one-cycle chandelier. That means trying to go through the chandeliers without waiting for them to swing back. Nope, he's gonna go for, I think, a 3-cycle chandelier. That is the normal strat. Doing a 1-cycle chandelier or a 2-cycle chandelier is something quite risky because you have to time your jumps really, really closely in order to go for them. There you go. And we continue to 6-2. What do we have here in 6-2, Toronite?
More chandeliers, except this time they're now falling instead of you using them as a platform. So now the stress comes with trying to make sure that the chandeliers don't mess you up too much. With the enemies, you start to see kind of the game start piling on enemies, and if you're not careful and you don't know exactly what's going to be up next, it starts to get a lot more stressful and a lot more difficult just to even navigate the platforming.
That was a really nice movement from Baruch, because throughout that screen he was trying to go as fast as possible and to get rid of those ectoplasms in there. That was a really nice movement, and this stage is going really nice. It is also important to mention the fact that stage 6 is perhaps the longest stage in the game, and you have to be really careful with your health management because you have to take as many boosts as possible, but also have enough health to go safely and to avoid any potential deaths. Here we have the so-called hell. I forgot the name. I'm sorry. So far, he's doing a nice job. Do you remember what can you tell us about the boss of this stage, Toronite?
I don't remember off the top of my head the name, but the boss is, you kind of see as kind of a floating a boss that just kind of starts floating and starts kind of going invisible in and out. So one thing that Root has to be very aware of is making sure that he's in the right spot. You just kind of start to see like glimpses of the boss. It's kind of in a second. It's kind of floating in, like just a little bit translucent or transparent, I should say. You have to be very careful because the boss is going to be floating across the stage. Nice little safety health recovery.
There you go. These are the boss of this stage. Those were the dancing spectres.
Very, very well done. That was... the explanation took longer than the boss itself.
Yeah, you are right to that. in this game we say cross skill bosses, but since we are not using the cross in this category, the whip has to go and do the job. It is important to realize the fact that Bruges has lots and lots of practice in this category, so that is the reason why we're seeing such a nice run so far.
Yeah, and coming up next, we're gonna see some vertical platforming, or rather, try to skip through a lot of vertical platforming. He's going to be dropping a lot and try to essentially avoid having to play much of the level. And very nicely done.
Okay, now we are going to another famous strat in this game, which is the book jump. In the book jump, Bruges is going to attempt to do a jump from the very edge from this platform to the next one. That was great. That is kinda risky. It looks more difficult than it actually is. It has just to be really well timed, and that strat saved him more than 3 seconds.
Yeah,
okay,
we're actually getting close to the boss of this level, which it's not going to be an easy one. And the one thing that Bruges has to be very aware of is the health. Oh, nice health pickup right there. So hopefully be at a really high health point for this boss, because the next boss is going to be it's a very aggressive boss, and for sure Bruges is probably going to take a hit or two just to kind of ensure that it'll be able to get as many hits in as possible.
Yes, as you have said, we are getting close to the boss of this stage, which is Sirgrakul. Sirgrakul is this big knight in here, which is gonna attack Simon with an axe and with some stomps in the floor. But we are watching that Bruges is whipping him down using fast whips. That was really nice. The boss had a really good pattern. That was really nice. By the way, I would really like to say, do we have some donations around here? If we have some donations, this is the time for them.
Well, I do want to... Well, first of all, we are at almost 400,000 euros raised. That is an incredible amount. $415,000 US, which is which is not a small thing. So thank you to everyone who donated for this wonderful cause, which is Doctors of the World France. If we can raise 430,000 euros, and we're not that far off from reaching that milestone point, we can fund, for instance, the activities of 2 healthcare advice and referral centers for a year, which is an absolutely incredible thing. SpeeDons is making this event for such a wonderful cause, and let's see if we can get to 430,000 soon and beyond, actually, I should say.
That is fantastic. Also, something that was fantastic is Bruges' movement through the first screen. The first screen of stage 8 is one of the most difficult in the entire game, let alone in whip-only category. And I want to say that Bruges' movement over there was flawless. That was something that, wow, I was watching in expectancy. And now we are seeing that Bruges is soon gonna come to the boss of this stage. Stage 8 is one of the most difficult ones and one of the most dangerous ones, but at the same time is a really short stage. Soon we are gonna see that we are gonna come to a place called the Vegas Bridge. I really wonder if Bruges is gonna try to bet on Vegas. What does that mean, Toro Knight?
So the thing with Vegas Bridge is there's a lot of RNG involved with that one. So the platforms are kind of be appearing. The apparition on the platforms is all random. You can try to see if you can try to get it done with a well-timed damage boost, but as you just mentioned, it is not easy. It's very RNG. That's why it's called Vegas Bridge, because it's really just all RNG, and you just gotta hope that you can it lands on how you on where you want it to land.
So as we saw, Bruges actually bet on Vegas, but he lost because, as you said, the Vegas bridge is RNG, and he did not get a good RNG. That was impossible for him to cross. That is kind of sad.
And house always wins, and even in speed running, it seems like.
It is true. That was a great fight against the boss of Stage 8, which was the monster, Frankenstein monster. That was a really nice fight. And once again, Bruges was using quick whips. Now we are coming to Stage 9. Which stage is this one, Toronite?
So this stage, mainly you gotta be dealing with, there's a lot of treasure all across the stage, and some of the treasure can be used as platforming, but Bruges has to be very careful, as you saw right there. The treasure just starts disappearing, so you have to act real fast and kind of make sure you don't start falling behind, because with the platforms gonna start disappearing, the enemies start piling up, and it makes the platforming a lot more difficult to contend with.
Yep, well said. Stage 9 is a stage that looks fantastic because of all the green and the nice music in here, but we have to be really mindful of the fact that this stage is quite complicated. It is also a really, really long stage, so players beware. Don't get fooled by the beauty of this stage. This stage is really risky and complicated. So far, Bruges is doing a really nice job. What else can you tell us, Toronite?
Well, we got with the boss coming up. Speaking of money, we're going to see a boss that's pretty much money. We're going to be fighting capitalism here with this upcoming boss. The boss coming up is one that's it's basically a giant bat that starts to split into smaller variants, but thankfully with and we haven't talked a whole lot about this, but in Super Castlevania 4, the whip, even at its maximum potential, is incredibly strong compared to past Castlevania games, which partially just kind of makes whip only runs very, very interesting because of the length it can reach and the damage it levels it can also reach with how strong the whip can be. And the whip is a pretty darn good weapon of choice for this one. Let's see if Bruges does not get hit. He doesn't have a ton of health left. Well, there's the health pickup, very handy health pickup. So should be fine here.
Okay, now we have the boss, which is Subbat. Subbat has two phases. In the first phase, you have to whip him 22 times in order for it to break. In the 22nd whip, it breaks into 3 smaller bats. The height at which the boss is defeated in the first phase determines the pattern of the second phase. That was a really nice fight. Also, I forgot to mention that it was some sort of photosensitive warning because of the flashes. That was a really nice stage, a really nice boss fight. And now we are coming to one of the most interesting stages in this game, which is stage A. What can you tell us about this stage, Toronite?
Much as we kind of saw with more recent stages in this latter half of the run, a lot of vertical platforming, but you're kind of just seeing a lot of gears being used as platforms, as you'll see in a little bit also being used as potential obstacles. And it gets to a point where, especially on the second screen of A1, enemies just start piling up a lot. And the whip ring is going to be reintroduced here, but Bruges has to be very, very quick and very precise with where he wants to try and go, because the enemies are going to start coming up real hot, real fast, and even trying to damage boost doesn't get you out of the woods quite yet.
Yeah, well said, Toronite. This stage is really risky. As usual, with any Castlevania game, we have a clock tower. Yeah, Also, it is important to take into consideration the fact that this stage has one of the most iconic pieces of music of the franchise. Wow, that was a really nice handling of the situation in there. Baruch wanted to go for damage boost in there in order to skip some enemies, and he did not get it, but he managed it nicely. What is going to happen in here? That is scary. Wow.
This is what I was talking about. The enemies start compiling up, and it's only on one health bar left, so no room for even a single mistake.
Yep, that was scary. I was quite scared for him. Nice job.
Very nicely done. And we're very close to getting to the boss of this level, which is you're gonna saw Frankenstein's monster in the last stage. Now we're just gonna stay up a straight up mummy.
Yeah, we have here the mummy, which is Akmodan II. The mummy has an interesting pattern here, because the mummy can spawn in 4 different places. For the whip only category, we want the mummy to spawn in this far right place, just as right now, because now Baruch can try to do the quick whips that I was mentioning before. Oh, now we have a far left spawn, which is the most unfortunate one, because it's kind of complicated to whip him down in there, but that was a good job by Baruch. Really nice job.
Okay. Yeah, very, very nicely done. We're already now coming up to stage B, the longest stage, and also the final stage of this run, but it is a very, very lengthy one. It's kind of now combines all of the platforming that gimmicks that we saw throughout the run, is starting with this one where seeing Baruch kind of go all the way down and avoid all these enemies from the very beginning. So now we're just going to be, Baruch is just going to be making a beeline towards our final boss, Dracula.
Yeah, well said, Touhou Knight. This stage is the last stage, also the longest one. And after this screen with this bridge, we're gonna see something really interesting, which is a big ascent. In this screen, that is section B2, we are gonna see this ascending here, in which, as you can see, the stairs are gonna fall down as Simon traverses them. That is really scary, in the sense that it means that you cannot miss the stairs. As soon as you miss the stairs, you are gonna fall to the abyss, or you are gonna be pretty much left without any means to go up. So yeah, things are going nicely for Baruch here, and after this screen, we are gonna have a really interesting section. What is that about, Touhou Knight?
Yeah, so this section that we got coming up, first of all, we are B3 is going to already deal with a boss, which actually multiple bosses, I should say. And it's kind of, think of it, good old fashioned platformers, SNES, boss rush that you're gonna do before you fight the final boss. The difficult part is ensuring that Simon has enough health to just kind of go through all these different bosses before reaching Dracula. And we're already now going to our first boss. We just kind of see the crowd now just sort of get real amped up with this final portion of the run.
Yep, well said, Touhou Knight. This is the boss rush. In here, we're gonna have 3 bosses and then Dracula. The first one here is Slogra. Oh, that is unfortunate. Slogra did a first phase dash. Usually, Slogra does not dash the first phase, but that was quite mean from him. Wow. Also, that breakup of the spear was also unfortunate, because the movement in there was sketchy. So far, Baruch is doing a nice job fighting Slogra with whip only.
A good recovery.
Slogra is one of the most complicated bosses.
A little bit dicey here.
Yep, scary stuff. Okay, nice. That was very scary. Slogra can be really mean, and Slogra is perhaps the boss that destroys the most dreams of the runners. That was really well handled by Bruges, and now it comes the second mini boss, Guy Bong. What can you tell us about this boss, Toronite?
So one thing that about this boss is it's going to basically be flying across the stage, and we're going to be trying to use the whip to try to kind of catch him before he starts attacking. You kind of saw right there. A lot of it is mainly placement, and well, already done.
Yep, really well.
That was an excellent boss right there.
Yep.
But now comes the next boss, which is essentially the Grim Reaper. As you at this point, you can see the naming convention with using these classic monsters being used. Kind of same deal, similar deal with the second boss, kind of flying around the stage and just trying to catch the boss. One thing that you kind of notice, throwing these little I guess I'm assuming the size, or little size kind of flying in, is just making sure that you avoid that and get as many hits as possible before you get hit.
Well job by Bruges. The Grim Reaper is quite scary in the sense that the small sights that he throws are quite random. Also, it is important to remember that the big sight that the Grim Reaper threw, it is the item that makes the most damage in the entire game. If the big sight hits Simon, it takes 5 points of damage. No other attack in this game takes 5 hits. Okay, Bruges is now coming to the final fight of this run, Dracula himself. What can you tell us about the Dracula fight, Toronite?
So the main objective is essentially strike the head to deal damage, and you can only get a couple of hits in before Dracula starts disappearing. But at the very least, you will be able to know where Dracula is going to be landing thanks to these pillars of lights. But if you get a couple of hits, then you'll be able to just kind of start getting, be able to avoid Dracula kind of throwing as many obstacles and many hits as possible. And nice little health pickup right there. He's going through it very nicely so far.
Yep, Dracula has several phases. Between phases, he can throw that orb that spawns a meat. And now we are coming to the last phase of the fight, in which Dracula spawns and summons some lightning pillars in there. Bruges has to be mindful of his placement in the screen in order not to get hit and keep hitting Dracula. And now it comes. It is soon going to be the end of the run as soon as Bruges grabs the final orb. Great job, great run by Bruges. That was a really interesting run to watch. Congratulations, GG's, Bruges.
Yeah. That was a really, really good run, and we got to see some of the harder tricks in this run, which is, as we kind of mentioned, it's frame perfect. So to see it in a marathon setting is no joke, and that is time. Very good, GG's. 37:20.
Congratulations, Bruges.
That's a really good time in a marathon setting.
37:20. Fantastic run. Fantastic run. GG's, man. That was a great display of Bruges' abilities and a really nice showcase of Super Castlevania 4 for the SNES. Thank you very much. That was a fantastic run. Finally, I would like to make a quick shout out to the Super Castlevania 4 community. They are a fantastic group of people who are really active in the game. Really nice people that will help you, will support you, and the community is still active nowadays. Shout outs to everybody in there, and I will see you next time.
Yeah, and thank you so much for the wonderful commentary. It was great working with you. This was a phenomenal run. And of course, we're all here for Doctors of the World France. And thank you so much to all the donations up to this point, almost 400 euros. And yeah, this was an absolutely incredible run. But of course, that will be it for us. But of course, this marathon is not even close to being done. Our next run coming up, if my memory serves me correct, is another Metroid 2 remake by Gaia. So tune in for that one. It's going to be a great one. By Gala, I should say. My mistake. Gala.
Thank you, Toronite, to you as well. It was really nice to do commentary alongside you. I hope that people stay watching this event. Many more rounds to come. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Avant de lire plusieurs dons qu'on a eu pendant tout ce speedrun, sachez-le, donc la cagnotte actuelle est à 397 312 €, donc les 400K qui sont sur le point de tomber possiblement juste avant Metroid que tu nous vas représenter.
On ne lance pas le prochain jeu tant qu'on n'a pas les 400.
Ah oui,
voilà. On vous prend en otage, c'est tant pis. Voilà.
C'est la prise d'otage.
Voilà, c'est la prise d'otage.
La régie qui en a marre d'ores et déjà de nous.
Ils nous ont appelé la sécurité, mais c'est pas grave parce que nous, on est vissés. Non, rien, t'inquiète pas. Fais la régie, t'inquiète. Vous êtes merveilleux, en tout cas.
Allez, c'est parti pour le tunnel de dons qu'on a eu pendant ce speedrun de Castlevania. Meon Van, merci pour les 250 €. Petit coucou depuis Tampere, en Finlande. Je ne sais pas comment se prononce l'accent finlandais, figure-toi. Et pour votre audience internationale, achète, donne, et en finnois, Osta, la Quarta. Je ne sais pas prononcer, hein. Voilà, c'est bien là le problème. En tout cas, il y a une personne apolitique qui nous a donné 40 €. Merci à toutes et à tous pour ceux qui rendent le speedon possible chaque année. Et bravo à Médecins du Monde pour toutes leurs actions et leur prise de parole, de position, notamment sur l'accueil. Petite pensée à notre ami Kelly, qui galère depuis des années à obtenir un titre de séjour. Bourrez les dons, bientôt les 400 000.
Eh bien, effectivement, un don de Shakira qui a donné 25 €. Pas beaucoup, mais bon, on va dire que c'est toujours ça que d'autres artistes n'auront pas donné, par exemple, et qui dit Whip, don't lie.
Ouais. Voilà. Très bon.
Voilà.
Très bon, très bon.
Au public, on n'a rien à foutre, c'est très bien. C'est pas grave, je vais donner.
Ils n'ont pas la ref. Ils écoutent que du chiptune.
Ah ouais,
ils n'ont pas la ref de ce genre de truc. Trop traditionnel.
C'est pas grave. Un don de 400 €.
Oui.
D'une personne anonyme qui nous dit merci et bravo pour l'event.
Allez, Zilog, 70 €. Anthony, 50 €. Incre, la run Castlevania. Je donne tout pour voir du Dragon Force. Et n'oubliez pas, achète. Zapollon, 5 €. Un don dans la salle. Merci pour ce super event.
Un don de Barry Légende aussi, notre légende justement du speedrun.
Légende du speedrun.
Qui a donné 10 € et qui a dit ah mais Vruch, c'est le meilleur joueur français de Castlevania, incroyable, des gros bisous.
Barry Légende qui avait runné lors du premier speedon. Hein,
c'est vrai. Et Patate qui a donné 50 € et qui dit go le métal qui va vite, headbanging.
Headbanging. J'espère qu'on l'aura, on verra tout à l'heure où on est à l'incentive. Flopish, 100 €. Allez, on incrémente le compte. Road to millions. 397 567. Ça monte.
Nous sommes à 53% donc, de l'incentive donc, pour avoir la bonus track Through the Fire and Flames.
Through the Fire and the Flames.
And the Flames du groupe Dragon Force. Sur Cloniro, donc c'est dans pas si longtemps que ça. Hein. Donc voilà, je peux pas.
D'ailleurs, au niveau copyright, ça va être très drôle, ça sur Twitch. Je pense qu'ils vont être ravis, littéralement. Le DMCA, on y va.
C'est pour la bonne cause.
C'est pour la bonne cause avant tout. Dan Clancy au téléphone en ce moment, il nous insulte.
C'est dans pas si longtemps, hein, parce que là, il y a quoi ? Il y a AM2R qui va arriver. Donc voilà, c'est 1 heure. Grosso modo, 35 minutes, enfin après c'est Spirou qui va durer environ 35 minutes, et après c'est Cloniro. Alors peut-être qu'on pourra pousser jusqu'à la fin de Cloniro si jamais la cagnotte...
peut-être que la piste arrivera à la fin de Cloniro.
C'est possible, voilà, on peut aller jusqu'au bout, ça ne sera pas impossible, mais ça vous dit que ça vous laisse à peine 2 heures pour pouvoir combler les 10 000 € restants.
Allez, le 398 000 qui est sur le point d'arriver. Donc Adrien, merci pour les 50 balles. Dracula pour les 10 €. Tous les ans, on s'introduit chez moi, on casse tout et on botte le huc. Heureusement que c'est pour la bonne cause. Ah là là, triste Dracula. Isabelle, merci pour les 120 €. Je laisse continuer.
Et GX4 qui a donné 100 € et qui a mis un message en fait qui va tous nous unir. Les ouais, les poètes, les fouet, les miaou, unissez-vous. Dijim qui a donné 5 €, petit don, mais gros soutien, j'aimerais tellement faire plus. Pourquoi pas être bénévole l'année prochaine ? Eh bien écoute, pourquoi pas ? Il faut essayer d'être sur le Discord déjà parce que c'est là où il y a les informations, mais avec grand plaisir. Et n'oubliez pas qu'il n'y a pas de petits dons. Chaque geste c'est important et donner à la hauteur que ce que vous pouvez donner évidemment.
Tout à fait. Et on remercie également Tsuelo pour les 25 €. Un immense merci à tous les organisateurs de Speedon. Un moment que mon copain et moi attendons chaque année avec impatience. Vive Speedon! FF, le sommeil. Il faut donner où pour avoir Castlevania avec la trompette et à la fin de cette run. Alors là, c'est le crossover improbable. Le thème de Castlevania joué par un tromboniste derrière le speedrunner.
Peut-être une idée pour l'année prochaine.
Probablement une idée de merde, hein, comme on appelle ça.
Possiblement, mais une bonne idée.
Lithium, merci pour les 30 €, merci pour ce chouette événement mixte, inclusif et pour la bonne cause.
Margot qui a donné 100 €, pas de message, merci à toi. 100 € de Murazor G Indoor qui dit n'hésitez pas à donner un montant égal à votre âge et évidemment A Link to the Past, je ne dis pas ça car c'est le seul jeu auquel j'ai joué. Et 200 € de Astra Kun qui dit je ne pourrais malheureusement pas voir la run de Camille en direct, mais au moins j'étais présent pour le miaou et le poète poète. Bravo à tous et à toutes et évidemment Don.
Merci à Eria 10, un plaisir cette musique de Castlevania 4. Minaya 100 €, Parlons Astronomie 102 €, content d'enfin pouvoir assister à cet incroyable événement. On me parle dans l'oreille, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Non, ils font des tests voix derrière.
Ah, ils font des tests voix derrière.
Je crois que c'est que nous qui les entendons. Vous les entendez pas, vous? Ah si, tous les
gens les a entendus, très bien. Heureusement
qu'il n'a pas lâché une dinguerie en disant
le kilogramme de la c'est le 9A. 399 000 €, figure-toi que ça arrive. Alors, Barbie
1000 balles
pour les 50 balles. Crisis Convoi pour les 25 €. Jimanob pour les 100 €. Je lis même plus les messages. Hein.
Okay,
Proki pour les 50 balles. Ah si, attends, hâte de la run Outer Wilds. J'ai fait le jeu en 50 heures sur un vieil ordi avec 20 FPS. Je ne regrette pas. Ah oui, alors c'est vrai que si vous n'avez pas fait le jeu, vous spoilez peut-être pas. Vous aurez une dérogation.
Vous aurez le droit, vous aurez un mot de maman. Mais maman speedrun, celui qui a fait. Voilà. Oui, mais en attendant, nous, on a dit on lance pas tant qu'on n'a pas les 400 000.
Tant qu'on n'a pas atteint les 400 000.
On veut les 400 000.
Non, allez donc, qu'est-ce que tu crois qu'on fait? On se fait engueuler par la régie.
Vous êtes
alors,
où,
écoute, moi je fais tout pour. Hein, alors,
moi je fais tout, moi.
Alors, 10 miches de pain, 5 €. Je me suis endormi devant Elden Ring. Fiche, je serai obligé de regarder la vidéo.
Je le tiens en otage. Je le tiens en otage.
Les flous pour les 50 balles.
Je libère pas tant qu'on n'a pas les 400K.
Pour les 10 €. Un viewer encore pour les 100 balles. Théma, la taille du rat.
Je m'en fous.
La taille du rat, 100 €. Ne trouvons pas de médecin proche de chez moi. Let's go, médecin du monde. Le jonjon pour the Flame quand même. Donné. PFA pour les 50 balles. Théo pour les 100 balles. De folie et dédicace à ma chérie qui a supporté ce magnifique track de trombone sur la télé du salon.
Je sais pas où tu en es. Je sais plus où on est. Le jonjon qui a donné 20 € pour Salt and Fire and Flame. Quand même donné, effectivement. Et les 400K. Bravo à tout le monde!
400 000 €, t'en fais tomber le pot de fleurs, mon cher Chacha.
Mais vous avez sauvé.
Aïe.
Et juste avant de lancer, du coup, effectivement, c'est vrai qu'on aurait peut-être pu aussi l'introduire tout de suite, mais voilà. Mais quelle meilleure introduction pour accueillir Picou Quito qui est avec nous!
Est-ce que tu appuies sur le bouton, n'oublie pas.
Bonjour SpeeDons.
Salut Picou.
Coucou. Comment vas-tu?
Ça va, j'ai pas l'habitude d'être là aussi tard.
Puis en plus, tu arrives sur un grand moment, hein, les 400K, donc...
on continue à bourrer.
Voilà.
Il y a un dessin à gagner.
Un dessin à gagner et il ne gagne pas avant 500 000, c'est ça?
Ouais.
Allez, c'est parti. tu sais à peu près ce que tu vas faire?
On va faire Samus.
Samus.
Ok.
Avec ou sans armure?
Avec armure.
Ok, très bien. Eh bien, écoutez, nous sommes prêts dans ces cas-là pour la run de AM2R. C'est tout parti. Et nous, on se dit à plus tard.
Ah oui, c'est ça.
Parce qu'il y a le shift après, c'est plus nous.
À bientôt, faites des dons.
Check.
Hey.
Bonjour SpeeDons, est-ce que vous êtes avec nous? On est parti pour un peu moins d'1 heure d'action Metroid. Je suis avec H1, comment vas-tu?
Ça va et toi?
Hello everyone, welcome to this run of AM2R Any Percent 1.5.5 live from the Centre du Congrès in Lyon, France. We just broke 400,000 euros. And we're ready for some Metroid, I think. I am Great Comet, and with me here is...
Elias Thompson, who is very, very impressed by your pronunciation of that French theater. It's good to be here. I'm excited to see. I think this is the only Metroid game on the schedule, and I'm a really big Metroid.
I believe it is. And the crowd seems hyped for it.
They're hyped for AM2R. Hyped. I'm sure they're still coming off that 400K high that they experienced, which They're raising for, and I don't know how to actually read French very well, but
We're raising money for Médecins du Monde, which is Doctors of the World.
Doctors of the World is what I'm going to go with. Great organization, and I believe their next goal here is 430, where they can actually raise enough for 2 healthcare centers for an entire year.
And we are off though. We're starting gaming. There is some gaming happening. So this any percent run of Metroid, just like any other Metroid game, is going to involve a lot of skips. You'll notice we're starting with missiles here. That's a change from the typical Metroid fashion. Also starting with Morph Ball.
Yeah.
A lot of Metroid. Yeah.
I was just going to mention, AM2R is technically a remake of Metroid 2, right? As the name obviously suggests. It was the fan remake that was developed and came out before the official one, Samus Returns, in 2017 for the 3DS. So it mimics a lot more of what was in Metroid 2, more so than Samus Returns, specifically the start of missiles and Morph Ball,
right?
Which the original had here.
You're going to notice that the runner is consistently running in Morph Ball instead of in walking. Walking, of course, being the slowest form of movement in this game. No arm pumping like in Super Metroid, which I think is a great change. I think it's lovely not to have to watch Samus consistently going up and down, up and down, up and down. There are a lot of upgrades we're obviously going to be skipping, given that this is any percent. But we are currently running through, I don't think I've ever learned any of the area names in any of the Metroid games ever. Do you know what this area is called?
This is the surface.
There we go.
Despite the fact that they're fairly under the surface at this point. This is the top area. The map layout traditionally of Metroid 2 is fairly linear, right? It's surface, area 1, area 2, area 3, until you get to the end of the game, right? You unlock each area by killing X amount of Metroids until they're all dead at the end of the game, and then GG.
That is right.
And so this first surface area just has the one Alpha Metroid there to sort of get you into the flow of the game, introduce you to it. And then area 1 is going to come up here soon, where there's a little bit more. And the Metroids themselves start to evolve. They get a little tougher as the game goes on.
Now, I do remember Metroid's looking a little bit different than this in basically every other Metroid game. Can you talk a little bit about the design choices on the way the Metroids look in this?
The Metroids themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Metroid 2, right? It was the premiere of the first Metroid evolutions. You had Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, Omega, and then Queen at the end. They looked and were sized appropriately to the limitations of the Game Boy.
Right.
Which, by the way, he has entered Area 1 now, so we are going to be seeing some more Alpha Metroids. I believe Area 1 still just has Alpha Metroids. Obviously, with this remake, it was made for PC. You have a lot more capabilities on what you can do. And so some artistic, those Metroid evolutions have been artistically depicted over the years for some time, especially actually in Metroid Fusion. We saw a Game Boy Advance, fight of an Omega Metroid, which was obviously a lot bigger, had a lot more going on, kind of. And so that sort of helps inspire, like, how would these other Metroids glow up, so to speak. And we're going to see that here in this game. In the official remake, Samus Returns, they also took some liberties with their design as well. Those are in 3D because it was a 3D game, also still side-scrolling. But wow, this is interesting.
We're going for a diagonal bomb jump. A little bit harder in this game than in most. A lot of Metroid games, you can kind of just hold one direction. In this one, it's actually a little bit harder than that. You do have to go back and forth. Can't just hold one direction. That's our first alpha of the game down.
What was most interesting about that sort of routing, or I'm not sure if we'd call it a sequence break there, was after the diagonal bomb jump, he went in and out of Morph Ball while spin jumping forward to sort of just abuse the physics to get more horizontal jumping than you would get. I don't think that is a technique in any other official Metroid game that I've seen, so that's interesting to see here in this one.
Yeah, the physics engine in this is a lot I mean, because this was basically recreated, I believe, trial and error from the ground up in Game Maker, which is crazily enough the engine this runs on, or it was at launch. I don't know if it still is.
Yeah. So it was originally developed in Game Maker. I feel like the core still is, because to remake the whole game outside of that would have been quite an endeavor. It was at least in Game Maker up to 1.4, and we're running 1.5.5, where the community has been in charge of the development due to illegal reasons. But
our lawyers have advised us not to talk about that.
The physics here mimic a lot more of the zero mission physics for the Game Boy Advance, rather than something like Super Metroid, where, as great as Super Metroid is, also was kind of limited by Super Nintendo and development of that engine. So you see a lot more snappier movement, a lot more easily done, like single wall jumps and stuff like that. And you're going to be seeing a lot of usage of that in this run.
Yes. We are literally speeding through this. We're already done with the Area 1 Metroids.
Yeah. I believe there's 3, maybe 4 of the Alpha Metroids here. Yeah. And so you see the whole level shaking. That's how you know you've gotten all the Metroids in an area. Not getting the spider ball, I think, unless you got it so fast that I
didn't notice it.
Did get bombs. Bombs are very, very important. Pretty much in any Metroid game. You saw the diagonal bomb jumps. There are also concepts of infinite bomb jumps.
Yes.
In some games like Zero Mission, you can do horizontal bomb jumps, which are wild. So yeah, bomb's pretty important. No ice beam, it looks like. I believe there will be an opportunity to get those later, because I think that is required to beat the game. And it looks like no spider ball. So we'll see some of the things they do to justify those skips later on.
Yeah, we are also, I know we skipped jump ball in this route as well.
Yeah, spring ball.
Spring ball, yes.
Is usually one of the more skippable items. In fact, it's one of the only progressions you can skip in glitchless Samus Returns as well. Yeah, usually in Metroid games, spring ball is pretty quality of life. So much so that in the latest side-scroller Metroid Dread, you just get it when you get the morph ball. 7 Metroids, and I'm guessing this is Area 2, if my math is holding up. Yeah, I believe 1 + 1 is 2 confirmed. I think you're right there. So that's a jump scare. But you're going to see mostly alphas in here, and I believe Area 2 is where they introduce the first, the next evolution, the gammas.
Now, can we confirm what happened to the betas?
Didn't make the cut. Left on the cutting room floor.
What a shame. See, we are picking up a lot of missile tanks and energy tanks that are just kind of on the way here. Obviously, we don't want to spend too much of our time getting those, but it is important to have. With missile tanks, essentially, you're always going to pick up anything that's easy to get, because those bosses are going to have a lot of hit points.
Yeah, the Metroids, especially without an ice beam, and the Queen Metroid fight at the very end, which I believe you should have ice beam for at that point, but DPS is going to be a huge factor. It's one of those things with any speedrun. That's our wave beam, so normal beam shots are going to be a lot more powerful and be able to go through walls. You have to measure like how much do I go out of the way to get this extra ammunition? Because how much time is it going to save me to not have to like worry about ammo later for X part of the game later on? So we're going to see, I think, a pretty refined route here, as they get some very strategic missiles and are very strategic about how they use them.
Honestly, can I be so real with you? This movement is so impressive.
It's, before Dread came out, Zero Mission was my favorite 2D Metroid game because of the physics. Like, it was really, really good, really snappy. And this tried to emulate that. And for the most part, I think it does it pretty well.
I mean, given this was developed by...
going on, it's really good.
Yeah, given this was literally one dude's passion project, the fact that this came out nearly as, I say nearly, as polished as it is and as honestly gorgeous as it is, like graphics and music, all new graphics, all new music, then ground up, is I think a brilliant work of passion and shows a lot of the community's engagement with this series as a whole.
Yeah, this was in development for the better part of 10 years, I believe. Initially, primarily by one person, but there was eventually a team that helped it get across the line. Yeah, he's a musician. He was a physics programmer. I remember, early on in development, there were like physics tech demos where you would like fight Ridley on Sarah Station. There was a lot of work put into getting it to feel clean, getting it to feel right.
Absolutely mesmerized by this. Running low on missiles. Don't know if those are. I'm assuming those are routed out pretty consistently. Getting some drops there is probably nice.
It was one of the things I noticed, and fair disclaimer, I've never run this game in terms of
much for that
speed run. Yeah, you're going to see these Chozo save stations refill the ammunition too, which is why they're pretty generous on their usage of missiles, which was the thing I noticed at the beginning. In some Metroid games where save stations are not that nice, which are most of them, you have to sort of be cautious about missile usage if you don't know you have like guaranteed drops later or a guaranteed way to refill them. I noticed that's not a real concern in this game because you get refills pretty quickly.
I love it. It really gets to show you how optimized combat can be when you're basically taken off the leash and just allowed to go ham with it. Also, of course, these Metroids are going to need a lot of missiles anyway.
Yeah, and missiles are the only things that will damage the Metroids unless you have charge beam and use a charge shot, maybe. Okay, that's a neat thing. Interesting. So yeah, you especially leading up to a Metroid encounter, you have to be cognizant of your ammunition and how much you have used and can use before that point.
The music changed. You know exactly what that means.
And something interesting.
Some little cute legs.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to comment on. It's sort of unique to this game. There's a similar phenomenon in the official remake, but there's our first Gamma. So
that is
legs.
Honestly horrifying.
Legs got long. Oh, just you wait. They only get nicer looking, I promise.
So I've played Samus Returns. I've played Zero Mission Infusion. I've never played this specific remake. I was not really sure what to expect on the Metroid designs. This is awesome. I love this.
Yeah,
I am shocked to see that the runner just skipped that save station. But you know what? They know better than I do.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they don't have any more Metroids coming up, and it seems mostly like they're using save stations to refill ammo.
Just kidding. Just kidding again.
And because they have no more Metroids until the next area, they feel like they may not need the missiles until a save station that they know is ahead right before the next Metroid encounter.
Right.
But yeah, talking about the sort of Metroid designs a bit, you'll notice that the Alpha before the Gamma did have slightly longer legs. And that was something that was kind of conceptualized for this game, where as you get closer to the reveal of the next evolution, the same type you've been fighting, in this case Alpha Metroids, you start to see a little more tiny evolutions in the sprites, like slightly longer legs, or you'll see souped up Gammas later on as well. That was something actually Samus Returns did as well, kind of separately, because they're two separate games developed by entirely separate people and teams. But yeah, it's sort of this interesting idea of actual Metroid evolution. So here's what we were talking about, where he knew the save station was coming up. Now he's refilled on missiles and ready to take on some Gammas.
Interestingly, I believe he did get a refill from the missile tank, but.
Yeah, that I believe that I wasn't paying too much attention to the count there, but normally a missile tank will refill you however much it expands in your.
That sure does sound like math.
That, yes. We confirmed earlier that 1 plus 1 is 2. Now x plus 5 equals x plus 5.
All right, we got our space jump. It's time for physics.
Yeah.
Space jump, of course, one of the most iconic upgrades in Metroid.
You can moonwalk because, spoiler alert, space jump is a boss in Chozo.
What?
And this is, it's got some Super Metroid inspiration behind this boss fight.
1 or 2.
This game introduces a lot more mini bosses than the original did.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Mechanics, I tried to leave myself mostly unspoiled for this. I learned a bunch about the mechanics of it and everything, but the actual bosses, crazy. I love this so far.
Ravenbeak got nothing on this bot. But yeah, the original, the only other boss that was not a Metroid in the original was Arachnus for the Spring Ball. Like that was it. It was just a game with Metroids. So both of these,
I do remember that being one of the criticisms of the original game was all the colorful bosses from the original Metroid just.
That is
and even when he's doing that space jump, you're noticing he's still morphing and unmorphing and morphing and unmorphing because it's still faster. And we like going fast in this house.
What it does specifically is it gives him more vertical movement a lot faster. So you're trying to scale a room vertically, at least until you have something like, the speed boost, which we're not even sure he's going to get.
There's no way they skip the speed boost. You know what? What do I know? Speed boost usually considered to be
around. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Speed boost is one of those you really don't want to miss in most Metroid games, I find. And of course, now we got that speed boost. We're going to see a lot less of that morph fall.
It would have
Science Sparking, of course, being very much a theme of this game, or a possibility in this game. I fully thought that was part of the game for a second. I got really concerned when I saw the letters and numbers floating across the screen. Did you see that?
I did not.
Oh.
But it sounds like you're having fun.
I am having a great time. Folks, it is a bright, sunny 7:30 in the morning over here.
Yeah. 4:30 over here.
Yeah, we're having our early morning. I'm drinking water.
I'm on France time right now.
Right.
That's what my body is doing. Yeah, like we were saying before, for a speed run to skip speed booster would require a very specific kind of map design that.
Okay, you see that, right?
There's the
okay. Yeah. I wasn't crazy.
These are donation alerts. I'm assuming.
That sounds about right. A nice little quality of life thing in this game, as opposed to basically every other Metroid game, is you don't actually need to spin jump into a wall to do a wall jump. You can actually do a wall jump from standing, which I respect dearly. That is true.
Interesting. I don't think I ever realized that.
It's something that you.
Yeah, so this is a little obviously in the remake, because this is the lead up to Super Missiles, which were not in the original. There's a little take control of one of the enemies here and just yoink Super Missiles into various places here.
Yeah, spoilers. This section not on the original Game Boy. Shockers of shocks.
I'm sorry if you were looking forward to the original Metroid 2 remake.
D-remake. I love the sort of similar, you can hear the Metroid style of the game music, but it's still got its own unique flavor, and I love that.
Yeah.
Of course, we're seeing Shine Sparks. Anyone who doesn't know, Shine Sparks, a technically hidden mechanic of most Metroid games. Of course, very useful. For those not in the know, as I was about a week ago, Silent sparks are you crouch in Morphball while you're in Speed Boost, essentially store a charge, and then you do this little shoulder slam across the entire screen, and it's great. And Samus, of course, learning the age-old technique of standing in lava. Extremely helpful. Some fights, just standing in lava, you'd rather take the consistent damage instead of the boss damage. That's a good point. And it's a strat. it is actually a strat. Shine Sparking itself, almost never required to actually beat any Metroid game. There is one exception I can think of. But it usually is required to get 100%. Yes. The Shine and it's almost always required for a speed run. Well, significantly not required, but if you want to, go really fast in a speed run, then it's required. Also, spark balls are a thing you also see in Metroid games. This one's not going to have any spark balls, although it is very commonly used in the 100%. Basically, if you have the jump ball, you can also do a little teeny tiny shine spark. But we don't have that because we said no to the spring ball. Just say no to spring balls. Yeah, spark ball introduced in Zero Mission as a mechanic, and you see them speed boosting and shine sparking right into these Metroids, and they don't care. Very bold. They don't care. Basically, every other enemy in the game dying in one hit to the speed booster. Not Metroids. Metroid's saying, I don't care. Apex Predators. Apex Predators. I'm gonna try it one more time at that skip. Yeah. Let's see what they're doing here. Crowd's rallying. Oof. This is a hard trick. Yeah, so it seems like they're having to morph during the shine spark and then jump at a very specific. There we go. Yeah, that's one of those places where the shine or the spark ball would have been really useful, but now we just have Spazer, and that's going to help us a lot. Damage. Well, the second time, first try. Clean exit for sure. First time every time. Very, very nice. Yeah, Area 3, I believe, pretty much in every version of Metroid 2, is the largest, most involved area. A lot of Metroids, a lot of upgrades. Mostly Metroids. Yeah. First, you're now seeing with that Spazer beam, our attacks having a hugely increased area of effect. Essentially, and of course, those supers triples your damage as long as all beams hit. Yes. Noticing those supers taking out the Metroids only in 2 hits as opposed to the 6? I don't know if I do math. That the old ones took. Yeah, it's interesting with both of the remakes that existed this. They both incorporated items that showed up in Metroid games after Metroid 2. But because they weren't in Metroid 2 itself, it was up to those development teams. When do we introduce them? How do we introduce them? Here we see supers introduced a lot earlier than they are in Samus Returns. Samus Returns, you essentially get them right before Zetas, and then Zetas are balanced to default with super missiles, essentially. Here you see these melting the Gammas, and so you think, oh, maybe these were introduced too early, but this game has quite a bit more mini-bosses to deal with. Several surprises up this game's sleeve. Yeah, including Shine Sparking in the Dark here. Extremely impressive. The original Metroid 2 had some just black screen segments where you just had to navigate for like energy tanks or stuff like that. This game tried to keep them in a modern way, a lot more than Samus Returns. Because sight, as I've learned, is overrated. You want to feel it. You want to feel the Metroids in your bones. Well, no, you don't want to. No, that's a good point. You really don't want that, do you? Let's not. You don't want that. You don't want to feel Metroid in your life force. That's what the Metroids want. That's what Big Metroid wants you to think. Boy. I had a nickel for every Big Metroid. If I had a nickel for every Metroid who would try to suck my life energy, I would have roughly 50 nickels, I believe. That's a lot of you have a Metroid infestation problem. You should call Terminex or something. Metroid X? No, not that either.
I don't even know if that's possible lore-wise, but you know, we're gonna say it is anyway.
Coming up on just a few more gammas left in this area. Coming up towards the end.
Yeah, and you've noticed throughout this area specifically, he goes through rooms and just leaves Metroids behind. Not possible, by the way, in Samus Returns, which basically locks you in each Metroid room as you enter it, unless it's an intended sort of double room navigation thing. But these are very much faithful to the original, where the Metroids are just in rooms, and you can just traverse them like rooms and
they're just
kill the Metroids whenever you want. So we're finally done with Area 3.
That was an extremely impressive space jump.
Oh yeah, space jump plus like speed boost and shine sparking. It makes for some really cool looking.
Making this look extraordinarily easy. So you're noticing that sometimes he is shine sparking into slopes, and that's continuing his speed boost momentum. For those who haven't played Super Metroid, like me, the way shine sparking works is if you shine spark onto a slope, it essentially exits your shine spark and returns you to speed boost mode. So you just keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
Alphas. I'm sure that's not going to lead to anything scary. Lights flickering on and off, not a scary thing at all. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Door locked, not spooky.
You know, area's clear.
Everything's probably fine. Nothing bad would happen in a Metroid game.
Surely.
Surely.
Yeah, there were up until this point, right? The best 2D Metroid Heartbreak. I love this.
So I heard about this little fly-in. Looks like we've got a little picture of Samus going on here. This is extremely impressive. Essentially, the artist is racing against the speedrunner to see who can get done first. Make a pretty drawing of Samus or complete the entire game in under an hour.
I didn't know this was a race.
Every speedrun is now a race with the artist.
As if artists weren't overworked enough.
Oh, God.
That's good. I can't wait to see this final piece. It looks really, really good. The other M pose.
That is the other M pose.
Yeah. What was I saying before we got the art break? The speed boost has had improvements basically to every 2D Metroid as it happened. Zero Mission was the one to introduce wall sparking. That was the first time it showed up. This one, pretty much, I think, and you know, this is not an official Metroid game, but it did introduce conceptually being able to morph while maintaining your speed boost momentum, especially in the air. That's something we saw again in Dread, the most recent game. But one thing Dread actually has for speed boost tech that this game doesn't is the ability to wall jump while maintaining your momentum as well.
Yeah, and that was one of the parts that I didn't need to do in Dread, but it was almost a compulsion that I really wanted to be able to do it. It took me a long time. It's really hard. Making it look extremely easy in a lot of those Dread speedruns.
Very satisfying once you get the hang of it.
Yeah. Honestly, similar to the space jump speed boost combination, looking extraordinarily easy.
Yeah, and you see, he's killing these Metroids so fast now. He charged a Shine Spark, killed a Metroid while still charged, and then released and maintained it after it died.
And that's the power of super missiles.
That is super missiles plus speed right there.
And honestly, isn't that the formula for a good Metroid game? I think so.
If you intend to speedrun it, absolutely. See, it didn't quite have enough lead up, because if you do take damage, it cancels your momentum build up.
Right.
So that's why you see him back up there a bit. You can go fast in the rest of these rooms.
Continuing those shines, I don't know how to speak English. I don't know why I was given the English restream. My one job is to speak English
middle
today.
of the night language restream.
Middle of the night language, exactly. Semi-gibberish.
Semi-gibberish stream, yeah. The audience is very excited.
That's something.
I wish I could tell you why. But
do we think it's those spooky buzzsaws from the walls?
You know, that's close to the noise I would make if buzzsaws came at me from the wall in real life. So
I think I would probably like hide in the corner and not continue moving as Samus was, but she's a lot braver than I am.
Yeah, sort of as mentioned by viewers, the overall speed conservation going on in this run is one of the reasons everything is just happening so fast since the speed boost. It's almost hard to keep up, like what area they're in, what rooms, what they're getting in the route. What's that?
Did I see that wrong?
No, I'm pretty sure that was a glitch.
That was extremely impressive.
And I saw something similar earlier. Oh, here we go. No more gamma.
Oh, God. Oh, beautiful.
It's a dinosaur.
Oh my God, it's a dinosaur Metroid. It's perfect. Oh, can I have one? I want to be its best friend. I want to take it home and like be its little caretaker. It's got the little T-Rex arms. It's precious.
Yeah, through the super missiles and just knowing the enemy movement, it melted pretty quickly.
5 hits, I believe it was.
Yeah. So we're going to see with this runner's skill level, most Metroids themselves not going to be much of a challenge until towards the end of the game. But that was, the Zeta reveal. Jeez.
Extremely impressive how... I mean, you got to play this game a lot to be exactly... I did not realize there was also diagonal sparking in this.
Yeah.
Big reveal, diagonal sparking.
Pretty much every Metroid game that has had shine sparking has had diagonal sparking. Although the way to do it in Super Metroid is curious. But they were still learning.
They were still learning. Yeah, but extremely impressive by runners to have the timing of these speed boosts and shine spark durations so down to the T. They can exactly predict and know exactly when you have to unmorph and how much time you have to get through the room before you lose your chance to do the shine spark, unmorphing at exactly the right time to get that shine spark to just save a little bit of time. I mean, I say a little bit, it's a lot of time.
Yeah. So this area is interesting, right? And I'll start by saying in the original Metroid 2, the community dubbed each area 1 through 7 or 6. I can't remember how many are in the original, but it was never official. It was never in an instruction manual or mentioned in the game or numbered. But those area numbers carried on to this and the official remake as well. So in AM2R specifically, I can't remember if this is Area 5 or we're at like 6 now in the remake or not, but this is otherwise known as the Tower. And you actually see it gave it the name earlier, the Tower, because it's this giant tower that's mostly dark inside. There are, in every version of the game, a good amount of upgrades, progression in that tower. And in this game in particular, I don't know if he's actually just going to skip it because it is a bit time consuming, but there's a special surprise in the tower as well. You can see he's avoiding committing to it for the most part because he's taking out the Metroids that pretty much exist all around the tower, not inside of it. Yeah, it's a dark and scary and interesting place, the tower. We'll see how much we see of it in this round.
Impeccable vibes.
Right now, and this is, one of the weaknesses of the original, that this has pretty much showed up in every remake of this, is eventually there is just Metroid cleanup in every area. Because you got to kill them all to progress. And so you got to just route like, okay, go over here, kill this Metroid, go over here, kill this Metroid.
Samus has a real possible career as an exterminator following this game.
Yeah, and it looks like they are pretty much just skipping the tower because they have moved on to the next area.
Everyone's favorite part of Metroid games, underwater movement without the gravity suits.
Yeah, and
Space Jump really helping to safety strat that. Obviously, we're trying to get to diagonal bomb jump all the way up. Getting the Space Jump
is interesting. Yeah, I've never seen underwater physics with these physics manipulations before, and it's interesting that they're dynamic enough to still let you essentially move upwards and vertically infinitely.
Yep.
Even if you don't have the gravity suit.
Much slower, but still possible. And honestly, you love to see that kind of dedication to creativity in these fan games. You can really just tell how much love was put into this by not just the original developer, but the whole community that keeps this running after everything that happened in the development cycle. Perfect.
Something I'm noticing is that Gala is not really taking chances with these saw blades. I'm assuming they do a lot of damage, and so he at times takes his time to sort of...
oh yeah, that was a 60 damage hit.
Yeah. And if he gets stuck around in that room, those exploding things with the little rays, you don't want to be caught in a room with a bunch of those. Trust me.
I smell a mini-boss, or do I smell a platforming challenge?
I believe this activates some sort of environmental trigger. I'm sure it does activate a mini-boss. I have no idea if we're actually going to see it.
Fighting bosses is slow.
This is a whole sequence that essentially leads to the gravity suit. This was their sort of solution to giving you the gravity suit, where that was another item that was not in the original. So,
right,
more creative interpretation here. It's your
And
boy,
of course,
Zeta Metroid.
what would we do without a dino?
It's funny because, you know, here, like the original, it pretty much just, your suit counts the number of Metroids in each area, and that's how you do it. And same as Returns, there's like a DNA Chozo statue mechanic where you have to acquire the DNA from each Metroid. And, you know, do that. And, you know, as soon as I started seeing like Zetas and especially Omegas in that game where they start to look like dinosaurs, I'm just over here saying Dino DNA a lot.
Dino DNA!
There's no DNA in this one though, so it'll be tougher to make those jokes.
I feel like a part of my childhood just died, but I'll forgive. Forgive and forget. I almost just went onto a Kamen Rider tangent, but I'll save that for a different run. Look at these little EMP bombs. Obviously, is trying to escort these to those little machines over there to unlock whatever door and mechanisms are needed to be unlocked in this area.
Yeah, essentially is unlocking doors and powering rooms and stuff like that. It's this very long sort of EMP type sequence.
Making sure to avoid hitting those giant heads until necessary. And we got our screw attack. Screw attack, of course, allowing us to break certain types of blocks, just like in every Metroid, giving us a little bit of damage while we're jumping. And of course, usually very powerful. Not actually sure about the power level in this game, but usually dealing a bunch of damage.
For the most part, it makes any enemy, as long as you're spin jumping through them, die in one hit.
Yeah, especially those little enemies.
Yeah. Just the annoying ones, really. The exceptions are going to be enemies like Metroids and other mini-bosses, and there might be some extra tough enemies that slap you first. Now, I don't think we're going to see it in this game because this is not a 100% run, but these little morph ball sort of vacuum tubes that exist in this area also exist all over the map. Once you get to the end of the game, they start showing up as a sort of fast travel mechanic, with the end area being your hub for that, so that you can go back and do item collection, right? Like I said, it's pretty much just for going back and doing item collection, so I don't think we're going to see that in this 80% run. We're about 2/3 of the way through it already.
What an incredible gravity suit animation.
Right?
Oh,
No
that's so
pickup,
cool.
it's just
Oh, that's
let's
so
paint
cool.
your suit purple.
Oh, it's awesome. We have the gravity suit now, obviously ignoring whatever these little shields were, which I didn't really pick up what they were doing in the first place, but they don't work now. Of course, the most common usage and the most important usage, we can now do underwater stuff.
Yeah.
Although noticing we just took it off to do one of those wrong warps again.
Yeah.
Or rather, screen wrap, I guess.
I think that's maybe the third time we've seen it used in the route, and I'm
very cool glitch.
Not sure how to trigger it consistently. I'll have to look that up.
Looks like spikes.
Yeah, spikes or damage or some way. We also see they disabled Gravity Suit, I believe, to either do the trick or do movement for it.
Yes.
That's something that functionally only exists in Super Metroid. Otherwise, the ability to toggle upgrades on and off. If you happen to be able to play Zero Mission with the debug features in it, that functionality does exist in Zero Mission as well. But in the actual game of Zero Mission, it's completely disabled. You're not able to do it, and in every other Metroid game, just not possible. That's an interesting barrier. I wonder what can destroy it.
Who's to say? Who's to say? Something spoilers. Spoilers in my Metroid game.
Spoilers in a speedrun? Unheard of.
Truly unheard of. So we're coming up on 40 minutes to this run. This is about 2/3 into the run, probably. Looking at finishing up this area and then going towards some of the... I thought that was different. I thought that was a double Metroid for a second. Not, in fact. It scared me for a second.
Like a two-headed Metroid?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be an evolutionary mutation?
That would be horrifying.
Wonder if it would count as one or two.
We can only suspect. Whoa! We got everyone's favorite upgrade, the Ice Beam. Of course, Metroids, as everyone knows, are extremely weak to ice.
It is, in fact, their only known weakness at this point.
Spoilers for Metroid Fusion.
It's your boy.
Oh, this is a Zero Mission boss, or similar at least.
No, it's from if you bother to look at the scan, which by the way, this game does include automatic scanning. Yeah, this is Ceres, who showed up in his X form in Metroid Fusion.
Fusion, that's what. Yes.
Didn't show up in Samus Returns at all, but it does bear resemblance to, I think the Super Metroid mini-boss name was Botsmoon or something.
Botsmoon?
Yeah, in Meridia underwater as well.
Oh yeah, I do see it now. I'm sticking with Pontoon. Looking for those little weak points both on the face and on the tail.
Yeah, and you were fighting Ceres here with far more things than you fight Ceres X with in Metroid Fusion. So
very much so.
A bit more of a dynamic fight, and
that fight is brutal in Fusion. I remember resetting for that one a bunch.
I remember resetting for it a bunch when I was 12. Yeah.
Well, that may have been the last time I played Metroid Fusion, but we're not going to talk about that. Back when I still did Let's Plays, following all the trends.
When I was 12, YouTube didn't exist yet.
That's...
Yep. Take that one.
Not going to do the math on that one.
Although Fusion and Prime is what got me into the Metroid series, that double release.
Oh, Prime. Not going to talk about Prime 5 right now. Prime 4.
Prime 5. Well, definitely don't talk about Prime 5.
Don't worry about it.
Don't talk about
we're learning how math works today.
Yeah. In today's lesson, 4 comes before 5. That was actually a point of interest because they announced the existence of Metroid Prime 4 before they announced Metroid Dread, which in the teaser trailer they called Metroid 5, because the side-scrolling main lines are numbered 1 through 5, but Metroid Primes are numbered their own way. And so the casual person who like didn't know Metroid was just like, why are they announcing 5 when 4 isn't even announced? Isn't released yet?
Looks like the artist has won the race. Condolences to Gala. That's a huge L.
F's in chat for Gala.
F's in chat for Gala.
The run is done, but
and
they're going to
huge W's in chat for Pikukito, doing a really, really incredible. Oh, just kidding. We're still inking. Don't listen to me.
I was like, are we sure they're done? But
I don't know.
So I'm gonna.
I'm a musician, not a visual artist.
Take back the F's for Gala.
Take back the F's for Gala. We're still in it. Oh. What?
Yeah, so
he's about $10,000. Wait, yes, $10,000 during this run. Kind of crazy.
For legal reasons, these are euros, not dollars.
Oh, right. Yes.
This is our first Omega Metroid, and there goes the Federation Force.
Federation being really helpful. Extremely, extremely beneficial part of the game. Don't believe we see the Federation in many other games besides for Federation Force, obviously.
Well, it's, conceptually they've been around for a while, but they didn't start showing up in games till Metroid Prime 2. And then once you have, established, what the armor looks like and what the, branding for the Federation looks like in that game, you start to see them show up, at least in passing, in more and more games after that.
Yes, I do sort of recall this game. Metroid Mother, I can't remember what it was called, but don't think
you
it existed.
Literally already said the name Metroid Other M earlier.
I know.
Yeah, Federation played a big part of that. They actually also played a big part in Fusion, but that was before they sort of had their current form. It was mostly mentions and shadows.
My guy Adam. Best boy Adam. Truly, Metroid Fusion, I think, has the best Metroid story that I've ever played. I actually was broken down at the plot twist at the end a little bit. Again, I was 12, but...
I'm about to say back when we were 12, yeah. Fusion's not my favorite, but it does nail atmosphere very, very well. You do feel genuine fear the first few times you see the SAX.
Oh, yep. I have no comments on fear, yes. Yes, correct.
So at this point, the runner pretty much has every upgrade they're going to get. Omega Metroids are the final evolutionary phase before the final boss. You can also see they're the most exact to kill, and he's doing a very good job of melting these Omegas, making it look way easier than it is. But these are pretty much going to be pretty much all the Metroid forms we see until the final boss at the end of the game.
You're noticing Gala doing a lot of those really, really intricate, sometimes he'll do a back shine just to get a little bit of momentum and delay and extend the cooldown of that, or the duration of that shine spark to keep the speed boost going for longer and longer. Really being emotionally, environmentally aware of where we are at all times.
Yeah, and this Omega is actually giving him trouble.
This is
in this game
fine.
In particular.
Wasn't even a problem. No fear from Gala.
He got hurt pretty bad, and you may have noticed whenever you get hit by these Omegas, you actually sit and get stunned because they hurt quite a bit. But it looks like those back, hitting it in the back does a lot more damage to these Omegas than hitting in the belly. So
yes, nice job.
Yeah, a little sketchy there, but we got through it. And, a comment to make about one of the ways this stuck more to the original atmosphere of Metroid 2 than Samus Returns did is that the closer you get to the end of the game, and the more closer, especially to Omegas, you're going to see less just like normal enemies.
Yeah.
You see in this area in particular, There's hardly any just in the rooms leading up to these Omegas. And
nice first try.
In theory, because, the more evolved the Metroids are, they just kill everything in the area, basically.
Extremely good environmental storytelling.
Yeah. And that's something that wasn't retained super well in Samus Returns. That's the game where you get the screw attack, and in the next area you start to see normal enemies that just take 2 screw attacks instead of 1.
Right.
But this one, does sort of retain that more, to where I think in the final area there's just no other enemies except Metroids. Yeah, so a little trouble with that Omega Metroid in the middle, but recovered pretty nicely and speeding off to the end of the game here.
Extremely easily, it looks like.
This is actually the final area here.
This is 100% the final area. I notice no enemies, and I'm doing some pattern recognition right now.
Yeah, the layout is what the waterfalls and the layout, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we were to look at the global counter right now, it would say that there is 1 Metroid left. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a plot twist coming up about more than 1 potentially being still alive.
Oh no!
Or maybe they're not alive yet, but they're about to be.
Spoilers. Extremely cool Shine Spark. All the way up to the tippity top.
What's interesting about the original, without missiles, you need Ice Beam to damage Metroids, especially baby Metroids.
Yes.
You can, because beam stacking didn't really exist till Super Metroid. In Metroid 2, if you got another beam, you just had that beam. So it was possible to just not have the Ice Beam at this point.
That sure is a lot of Metroids.
Yeah.
Did the game just call us an interloper?
Eggs hatched.
Or is this area called interloper? Or are we the interloper?
What if the real interloper was the friends we made along the way?
That's excellent point.
These Metroids are going real fast. There's definitely some knowledge about the pickup system here.
Yes.
Using supers like they are. And now we're back down to 1 again. And Mama's angry.
Mama is angry. Excellent Shine Spark through that field of spikes. Woof.
So we're missing some things like, I believe, power bombs. They never got power bombs. Never got plasma beam, which would not matter at this point, except for maybe those. Power bombs can be used to kill this boss in a certain way. We're not going to see that here. That sort of method was sort of introduced in Metroid Other M, and carried over here as a way to finish off the boss. So considering we're not going to see that, we're going to see this more, quote, normal way to kill this boss, which in this game, this is the final boss. And it's how should I phrase this? A good amount of effort was put into the fight, as you can see here.
Ooh. We got phase transitions. We got mouths opening up. Does this boss have a name?
The Queen Metroid.
Queen Metroid. So we've had alphas, gammas, zetas, omegas, and the one and only Queen.
The one and only. And they're just flexing with those bomb jumps.
It's incredibly impressive. Singles and doubles, because why not? Oh.
Also, music is a banger.
Music is such a banger. I mean, this is one of those boss fights. Oh.
lieu of power bombs, you can just
Metroid's Inside Story.
Get it to the final room there and then bomb it. The last Metroid is dead.
Baby! It's the baby Metroid! I know that guy.
I detect
Something else happens.
A bright and happy future for these two.
I don't. Time has not been called yet. Although I do believe we are coming up on time.
We are gonna be hitting time here pretty quick. Essentially, we just have a nice little peaceful trot to the finish line here.
It's like the opposite of an escape sequence.
Yeah.
This
is another way that it gets stuck to the original flow. What Nintendo likes to do for their remakes is sort of add stuff to the end that was not in the original, and they did that when they remade this game as well. They added something to this part that we're not going to see here. But this one in the original, final boss, you just go with the baby Metroid back to your ship. So it's just a little platforming till we get there.
And for those well versed in the Super Metroid lore, this is in fact the same baby that we do encounter in Super Metroid.
There's only one baby Metroid.
Yes.
And that
was time 55. Not a bad time at all.
We almost had all fives on that timer.
That would have been very impressive.
Almost. And it looks like they won the race against the artist too.
Right, the important race, the true
the
true scene we were watching.
Love the GG sign.
Extremely good run there. Really impressive.
I'm curious to see what that art looks like at this point. I don't know if they'll show it, but
they will.
As far as the run go, very impressive. Underestimate, and that was with a few hiccups with some tricky shine sparks, but that the Metroid fights, the routing, all very, very well done on Gal's part.
An excellent game. Coming up next, we've got Speo, which is not the same as Spyro, I learned today.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that joke in the past 2 hours,
you would have at least 2 nickels.
I would have as much nickels as the Metroid problem joke you made earlier.
Well, it's been a pleasure to commentate for this extremely cool restream of SpeeDons for GDQ. Get excited for the rest of the hotfix shows coming up next week. Get excited for Frame Fatales, Frost Fatales coming up in just under 2 weeks. Get excited for SGDQ happening right after that. Get excited for the amazing charity we're raising money for, Médecins du Monde. Coming up on that 430,000, going to enable us to open some more going to enable them to open up some more clinics all around the world, help out people who really need their help.
Yeah, great cause, and everybody's doing a really good job of donating a lot of money for this, so props to you all.
Again, $11,000 raised through this run, almost 12,000, is a lot of money.
For legal reasons, we mean euros.
Right, euros, God.
What's funny is that comment before the stream was just like, okay, I need to remember euros, not dollars, and every time. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I would remember that. Of course I would remember that. Do you remember to keep donating those euros for that Through the Fire and Flames incentive, because I am obsessed with Clone Hero.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for listening to us ramble about AM2R. It's been a pleasure.
Les Metroid, c'est la classique, quoi.
C'était une époque où on pensait qu'on n'aurait jamais de remake de Metroid 2. Bon, finalement, on en a eu un. Et du coup, ça fait 2 fois plus de Metroid. Donc, au final, tout le monde est gagnant. Voilà.
Et on est tous très heureuses. Comment ça va?
Bah écoute, très bien. Et toi?
Bah oui, troisième jour déjà.
Ouais, 3e jour, c'est vrai. 3e jour. Il y a eu jeudi soir aussi.
Punaise.
Toujours là, toujours présent. Toujours debout.
Toujours debout. Toujours la banane.
Et toujours autant de dons à dire.
Il y en a eu énormément pendant la run. On sent que les gens adorent et soutiennent Metroid. Donc merci encore Gala pour la run. C'était incroyable.
Et du coup, nous pourrons peut-être aller voir du côté du poste à dessin.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Picunito a quelque chose à nous montrer.
Ah.
Il est beau, il est trop beau. On ne voit pas encore, mais il est très beau.
La régie,
il est très beau.
Au secours.
C'est un dessin de Samus, fond vert, Samus, avec armure.
Ah, voilà. Oui, incroyable. Magnifique.
Bravo. Hein. Okay, c'est tombé.
Merci.
Combien 45 minutes, 50 minutes pour faire un dessin comme ça?
C'est du speedrun.
Oui, c'est vraiment
du speedrun.
Même...
C'est du speed drawing, du speed dessin, mais magnifique.
Merci beaucoup.
Et du coup, mais il y a même... Oh là là.
Alors en fait, cette route me faisait très peur parce qu'ils sont très très forts. Donc j'étais très vite, un peu trop, et du coup j'en ai fait un deuxième.
Let's go.
Bravo.
C'est l'incentive, c'est l'incentive.
Le bonus.
Il y avait une incentive dessin bonus.
C'est incroyable.
Il plein pied et portrait, incroyable. Bah écoute, ça sera dédicacé du coup par Gala et ses commentateurs, et ça sera offert à tirage au sort, bien évidemment, sous l'égide de Maître Véreux, complètement pas du tout truqué.
On lui fait entièrement confiance.
Exactement, aux personnes qui ont donné pendant la run. Voilà.
Évidemment.
Merci pour le dessin, merci infiniment.
Merci beaucoup.
Il est très chouette. Et du coup, on disait qu'on avait beaucoup de dons.
Oui.
On a aussi des incentives, mais on va lire quelques dons.
On va lire quelques dons, oui, bien sûr. Alors, nous avons Sadra qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit « Ce AM2R m'a bien donné envie. Ça part en to-do list après Dread. Sinon, bravo à tous le monde, pardon. Tout le monde, run heureuse, ambiance heureuse, bénévole, MDM, ainsi que le vieux monsieur pour ce superbe événement. Vous êtes tous des gens magnifiques, plus petits que un. Merci beaucoup. »
On a BRRAF avec la team 1 €. Hein. La team 1 € dans le chat. Voilà, on est ensemble. On roule pas sur l'or, mais on soutient quand même. Et bravo aussi aux artistes qui ont fait don de leur art. Voilà.
Oui.
Ça reste dans le thème.
Nous avons Gesta qui nous donne 66 € et qui nous dit donner pour que Minish Cap soit reconnu comme le meilleur Zelda et peine perdue. Mais donner pour Speedon et MDM est essentiel. Bravo à tous, l'orga sur la scène, dans la salle et surtout les donatrices plus petits que 3, plus petits que 3, plus petits que 3. Merci.
On a Aiden Ergumen avec 5 balles. Je profite de ce stream totalement apolitique, bien évidemment, pour faire un don depuis la salle pour soutenir les Adelphes trans dans la salle et ailleurs. C'est dans la solidarité qu'on peut s'en sortir.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SpeeDons. I am Brosentia, taking over this little Spiro block. I am extremely happy to be here. I've been talking a little bit with some of the community around the game, and they are getting ready for this. Of course, you know, this is a game that a lot of people in the English-speaking world are not too familiar with. Why? Because it's based off of a Belgian comic, a Franco-Belgian comic that started in the 1930s and has been running pretty consistently since then. You know, you can think of it a little bit like Tintin, but the story that we have for Spiro is that we've got this bellhop turned reporter who goes around reporting on various things happening around the world. Of course, I love the upcoming game because it is by Infogrames. They made other games that never came over to the US or a lot of this English-speaking world. I mean, we've got the Tintin series that they made, Spiro, they did the Smurfs games. All of these games are beautiful when it comes to visuals. However, if you know anything about games based off of cartoons, especially some of them that came out in the US, think Lion King. You know how brutal that is? This is more brutal than Lion King. Easily. This game is the bane of many child's life. Ooh, I'm enjoying this shirt that we've got here, by the way. Look at that zoom in there. No Spiro on it. I'm a little disappointed, but that's okay. Otherwise, that shirt is flawless. Yeah. Looking at what the runner has said about this run, by the way, they said that with Spiro, they decided to start running it in order to get revenge for the childhood that they had. It's incredibly difficult. As it turns out with a lot of Infogrames games, everything kills you. Extremely difficult gameplay, very limited health and very limited pickups, and passwords tend to be limited. I believe there's only one password that you get during the normal gameplay of this. How many levels? 13 levels and a final boss, 1 password. Yeah, you do the math. I am a huge fan of the company, though. I've run many of the Tintin games myself, the Super Nintendo versions and the Game Boy Colors, or the Game Boy Color versions. Somehow the Game Boy versions are genuinely enjoyable, whereas the Super Nintendo or Super Famicom, wherever you'd like to be, those versions tend to be much, much more difficult. Beautiful visually, and honestly, the audio is great, but many, many childhoods have been ruined by the game coming up. So yeah, luckily, everybody watching, you don't have to ruin your own childhood. You can just watch it. Chad asking if I enjoy Tintin in Tibet. I love that game. I love it's brutal. It's absolutely ridiculous. Ooh, we've got a wonderful Speo flag here. It looks like they are showing off some of the possible prizes here. And obviously we've got a whole difference for the reviews that are on this. You know, between 10 stars, it's going completely off the screen, to 0 stars for the hitboxes, 5 stars for the rip-off de Cuphead. Yeah, that will probably show up during the run, FYI. Ledudes has been preparing quite a bit to do this run, and again, you're going to see a lot of wonderful sprite art when it comes to this game. Speo is genuinely beautiful, and of course, you've got this cute little friend, the squirrel. I don't remember the squirrel's name, honestly. Kind of cute. Oh, right. It's sort of like Snowy on Tintin, you know. Every Belgian comic, you need to have a friend. That's just the reality. I think the runner here is just showing off a little of the strangeness that comes with the game, or that was the demo. The demo shows things off as well, and the runner is doing specifically difficult. Or hard, as you may consider. Chad is saying it's Spip. I forgot about Spip, the squirrel. Yes, you are correct, Spip. Now, oftentimes, Infogrames games are run on hard specifically because they are a little bit faster. The auto-scrollers tend to go pretty quick. And oftentimes the auto-scrollers can actually be easier. I talked to the runner about why they run on hard, and they said because previous runners did. Well, Ledude's currently going through the intro cutscenes, and you will quickly see the action that comes into this. Now, do know, death lies around every corner in this game. Everything will kill this poor kid here, so we've got to avoid the pies. We've got to avoid any of the dangers here. And honestly, I've seen people take probably 30 to 45 minutes to get through level 1 on their first playthrough of this game. It is not trivial. But, you know, speedrunning, you know what's going to come up. There's very little randomness. Oh, those birds will kill you. Yes, they peck at your hands. You don't want that to happen. But yeah, this game is going to be incredibly difficult for anybody playing for the first time. Expect to start over and over and over again before you even make it to the second level. We're already getting some door mazes, but there we go. Just after a minute, Ledudes is on to the toys. That's correct. We are going to be in the toy shop for about 2 levels here. This first one, a little bit more straightforward. You've got some block pushing, you've got platforming. I don't know why in a world of news reporting, we've got toys that are bigger than you yourself. But if you notice, we've got balloons floating up, and cycles are going to be incredibly important. If Ledudes falls during part of this, it may end up causing some problems, especially in the second section of the toy shop. Very nice falls here. Now, it doesn't appear that this game has fall damage, although Infogrames games technically have a pretty long fall before actually getting hurt. So it's possible there is fall damage and we're just barely missing it because of the falls that are planned out by the runner here. Okay, again, there are a lot of items off screen that you do need to take advantage of, and that's one of the main frustrations that comes with this. You will see later on some sections that have some very annoying blind jumps. These, okay, the balloons worked out just fine. Ledudes getting through that and moving on to stage 3. Now, this one is particularly difficult when it comes to cycles. If Ledudes misses any of the jumps involving, you might call them jacks in the box. If Ledudes misses any of the jumps, it will be a huge amount of time lost. I'm talking possibly a minute or so, just because you have to wait for the cycles to come back around. So we'll see how this goes. So far, the run is pretty immaculate, though. Very nice job just avoiding taking damage, getting the jumps that are needed here. And here we go into the bouncing section. We want to do this first try. If not, it is a giant pain in the butt to actually get the cycle correct. Of course, you see Ledudes is not going all the way up against the wall. If you do, you will fall through the springs. These hitboxes are very annoying, let's say. But there we go. The first set of jacks in the box done. We still have some more coming up, though, so watch out for those. Okay. Got to wait for the teeth to walk to the right, turn around, and then as going to the left, Speo will be able to jump on it and get up on the left platform here. Very nice. Okay, just a few balloons. The runner taking a little bit more time there. You can skip a couple of those balloons, but it's better to be safe in a marathon setting than to necessarily go fast. Consistency, great. And that level, besides a couple safety strats, went perfect. Absolutely great. Now, everybody, if you are playing this game on your own, which I highly suggest you play it so that you know how difficult it is, yeah, we're looking at probably 2 or 3 hours in order to get to this point. Okay, now we have our first auto-scroller. Of course, one lovely thing about auto-scrollers is having a boss fight show up during this as well. This is, I believe it's pronounced Cyanida. It looks like Cyanida. Like cyanide, the type of thing that you don't really want to consume when you were a child in Belgium. Of course, this auto-scroller, it's not super difficult, but because of how long it is, as well as these signs showing up, not really giving you much time to react, you need to stay a little bit towards the left of the screen. But if I'm not mistaken, you instantly die if you touch the left side of the screen, so you do not want that to happen. Okay, the main villain of the game, again, spawning in order to shoot a few projectiles. This is very deterministic, you know. Even if it is frustrating, you will memorize this as you're playing. It's good. It's very learnable. I really appreciate chat, by the way, bringing up that there is a PC version of this game. Infogrames did make several different versions. Honestly, their games weren't super well known outside of Europe, but there's one game that they really knocked it out of the park with, Alone in the Dark. And honestly, Alone in the Dark 2. Alone in the Dark 3, we don't talk about too much. That's okay. But they had some true gems from the company. And honestly, this game, I feel, even though it's the bane of a lot of childhood's existence, it is still incredibly cute. It looks great, and there are a lot of people who are just watching and very much appreciating this game getting destroyed. Let's just say, not many people saw the end. Okay, the auto-scroller is almost over, just waiting for the stopped train to finish. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know why we're still scrolling despite the train not moving, but we're in New York, baby. Chad is saying that they specifically designed this rail section so that Spip the squirrel doesn't have to jump. Well, we are onto the factory here. This factory is a major stopping point for a lot of players. Why? Because tons of things deal damage here. As you see, lots of projectiles, lots of robots here, and remember, we have not gotten a password yet. That's 3 lives with about, it's either 4 or 5 sections of health. I believe it's a total of 4. Or you can tell on the top left, okay? You've got okay, there are 5 bars of health, so I believe you can get hit 4 times, and then a 5th hit is death. Not only that, you only have 3 lives to get through this, and when you're playing on hard difficulty, you do not get any heal between levels. Because of that, with no passwords before this, you know, this level will stop many players from playing any more of this game. Very nice navigation through here. And honestly, you know, even with the player knowing this level well, you can see no damage so far. It's very, very easy to mess anything up here. Also, whenever you see this slide happening, you have to get a little bit of a dash in order to push down and slide, and you lose control of Speo for a little while you were doing that. Perfect level. I'm honestly shocked. That was amazing. Okay, and now on to one of the more difficult levels. Again, we have not gotten a password yet, so if you get a game over at this point, you're going back to the beginning of the game. You will see many, many blind jumps going into this. A blind jump being a jump where you cannot see the platform that you need to land on. Of course, playing casually, there may be some jumps they have to make that are not going to be blind jumps, but in a speed run, you know, we know where the flying awkward things here. I don't even know what these are, but we know more or less where they're going to be, especially if you're keeping on cycle and getting through things without messing up. Oh my gosh. This skyscraper section is an absolute nightmare. Okay, on to the next kite, jumping off of that, and I enjoy the audience just shouting "we" in the background. Very appropriate. Oh, this poor child. Can you imagine? This is what they lived through in the 1930s, but perfect section for the first part of the skyscraper onto this little bit of a boss fight. Honestly, it's not too much of a deal. Ooh, taking a hit, but nah, you know, take a hit or two, not a big deal. We're on our victory lap here, and the boss goes down. Ledudes has very much been practicing for this run, it looks like. This is absolutely amazing. And finally, a password. The one password you're going to get the entire time that you play this game right here. Okay, time to do some more journalism. And guess what's great? After a password, another auto-scroller. This one goes pretty quick, and you will see as you're shooting various robots through here, they will drop fuel canisters. You've got the counter at the top right, and as you can tell, it's dropping about one fuel every second. Now, when the enemies drop the fuel canisters, you want to collect them. Why? Because if you miss a single canister, you're dead. You cannot finish the level if you make a single flaw. You will die. That is Infogrames for you, everybody. The bane of many people's existence right here. One thing to note, by the way, is that the player here is using a little bit of a control, a custom control setup, I believe playing with a PS5 controller. That'll come in play later because just the way the buttons are mapped, it makes some sections go a little bit faster, being able to push down and certain directions at the same time. We'll get to that in a little bit, but this is going pretty well. You just do not want to miss killing any of the essential robots. You know, it's not random which robots have the fuel, though. It's always going to be the same robots. Okay, and there we go. Down to 2 fuel left. Again, it feels tight because it always is. There is no room for error in this level. Okay. I enjoyed the chanting in the background. Again, fantastic level. I do want to note that donations keep coming in for this. And this is during a time that a lot of people over at the event are awake and able to watch. I think a lot of people are excited to see their childhood get destroyed here. You know, this is getting revenge for all the children who cried because they played Speo. Oh, fantastic jump, just grabbing onto the ledge after bouncing on the stick. Oh, the farting dodo. Okay, it's out of the way. Good. I believe that Speo collected an umbrella from that, or some sort of object that we've got on the bottom right. An umbrella, something that opens up a cave. I don't know. This is video game logic, everybody. Sometimes you just look at whatever item you got and you try to figure out what it is. Okay, Spip helping out with the next cave. Thank you so much, Spip. I love that squirrel. Chad is noting that essentially people knew what adult life was going to be, so this game was preparing people for the hardships of adult life. And I can appreciate that. Thank you so much, Infogrames. Now, this level is a little bit of a door maze, but not too much. The main challenge is you're going to see a lot of dashes in order to, after pushing those buttons, get under the revolving doors. Essentially, you have to step on that button and start sliding immediately. Otherwise, you will not get underneath the door. Now, Ladudes in the submission video did have a couple slides where she bonked into the wall. I haven't seen any bonks yet during this run. This is going pretty well. Ladudes did claim the world record not too long ago. I believe a day or two ago got a new personal best / world record. We'll see how this run goes. It's going fantastic so far. Okay, obviously, with the maze-like section in this game, you know, Ladudes knows where to go. Any child playing this is going to get frustrated because guess what? We have invisible platforms throughout this maze, along with things that hurt you. Spikes coming out of the walls, playing on hard difficulty again. You do not have much health to deal with. Okay. Ladude's getting the other eyeball of this face, and there we go. Pull the chain, go through the floor, and don't get stabbed. Of course, Ledude's missing one bit of health due to a mistake about 4 or 5 levels back. But luckily, this has been going... Oh, very nice slide. That one is, as far as I'm aware, the hardest one of this section, making it look trivial. Very nice jobs here. Unfortunately, the pegs not really lining up too well. Taking a little extra time there. I think that was a tiny mistake that cost a few seconds, but not a huge deal when it comes to the grand scheme of things with this game. Okay, of course, the spike wall chasing throughout this section. I'm not aware whether or not that spike wall is instant death, but doesn't matter. There is no death. Ledude's moving on to the next section. It appears that we are in the grotto. Again, you see this fast swim. This is why the PS5 controller is used. Just being able to push over and down at the same time while swimming allows you to go significantly faster there. And this is something that is accepted by the community to use this specific scheme. Now, this submarine, what Ledudes is trying to do is get it to shoot 3 times. If not, unfortunately, it is a little bit random, and you do not have enough oxygen to survive if it does not get the 3 shots off. Okay, 3rd shot, that should be enough to break the wall. Ledude's just avoiding the submarine, not wanting to take damage. Remember, health carries over from level to level. We still are missing 1 bit of health that we lost about half the game ago. Okay. The eyeball being used as a bomb in order to make the platform fall. Very nice. Or maybe it's just a bomb that looks like an eyeball that was used on the previous level. It's difficult to say exactly. A little bit of a health refill just because you have to wait for this water to go back up. We are back to full health. Not only that, but, 4 lives, not a single death so far in this run. This is going very, very well. Holy cow, I've played this game. I know how difficult so much of this is. Platforms are incredibly difficult. And there we go, through the grotto onto the swamp. Now, there is a very difficult jump that I'm not sure if it's pixel perfect. Simply put, it's very difficult to tell where the edge of platforms are. That's one of the difficulties when it comes to a game that has a cartoony art style. Getting a platform program to look the way that you want it to, that's very, very difficult. Okay, jump coming up, not quite, just because Ledudes did not manage to get that jump off. We've got a little bit of a waiting section for this turtle to be eaten by a plant. I love video games, everybody. It's so good. A little bit of a time loss, but that's not unexpected. That's just how this goes. The fact that Ledudes did not die after messing up that jump really shows that Ledudes knows what to do. And it's just such an incredibly precise jump that it's not a big surprise. Okay, crossing these various vines. This is going great. Okay, after the swamp, what comes the next? What comes the next? That's correct. I have some English this morning. We're on to the jungle, everybody. This level, again, as most things are in this game, is very predetermined, except for the seeds that are falling. These seeds are RNG. You do not know what will fall where, so it is very easy to take additional damage in this just because there's no time to react. Okay, so far, no unexpected damage. That's not guaranteed to be the case, though. But with 4 bits of health at the top left, it should be doable even with taking a couple of hits. Depending on how this goes, the runner may take a death early on the next stage just to get full health back, but it looks like that might not be needed. You know, okay, Ledude's collecting extra health. We are at max health, and the seeds are cooperating. Oh, very good dodge. Just listening to these seeds and making sure that as they fly up, jumping up in order to try to mitigate any possible damage. Not a single hit taken through that section. This is going well. Ooh, good falls into the tree. Not a single additional hit. We are at full health going in here. Fantastic. And guess what? There was a secret base inside the jungle. Hey, everybody, you love door mazes? No. You love door mazes where the same door will take you to different places? No. Look, we are re-entering in order to go to different levels of this elevator that you can't see because, you know, scrolling up and down is a little bit difficult. Luckily, our player knows exactly which doors to enter and how many times you have to enter the elevator in order to get into the correct floor. The way that this level ends, by the way, pretty comedic. Make sure that you keep your eyes open for it. Of course, a lot of this just very straightforward platforming. Avoid any of these exceedingly large hitboxes that come from the Steam. Avoid getting hit by the robots. Make sure that if there are robots in the way, deal damage to them. Now we're on to a boss fight here, or mini boss per se. These enemies that are floating around, what you have to do is shoot and hit the sides of their heads, the weird little discs that are on the sides. Of course, hitboxes and infogrames do not go hand in hand, and because of that, it's very, very difficult to actually land hits. You can see when the bullet gets absorbed by these enemies. It looks like when they get stuck on one of the junctions is usually when you can get a hit off. However, sometimes they only stay on a junction for a fraction of a second, and because of that, it's very difficult to land hits. You can see Ledude's trying to get hits. There we go. One robot down. Only one left. I did see a hit earlier on, but I don't think, or on Ledude's, but I don't think that's going to matter too much because she's been playing extremely well throughout this entire thing. You know, a little additional damage, not a huge deal. The boss really not cooperating here, but there we go. And I love to hear the cheers in the room. Now it's time for us to... I'm pretty sure we set off a self-destruct sequence. You know, glowing orbs here. Journalists, what do you need to do? You need to destroy the secret enemy base, and that's by shooting the orb and ducking. Whoa, 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 whoa. I love the sound. It's good. And there we go, 80 seconds left to escape this. Now remember, we are escaping a base with a door maze to a specific area where you have not been. So first time playing, you're going to die. In fact, you will probably die in this section multiple times. And remember, the password was after level 6. This is level 13. So if you do get a game over at this point, you are back to halfway through the game. Okay, Ledude's getting the spider bot to spawn, jumping back just to make sure that she does not take any damage here, because the final boss is after this level, and health does not come back between levels. We want to make sure that we go into the final boss with as much health as possible. Okay, only 40 seconds left. A little bit of an additional hit on accident by Ledude's. That's going to make the final boss a little sketchier. We'll have to see if Ledude's can get through without taking any more damage, because if so... Oh, guess what? Okay, Only 28 seconds left. We got to get out this space. Go into that elevator. Perfect. Okay, 24 seconds left to get out. Okay, into this door, going up, and you go to the right. Oh, wait, no, JK, you go back in there. That's the exit. Okay, and on to the final boss here. Cyanida, I believe is how you pronounce it. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. You are welcome to do that. So essentially what you want to do when these spider bots spawn, shoot them. It looks like Lududes has changed the strategy since last time I saw this run. Essentially, we're spawning the bot, running towards the boss, shooting the boss, and then taking care of the spider bot. This allows Lududes to get 1 or 2 hits instead of just a single hit using a previous strat. I love to see strategy changes. Oh, very good jumps. Still 4 bits of health. Okay, 1 additional hit there, not a huge deal. And the boss is down. Time is coming up. 27-12. Absolutely amazing run. Holy guacamole. Lududes looks very happy about that run. I very much appreciate that. Honestly, this is a performance to be proud of. And again, the players or the commentators showing off that Speo flag, and I'm just so happy. This was amazing. So everybody, I highly recommend, if you do get a chance to play Speo, you should go and try it out sometime because it is very, very difficult. This is a game that will probably take you about 12 to 14 hours to beat the first time that you play it through. It may take a little bit more just because the password system is that brutal. You know, you have 1 password through the entire game. I do not expect anybody to get through it quickly, except for Lududes, who managed to get an incredible time here. I'm not completely sure what the world record is at this point, but that's got to be rivalry, or, you know, getting pretty close to finishing that. Now, of course, I thank everybody here for watching. They raised a good about 6,000, 7,000 euros during that run. Again, this is a run that a lot of people were looking forward to. I am Brosencha. I'm happy to come and commentate Infogrames. I love them as a company, despite a lot of the difficulty that they have made with their games. I love them. Unfortunately, this is the only run that I'm commentating, but I have had a lot of fun, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of the marathon. It looks like that was about 9 seconds off of world record. So everybody stay tuned for more games, and I will see you all later. Take care, my friends.
94% sur l'incentive pour débloquer la chanson.
Quand t'as dit Clonero, il y a Runner un monde qui était là. Ouais,
Et donc, on est à 18 800 sur les 20 000, donc il reste pas grand-chose. Il faut bourrer.
Il faut bourrer les dents, il faut bourrer les dents là. On veut du clac, 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 clac.
Comme ça. Through the Fire and Flames, évidemment. Donc, et merci à toutes les personnes qui font des dons pour bourrer l'incentive. On en a pas mal. On a aussi quoi? On a les lots.
On a les lots.
Sur les lots.
On a effectivement les lots. Alors, on rappelle que les lots sur chaque jeu sont accessibles pour les dons qui ont lieu pendant la run. On a statué sur ça aussi tout à l'heure, c'est vrai.
Oui.
Et du coup, ben voilà, on a un panneau lot, un magnifique panneau lot.
Je l'ai.
Si je clique dessus, vas-y.
Oh, je l'ai. Voilà, vous avez des lots qui sont disponibles pendant toute la durée de l'événement, tels que le t-shirt, évidemment. Vous avez aussi... Achète. Vous êtes trop fort. Vous avez la Game Boy Advance SP édition SpeeDons qui va très vite. Elle va très, très, très vite. Donc, il faut donner pour la voir, évidemment. Vous avez une affiche. Donne. Pour l'affiche. Donne. Et vous avez évidemment encore une multitude de lots à retrouver. Et évidemment, comme Yamato l'a dit, selon les jeux qui sont joués, les lots sont différents. Vous avez aussi l'album de Résonance.
Oui.
Prix libre.
Out of Beat.
Prix libre. Pour Résonance, qui nous a fait un album Out of Beat 5, que vous pourrez retrouver aussi sur le site de SpeeDons, évidemment.
Que dire de plus? Oui, au sujet du défi, il reste un peu moins de 2000 balles à bourrer pour avoir droit à la chanson de Dragon Force Through the Fire and Flame. Sachez que vous avez jusqu'à la fin de la performance sur Clone Hero, parce que ce sera du coup la dernière. Donc ça nous laisse un peu de temps, mais traînez pas trop, parce que quand même on aimerait bien avoir du métal très rapide là. Voilà, des gros beats, ça va vite. Ça va vite.
Cliquer.
C'est une chanson qui va vite, c'est une chanson du speedrun, obligé. Et on rappelle, évidemment, le voilà, le fameux, le terrible, le magnifique. Le t-shirt
qu'il est beau.
De Speedon.
Qu'il est beau.
Voilà, vous l'achetez. Voilà.
Vous le portez.
Vous le portez, vous avez du swag et en plus...
Vous donnez.
Vous donnez, voilà. Tout le monde est gagnant, c'est du win-win, hein, voilà. C'est du win-win.
Du coup, on en est. Je crois que le temps, tu vois, le temps juste qu'on en parle, on est à 19 000 sur les 20 000 nécessaires pour l'incentive. Allez, on est très très proche là sur cette incentive. On continue à donner évidemment. On a Kurt par exemple qui nous donne 10 balles et qui dit on bourre la salle, on vous entend pas. On les entend quand même.
On les entend bien, moi je trouve
on les entend bien.
On a Sandgo qui donne 50 balles, je bourre pour le clac 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 clac, bourrez les dons.
On a Vince qui nous donne 10 € qui nous dit pour passer à travers le feu et les flammes pour réchauffer la salle, bien sûr. Merci.
On a 10 balles de la part du vieux Mosellan qui dit un gros poutou à David dans la salle qui, je suis sûr, arrive à rager même si ce n'est pas lui qui joue. J'avoue que je rageais un peu aussi.
Eh bien, et nous avons un petit don anonyme de 50 €. On vous voit beaucoup d'anonymes, beaucoup de dons anonymes. Merci beaucoup et beaucoup de dons sans message. Merci évidemment à tous.
On a eu 1000 balles d'anonymes il y a 2 minutes.
1000 balles.
Mais ma team des 1000 balles dans le chat, n'hésitez pas. Faites ruisseler sur Médecins du Monde.
Et on a eu un don de érable de 999 €.
Eh bien... Celui-là, j'ai obligé de le lire pour le pseudo. 50 balles de la part de Bip Bip et Cancoyote. Team Fromage, on se sait. Avec en commentaire des bisous. Bah écoute, merci pour ce pseudo incroyable et très original. Et pendant que la régie, quand je parle à la régie, pendant que la régie nous annonce qu'effectivement, nous sommes prêts pour le Power Play sur Clone Hero.
Ça va être génial.
Et ne vous arrêtez pas de donner pour avoir au travers du feu et des flammes. Voilà.
Bonne run.
Et salut à tous.
Salut à tous, salut Speedo.
Du coup, on va lancer directement sur une run de Clone Hero. Alors pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas...
Hello GDQ, my name is Python, joining me.
Mais avant de commencer à expliquer
I'm AM2R Run. What's up?
On va commencer par présenter.
And we're going to be taking over the English stream here for Clone Hero by Raymond.
Qui va commenter avec moi. Et on a parmi nous...
If you guys have ever seen a Clone Hero showcase before, you kind of know how this goes. We have a fixed set list of some really difficult charts that Ray's going to be showing off here, making it look really easy. Yeah, I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked through this set list. I've played a lot of these songs in the days leading up to this, and they are they're not easy. And if anyone watching has been around in the Guitar Hero / Clone Hero community for any amount of time, you might recognize a few of these charts, especially this first one that we're going to be starting with.
An absolute classic here, which, by the way, very close to that Through the Fire and Flames incentive. If you're a Guitar Hero 3 fan and Devil Went Down to Georgia is not enough for you, let's hit that Through the Fire and Flames incentive. That's going to be such a fun time at the end of the run.
Absolutely. One of my favorite charts from the original Guitar Hero 3, to be honest. So here we are, kicking off Devil Went Down to Georgia. This is a pretty big, pretty classic chart, the final boss of the original Guitar Hero 3 campaign.
This one really brings me back. Now, I believe we're going to be seeing the full version of this chart, so both sides of the battle chart.
Yeah, so if anyone doesn't know, if anyone's played Guitar Hero 3 and has played through this song before, you know it's usually a battle with the final boss, and you kind of go back and forth playing different parts, but you'll see Raymondton is actually going to go beast mode in here and play both parts. And I love this version of the song, honestly. Like, a lot of people think it's not as good as the original, and it's probably not, but just, I love the sound they got playing
it's
this
so catchy.
In a metal version. It's so good. Alright, let's see if he hits this strumming section here.
Ooh, a little miss there. That's very fast strumming.
It is extremely fast strumming, and it's awkward timing too. You can't just kind of spam strum it. You have to stop midway through and keep going.
Yeah, and changing chords while strumming that fast, exactly the right time, pretty difficult. All right, we're on to our first solo here.
Yeah, and you just saw there he did his first bit of tapping that we'll see. We'll be seeing a lot of that throughout this showcase when he brings up his right hand off the strum bar to the frets. You can do that because these glowing notes here are called hammer-ons, and you actually don't have to strum them as long as you've hit the previous note.
Now, if you do miss a hammer-on, it breaks your chain, and you will have to strum to get that chain back. So hammer-ons can be a little punishing if you miss. Later on, we're going to see notes called taps, which are transparent, and they don't require a strum at all. We're not going to be seeing those in those classic GH3 charts, though, because they didn't exist at this point.
And already he's doing extremely well, and he's missed a few times, but, if anyone has played this, you know it's not easy.
Yeah, in these classic charts, you might notice some of the notes fall just a hair over the line. They really liked being accurate to the audio back in the day, and they didn't always put notes exactly on the beat lines. There's your tap notes there. Okay, so I believe this is actually the newer version of the chart.
Yeah, I guess it is an updated version of the chart. It still looks to be pretty much the same charting. It might just be like a tap notes version.
Yeah, very true to the original.
Yeah. And here we're getting into the second solo section, and this one is longer and more difficult, so really hyped to see how well he does on this. I remember before I really started playing this game, I would watch people play charts like this, and I would have no idea what was going on. So
wait till later in the set list.
If you're in that boat in the audience and you have no idea what's going on, you're gonna want to stick around and see some of these later songs because your mind is gonna be blown.
Yeah. So this is, we're a song from the official games, and the official games never really dipped into the truly advanced techniques and stuff required by the custom songs that the communities put together. So if this looks difficult, just wait and see. Wow. Very impressive stuff there. Those ladders are not easy.
No, they're rough for sure. Some of these strums that he's dropped a couple times can be really rough, where you have to go right from a section of hammer-ons to hitting a strum. Sometimes the strum gets eaten by the previous hammer-on, and that can be really rough. All right,
of course, missing the note right after the break. That's so classic. We've all been there.
Come on, hit the section. Ooh, almost.
You see bringing his second hand up, doing some two-hand tapping here. We're going to talk a bit more about that later.
Whew, that was really good. He had a little
Very
miss in there,
impressive.
but that section is... I still can't get it right after all these years.
All right, nearing the end of this first song here. Super impressive showing so far. That's just a mean section.
That section's evil. Especially like right after all of the hard parts. If you're on a full combo run of this song and you get to that part and you miss, it's the worst feeling in the world. All right, and that's a wrap on The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Believe it or not, maybe the easiest song we'll see today.
Maybe, I think it's definitely.
I don't know, Through the Fire and Flames is pretty easy.
Yeah, chat, if you couldn't beat Through the Fire and Flames when you were younger, like, skill issue. While we're in between songs, I really quickly want to shout out the charity that's been supporting, pardon my French, but Médecins du Monde, Medicine for the World, benefiting, making sure that health is accessible right for all and defending women's rights to bodily autonomy. Excuse me. So be sure to get those donations in. Every little bit helps so much.
Absolutely. I think we could hit 500k euros today. You think?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No question about that.
And definitely put your donations towards the Through the Fire and Flames incentive. You have probably about 40 minutes before we get to that point, so you're really going to want to get those in.
All right, Rhombus, what have we entered into here?
So this song is called DNA 3. This is the first song we're going to see today of several that are fully custom songs made with the intention of charting them for Guitar Hero / Clone Hero. This one is made by a guy named Sydney600, who was really famous back in the older community for making like really amazing sounding songs that were also really hard in Guitar Hero and Clone Hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool that we have such talented people in the community who can make music just dedicated to being really cool and fun charts. And Sydney was one of the first to really make like really great music. A lot of the early customs were a little hard on the ears, and Sydney came along and said, what if we made the music really good but also really difficult?
Yeah. And this is actually one of my favorite tracks from him. He also has the Jupiter Space Odyssey series, which is also really good sounding, but the DNA series is just fully classic. And it's starting a little slow here, but right now we're going to start picking up a little bit, and you're going to see some really difficult tapping.
That tempo's increasing here, a lot more strums. And when this kicks in, we might just quiet down and let it play for a second. You can really just kind of absorb what you're looking at.
Some of those strums are mean.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, in case you're watching this and wondering, like, how is this a really hard song? It seems like it's kind of starting a little slow, a lot slower than the previous song. This song's 8.5 minutes long.
Oh yeah, strap in. We're gonna be here for a while.
So it'll really pick up. You'll see for sure.
Hey, Rhombus, do you know how old this chart is? This is a classic, right? Like 9 years old or something?
It is pretty old. I mean, there are certainly far older tracks, but let me see actually real quick. Yeah, this song is 9 years old.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of cool stuff between this and now. We're gonna be taking a trip through time here.
All right, here we go for real.
those chords looked like a lot. The hammer-ons in between, you can actually just hold the chord shape, so you can kind of cheat them a little bit.
Yeah.
There's something in this game called anchoring, where as long as you have a single note, you can hold any button below that note and it will still count.
Here we go with some real tapping.
Oh yeah, here we go now. So we switched fully to two-hand here. Got some really fast trills here, so that's when you switch between two notes very quickly. Those are called trills.
That chord section is one of my favorites of the track. I just love the way it sounds. Yeah, and here's more of these chords with the hammer-ons in between, so you actually only have to strum the chords and the hammer-ons will hit themselves.
Yeah, they're kind of just there to look cool and increase the note count. All right, so we get some really cool-looking sweeps here. Just going up and down the fretboard. You might notice that he's using both hands kind of back and forth, going left to right, left to right. That's a common pattern to hit these sweeps, where you hit one with your left hand, one with your right hand, keep alternating. It's called alt tapping.
Yeah.
It lets you hit some really fast things, since one hand only has to hit every other note. And then there's this.
Yeah. I'm just going to let this play out. I'll explain it after. Just take it in.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe how much of that he hit.
That section is ridiculous, and it's so hard to comprehend. The first time I watched this chart, I was like, I don't even know what that is.
We just glazed over those really fast triplets too.
Oh yeah, whatever. Like everything in this song is insane. But yeah, those chords are basically that tapping section from before are actually chords. So you have to hold green and orange while you tap the notes in between them. It's insanely difficult. Miss a lot of impressive stuff here on the commentary, because everything in this song is impressive, to be honest.
Oh, we can't possibly keep up.
Yeah, just switch between pattern right here. We got some triplets, we got some jimmies, we got some, that's how the commentary would be.
It's evil when you have a chart like this and those triples keep reversing direction.
Oh, yeah.
Very hard to keep up with as the player, which way you need to be going up or down.
We got some classic meme sound effects in here. Sydney loves using those in his songs.
So I think Ray there was using a technique called rake strumming, where you use multiple fingers to strum your strum bar and try to get multiple strums off of one motion.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch if he did, but I'm sure we'll see more rake strumming later in some of these songs. Someone in chat did mention strumming with an elbow. So during the tapping sections, you don't actually have to strum with the elbow, but there are some times where players will actually hit the strum bar with their elbow in like a complicated tapping section that has like a strum in the middle. They will actually just straight up hit the strum bar with their elbow, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's a top level technique that you only have to do when you're playing the hardest of the hard charts.
Yeah. I remember when I first started playing expert charts, that was like one of the first things I wanted to learn, because I was like, this looks so cool and I love how tapping looks, but
it's hard.
I probably jumped into it way too early, and I was like, why can't I get this? It should be easy. So you mentioned getting note count up earlier. Fun fact, I believe this song is actually exactly 4,000 notes.
I love that. 4,000 notes is very high for a chart.
Absolutely. And actually back in the day when we were playing these songs on Guitar Hero, 3,999 was actually the limit to how many notes you could have in a song.
That was before the days of Clone Hero, right? Or was that early Clone Hero?
That was before Clone Hero, so I believe Exile Lord actually, we'll come back to him later. I think he was actually the one to break open the 4,000 note limit in Guitar Hero 3.
And now you have charts like Grains of Sand, which the note limit, the sky's the limit.
That are 20,000, 30,000 notes. Like, it's crazy.
All right, looks like our next track here is going to be Inverted 2. You want to talk about Inverted 2, the history behind it?
Yeah, so Inverted 2 is even older than DNA 3. This song is actually about 13 years old. And
was this a GH3 custom?
This is a GH3 custom. I think DNA 3 also was technically a GH3 custom, but this was truly in the heart of pure Guitar Hero 3 days.
Those very fast double strums are just plain mean.
Oh yeah, for sure. And back when this song was released, it was extremely infamous, and people actually thought it was completely impossible. Now it's actually been 100%ed by 2 different people. But the actual the chart upload of this song is literally GH3 impossible song.
Those old school YouTube titles. Oh yeah, so that section there, you can see why people thought this was impossible. By the way, yeah, this song has been FC twice.
Which is, I still can't believe that. I watched those full combos and I'm like...
who was it? Borealis was one. Who was the first? Can't remember.
Borealis and...
I'd definitely check out those FC videos on YouTube. There you go. Yeah, definitely check out those FC videos on YouTube. Very impressive.
Yeah, and two absolute legends as far as this game goes.
Again, these triples with the constant reversing of direction and Ray killing it.
Yeah, I can't express how impressive it is that he's hitting these transitions, even with a few misses here and there. Like, being able to keep your composure through the misses and just keep going is, like, that's something that takes a lot of work on its own.
Yeah, I have played charts that do things like that are significantly easier than this chart, and I still cannot do it after playing for years, so I can't stress enough, that is impressive. Oh, hitting all of that?
That was good, that was crazy.
We have a gamer over here.
Yeah, it's almost like he's good at this game or something.
Who could have guessed?
First instance of quads.
Oh my goodness.
Insanely difficult patterns here. I mean, the constant switching between patterns here is... I mean, it's hard for anyone to keep up with.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up and let it play. All right, so right at the end there, we saw the upside down castle pattern. So like I said earlier, for single notes, you can anchor the lowest note and just tap the higher note while holding the lower note. When the pattern's upside down, it doesn't really work the same way. You have to move your anchoring finger up and down the frets while tapping the orange fret, the highest one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the thing about Guitar Hero, is it's kind of designed to be played like a guitar. Like, they had the guitar in mind when designing the mechanics of the game. So you can hit notes higher up on the fretboard while holding lower ones down. But if you're holding a higher one up, if you imagine a guitar string, anything you do above that won't do anything. So you can't anchor orange on any kind of pattern. And the final chord. This
classic spot chord.
Green, red, blue, orange chord. I mean, just imagine trying to hold that on a controller right now. Try and do that with your hands. It's not easy just to hit that one chord.
It is uncomfortable. All right, we're going into Solus 4. This is a classic, a famous chart.
This is an absolute classic, and if anybody knows anything about this game and has been following this,
and you've heard of Solus 4,
game, you probably know about this game. So many memes.
This is the chart in a series of charts called Solus. This is the fourth one. I think this is probably the most popular one, right? Like the most played.
I'm sure. I mean, before this it was Solus 3, but when this came out, it was revolutionary.
This one's by Exile Lord. This is another custom created for the community. You know, just like Sydney Exiler is another one who's putting out good music alongside their charts. Really just an asset to the community.
Yeah, and huge shout out to Exiler, by the way, because like I said, not only is he a song maker and a charter, but he also helped blow wide open Guitar Hero 3 back before Clone Hero existed. He managed to reverse engineer the entire game and re-release an updated version that removed a lot of the kind of errors in the code that existed, removed the 4,000 note limit, added support for tap notes. Like, it was actually kind of insane that he was able to do all that.
Really the goat of the Guitar Hero scene.
Yeah. So we're really gonna start getting into some super hard stuff here. Again, this strumming pattern, it looks hard, but it's even harder than it looks, because like I mentioned earlier, sometimes these glowing hammer-on notes will just steal your strum away from you. So you have to like delay your strums to slightly after the beat in order to hit those.
I believe we're in for another pretty long song here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the longest song of the day. This is a 12 and a half minute.
12 and a half minute song.
12 and a half minute song.
And the whole thing's this hard.
Almost hit those trills.
Yeah, those are, but the faster the trill, like the difficulty curve on those goes up exponentially as they get faster, because you have to alt tap, you know, as fast as you humanly can.
Yeah. It just looks hard. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Oh, wow.
I love these trill patterns.
Still hitting that first one all the way through, like, certified gamer status.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if you think this song is going to let up at any point, you are sorely mistaken. I think there's maybe a couple kind of slightly slower parts of this song, but for the most part, it just keeps throwing stuff at you.
Having to release orange for every other note in that pattern, by the way, cannot anchor orange.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite parts of the song here. Got his rhythm a little bit more on those triplets.
These are tap notes, they don't require any strumming. You can just focus purely on hitting them. And now we got some chord tapping.
Chord tapping with alternating orange notes, and you'll see he's alternating his two fingers on the orange button, because like we've said a couple times, you can't just hold that button down.
So as fast as it was going, you have to tap orange, release orange, tap the chord, release the chord, because you cannot anchor chords.
Or
you can hold the chord to hit the orange.
This part is one of the most infamous sections of the entire chart. It's the same kind of hammer-on and then strumming pattern as this, but way faster. So managing to basically like snipe the strum notes in between the hammer-on notes is...
And you have to strum off beat.
You have to strum off beat and way faster than normal. I love these kind of like double trill patterns. Not too hard to hit, but really satisfying to watch.
Two-handing this section is such a gamer move.
And the fact that he's only using his right hand for the chords is crazy there. Like I can two-hand it a little bit, but I usually kind of try to use both hands on the chords while I hold down green. But just making the chord shapes with your right hand is that seems like it would hurt. I don't know. These little mini trills here are they're so hard to do because there's a strum, so you can't really tap them. So you just have to be kind of very quickly double tapping your left hand. We've got some sweeps here. Let's see how he does.
Oh, that's so fast.
Wanted to make one of those. Those are so hard, and if you just miss one note, sometimes it can completely
it throws off your flow. Yeah, you just miss it all.
Yeah, how's everyone's vision doing? Is anyone, if you look away from the screen, is anything like moving slowly upwards in your vision?
That used to happen to me all the time when I would play this as a kid.
These like chord trills are such a unique pattern. Back in the old days of Guitar Hero 3, you couldn't even make hammer on chords. So those are a much newer thing, and well, I say much newer. It's been a long time since they got introduced.
It's not really much newer anymore.
But you know, I'm an old head. I've been around since 2013, and that's not even that old as far as this game goes.
I feel the need to reiterate that you can't anchor if you're playing a chord. You have to be holding the exact chord shape when you play it. So you can't just hold the green there. That makes that pattern much harder.
I wish I could do this strumming pattern as smoothly as he's doing it now. I've never been able to fully master.
Oh, I would just be strumming all of these notes.
Yeah, just absolutely spamming the strum bar.
Being able to play it without doing that is extremely impressive. Wow, hitting that pattern flawlessly.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell, especially if you don't have a trained eye on this game, but that tapping pattern there is actually switching between two different types of what we call chimneys. So it's not just a matter of doing the same pattern over and over again.
You have to alternate the pattern, yeah.
Know exactly when to switch over to the reverse chimney. Love descending triplets, one of my favorite patterns to hit.
One of my least favorite. Thanks for asking.
Really? Are you more of an ascending guy?
Yeah, I find them a little easier.
That's funny. I'm the opposite. I couldn't hit ascending triplets for like the first 5 years that I played this game.
Not that I can hit either reliably, but.
Nice on the one-handing on that pattern. There's going to be some really fast drills here in a second.
Ooh. Yeah, so basically you just have to rely on your alt tapping, hitting that orange button with every other hand, like switching left and right on every other orange note. Oh my goodness.
That is another one of the extremely infamous sections in this song. I believe that was one of the famous Imagine the Nerds sections, if anyone's familiar. I mean...
Just look at what his hands are doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if at any point you feel overwhelmed and you have no idea what's going on, just look at his hands and appreciate what he's doing.
Speaking of looking at his hands, you can see the rake strumming going on here. It looks like he's strumming a lot less than the notes, and that's because every strum he's hitting with each of his fingers. So he's getting like 4 strums every time he puts his hand down.
Yeah, so we call it rake strumming because imagine your fingers kind of make the shape of a rake and just go all the way across the strum bar, hitting it with every single finger. And it's so hard to do that consistently.
It's also like hardware dependent.
Oh, yeah.
Some guitars just can't do it.
Yeah, there's some guitars where you can kind of just flick the strum bar and it'll do 2 strums perfectly, and then so you can just literally hit the strum bar over and over again with a single finger and get multiple strums out of it. It's so hard to explain and even harder to do and understand. These chords are really hard. remember, on these chords, if he's holding any button other than the chord he's supposed to hit, it will not let him hit it. So he has to be perfectly moving his fingers around the fretboard to hit those chords.
That green, red, orange chord looks innocent. I promise you it's one of the hardest chords in the game to hit.
Yeah. I remember back when I was a kid playing Guitar Hero, and I couldn't even spread my fingers across 4 buttons, let alone 5.
If you got small hands, like, you just can't even hit it.
And this pattern.
Oh!
Yeah.
Evil.
So that pattern is basically chords going back and forth in kind of an X shape. And like we've said a couple times, the chords, you have to be holding the exact shape. So it, like, making your hand go back and forth in that shape is like you have to completely train your brain to
also all these 4-note chords here.
Yeah, these chords are a lot of this section is even part of this song because it's so late in the track, but it's still like the song never lets up.
Yeah, like the greater like charting community nowadays we have like charting standards for things that are like fair and reasonable, and 4 chords are considered like unfair and unreasonable.
Yeah, but a lot of charters are like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, a lot of these high-level charters, when they're making charts like this, they don't believe in those standards. They're like, people will figure it out.
And then a 5 chord. You know, just hit it with all 5 of the fingers on your hand. You know, even though your thumb's behind the fretboard, how do you hit that? Well,
no, actually, how you hit it is you have to use 1 finger on 2 buttons.
You hold 2 buttons with a single finger, if you can believe that.
Because that's fair. A 94% on Solus 4 is a job well done.
That's incredible.
Extremely impressive.
I'm pretty sure my best sits around 80. 80%.
I love that Solus 4 has a 6 intensity. No. That is easily like a 16 to 20 intensity song. I don't know where it falls exactly.
All right, so now we're going to get into our first of what we call VGH or VCH songs. Basically, that means Guitar Hero version or Clone Hero version. So a musician will actually take a song, a pre-existing song, and then put extra notes on top of it to make it harder for Guitar Hero purposes.
So you might actually know Carpenter Brute if you ever played the game Hotline Miami 2. He's in the soundtrack for that game. Really awesome chiptune musician.
Yeah, and then so Jarvis, a legend in charting and making songs for this community, took that song, Turbo Killer, and added his own notes on top of it to make it all cool and even more chiptuney and really difficult for Clone Hero.
Oh, that's a good point in the chat. Carpenter Brute is from France. French representation here.
And this is the expert chart of this song. There is a slightly easier hard chart, but
it's not easy. Let's make that clear.
Oh yeah, it's not easy to be clear. So Raymond said we're gonna go ahead and play the hardest songs possible in this entire showcase. I love how these trills sound. I mean, this is just, on top of being an insanely difficult song, it just sounds amazing too.
I can't even keep up with explaining all of the like advanced, complicated patterns that are back to back in this song.
Oh, absolutely.
One after another.
I keep forgetting to commentate because I just keep wanting to watch.
This is not our show. We got to just let Ray cook for a minute.
Oh, for sure.
It's just such a good song too.
Yeah, and I mean the original is already good, and then with these melodies put up on top it sounds so cool.
And this is not the only VGH song that we're going to be seeing in this showcase, so
absolutely
we might have some familiar rhythms here soon.
And keep in mind, this whole time, like, each one of these individual songs seems hard, and he's doing them all back to back. So you can imagine how tired your hands could get playing these, and he's still going at it, and like he seems to not be slowing down at all.
This game can absolutely just destroy your hands and wrist. Okay. So these opens, these white bars are opens, so you have to release the notes for them to hit. You can't be holding any notes on the fretboard.
Yeah, so it's essentially like a trill, except you can't anchor anything. You just have to kind of hover your hands over the frets and tap the buttons.
Very difficult pattern. When it gets fast, it's one of those things that's like, it's not bad when it's like a reasonable speed, and when you speed it up, it becomes just ridiculous.
All right. Do we have a check on the incentive? Because I think we have one more song before we're going to be playing that if that incentive got hit.
I haven't been keeping an eye on the bottom bar there, but I'm not seeing it, so I think we might have hit it.
Maybe. I hope so, because it got met. Awesome.
It did get met. Awesome. We're going to be seeing Through the Fire and Flames, chat. Thank you so much for your donations. All right. This is a song you guys might recognize if you're a fan of Sonic.
Yeah, so this is actually a song. It's from Sonic 06, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And if you noticed up in the top, this said Crisis City Funner chart. That's because the original version of this chart is not fun at all because it's way too hard. So while you're watching this chart, just keep in mind there's an even harder version of this somewhere out there.
Yeah. This is the final song of our showcase here, aside from our incentive song. So just strap in because we're really in for a treat here.
Yeah, and this is another BGH song. So they took the original song from Sonic 06 and put some notes up on top of it, made it sound cool, and made it even harder. And this was
those were all hopos, by the way. It's not taps, so you do have to keep a strum in order to hit those.
Yeah, as soon as you miss one of the notes in these glowing note sections, you have to strum again, or you will not let you keep playing.
So we might see that elbow strumming come into play here, because some of these sections you have to two-hand them. They're impossible one-handed. Yep, there's the elbow strumming.
We actually hit most of that.
That is just absolutely wild. Yeah, making these patterns hammer-ons instead of taps is pure evil.
And I believe the original version of this chart was before taps were even created, so none of these patterns were taps back in the day.
Someone in chat says that this is the Sonic Generations version of Crisis City.
Okay.
So thank you for the correction. Okay.
These sweeps are just... It's hard to even explain. Like, just take
it. Like, you have to hit like a different group of notes every time, every like step of the sweep. So you have to constantly move your fingers, and then it switches to up, and then it switches to down.
Absolutely. I remember like watching charts like this, and I was like, surely they're just hitting random buttons.
I can't even explain what happens here.
Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine, chat.
There's so many patterns just flying by that are incredible.
You know who does know what's happening in those patterns? Raymond.
Yeah. So now we have a build-up section here. And I'm actually not too familiar with this version of the chart, so I'm not sure how fast this is going to get, but this section can get really fast. So that already looked really hard. The original version of this track, those patterns are all double speed.
Yeah, just try to imagine that many nodes.
odd patterns, these very fast trills.
Very nice.
It's always so satisfying when you're playing through a tab section and you hold a combo, like when you actually kind of lock in and you're like, oh, I'm actually hitting the notes. Sometimes it surprises the player. Sometimes I'll be playing a hard song and I'm like, I can't believe I actually just hit that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was so cool.
The descending chord triples. Just having to slide your 2 fingers across the buttons super fast. Because again, the chords, you have to hit the exact 2 buttons. You can't hold any other buttons or you won't get it. So you can't anchor anything there.
And just casually hitting these trills one-handed at the end.
Wow, that was so impressive.
And now here we come to the very end.
All right, chat, you guys have to sing out at the top of your lungs. I don't care where you are. We are going to get through the fire and flames. Thank you to your generosity.
I want you guys to sing loud enough that it comes straight across the world through the walls of my house and into my microphone so the rest of the world can hear it. I mean, I remember all the way back back when there was a showcase in 2020 at GDQ, and the entire crowd sang along to Through the Fire and Flames, and it was incredible. And it seems like they're hyping it up over there in France.
Oh, I hope they get
over there.
The same thing happened when I visited SGDQ 2023, and that's how I got into this game. And hey, if you're at home right now watching this thing and this looks cool, and you want to try it out, first of all, you don't have to play these really hard charts. There's a huge community that charts tens of thousands of songs constantly. Any song you can think of, it's probably been charted. If you've ever played these games and thought, man, I wish I could play this song, you can. It's totally free. Come join. It has a super active and awesome community. And all right, let's get into this. Actually just nailing the intro that filtered all of us as kids.
Yeah, everyone who was like, you know what, maybe I'll... Uh-oh. There's we're back in. I remember playing that as a kid. I was like, how hard could the hardest song in the game really be? And then I failed in maybe 2 seconds.
And chat, fret not. The combo counter tells us that Ray hit all of the intro, didn't miss a single note.
Did not miss in the intro. In fact, he still hasn't missed all the way through the entire intro of the song.
Yeah, on the right side you see the score, and then under that the 511. That's the combo counter. As long as you see that number, Ray hasn't missed. I spoke too soon, but that's okay.
It's okay. I mean, it's honestly crazy that I'm even saying this, but this is one of the easiest songs we've seen today. And it's still so difficult. So missing is not even like, he can miss every note, and I still probably think this was impressive.
Yeah, this song does look tame compared to all the other ones we've seen, doesn't it? It's an absolute classic, though. You can't do a GDQ showcase in Clone Hero and not play the song.
Yeah. I'm sure nobody in chat is thinking this is easy, but in case you do, I promise it's not.
I mean, this really was the song that started it all.
I mean, for sure, like, these games were popular, and then Guitar Hero 3 came out, and people saw this song and said, I think I'm going to become really good at this game. And he's hitting a lot of this song. I mean, a few misses here and there, but...
Oh, hitting what I consider to be the hardest part of the song right there.
And then missing right after it.
Yeah, of course, the classic. Every time you hit something really cool, you have to miss something really easy.
That little sweep pattern there is way harder than it looks with those strums in the middle of it. And just you wait. This song, believe it or not, it hasn't even really gotten difficult yet. Those churls always mess me up.
I love seeing all the cell phone lights in the audience.
Oh, I didn't even notice. That's so cool.
I love when the audience gets into the song.
That explains why they shut off the lights. That's so cool. Yeah, and I can't stress enough that he's doing this after playing 40 minutes of insanely difficult songs. Like, if this song wasn't hard enough already, his hands must be so tired. Oh, and they're fading in the audience lights in the background. I can hear the crowd singing in the background. And here we go.
We're going to be entering our solo section here. This probably is relaxing for him, honestly, after what he's been through today.
Oh yeah, this is practically a cool down. You know, when you go for like a really intense run and then you just walk it off for a little bit afterwards. That's what he's doing now. It's just walking it off. Another section there that is way harder than it looks. This chart is so awkward in so many ways.
Yeah, someone should really rechart this for like the 60th time.
Yeah, because nobody's ever done that before. And here we go into the true solo section. So many hours, probably millions of hours spent by people all over the world in practice mode trying to nail these solos. And shout out to Dragon Force, by the way. They've been huge in the Guitar Hero and Phone Hero communities. They absolutely acknowledge their fame in this community, and it's always so awesome when they engage in some way.
Yeah, to this day, some of the most famous and most practiced charts are Dragon Force charts. Mm-hmm. Like, even beyond this song, but like their whole discography has been charted.
Yeah, their entire discography has been charted. I think by one guy, actually. Shout out to GNJX.
Yeah, shout out to the whole charting community. This is such an awesome group of people. Like I said, I got into this after watching the SGDQ 2023 showcase, and the charting community took me in, and I've been doing it for years now, and it's so awesome. I can't stress it enough. And it's a super accessible hobby. If something like that interests you, making custom songs like this, it's never been an easier time to do it. We have great tools and resources, and the community is just so active and willing to help anybody who wants to learn.
Alright, I'm just going to shut up for the outro here.
PB!
New personal best. Oh, you thought we'd only be seeing speedrun PBs today.
Oh no, we've got a score PB. GG to Raymond.
That was absolutely incredible.
A standing ovation from the crowd. Well deserved. Well deserved.
I love this venue too. It makes it look so cool. It's like an actual concert.
Tu veux parler?
All right, you got any shout outs, Rhombus?
I don't know. I guess I'd love to shout out just the entire community. There's no one person I could really give credit to for my involvement in this game. There's so many people. What about you? You got anyone?
I mean, I want to give a big shout out to the charting community, specifically like Miscellany and the CSC group. They put out just super high quality charts. It really, I can't stress this enough. It's never been a better time to get into Guitar Hero, Clone Hero stuff. There's constantly new stuff coming. It's just so fun, so awesome. The community is just amazing and incredibly active. And it's getting bigger every day.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought that this community would be as active as it is. Back when I started playing in 2013, it was really on a downturn. There was maybe like a few top players active. It honestly felt like the community was 50 people, and now it's thousands and thousands of people, and like
easily thousands.
Still getting bigger every day.
And again, the charts you've seen here, as impressive and awesome as they are, there are tens of thousands of charts that are not this hard. And most of your favorite songs are probably already charted. The game is free. Give it a shot if you have a guitar laying around, or if you don't, there's new first-party controllers being made, or you can just play on your keyboard.
Yeah, you can play on a keyboard, play on an Xbox controller, whatever you want. You can play on a GameCube controller. I don't care. I've done that before.
Yeah, the game's never been more accessible. And we can't wait to meet you guys, honestly.
Avec le public, avec les lumières et tout.
Ah, les téléphones à la fin.
C'est beau. On a eu
all right, I think that's all we've got. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for donating for that awesome incentive song. And I think that's going to be me and Rob signing off.
Absolutely. I will see you guys all in the community.
Petit que 3. Merci. C'est très gentil.
Ah, j'en ai un qui est méga long. Allez. 10 € de la part du biologiste casse-couille. Salut à tous. Je tenais à préciser que tout au long de ce fabuleux événement, le terme pingouin a été utilisé à tort pour désigner les manchots. En effet, la seule espèce de pingouin encore en vie est le pingouin torda qui possède un bec noir, c'est volé et appartient à la famille des alcidés. Les petits animaux visibles dans les jeux sont en réalité des manchots possédant généralement un bec orange, ne sachant pas voler mais très bien nager en revanche et appartiennent à la famille des sphénicidés. Voilà, je ferme ma gueule maintenant. Des bisous, GG à tous, des piou 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 bien sûr. C'est important, c'est important. Il faut être précis,
Important, oui, bien sûr.
Les sphénicidés, voilà, vous l'avez entendu ici en premier.
On a la guitare de Clone Hero qui donne 5 € et qui nous dit SVP, remplacez-moi, je suis crevé.
Je l'ai vu, celui-là était incroyable.
On a Milouz qui nous donne 15 € et qui nous dit irréel cette run de Clone Hero. Merci à tous pour tout plus petit que 3.
J'ai 25 balles du pont japonais, dédicace à Loupoussette dans la salle et surtout, n'oubliez pas de viser la lune, ça ne vous fait pas peur, hein. Histoire de changer un peu d'ambiance musicale, hein. Voilà.
On a Lord Atmos qui nous donne 15 € et qui nous dit cette run sur Turbo Killer était exceptionnelle. J'étais scotché devant mon écran, bravo à Remington et bien sûr à l'orga de ce speedon de fou. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, 10 balles de la part de Hello. Une grosse pensée pour mon frère à qui j'ai offert Guitar Hero pour ses 12 ans pour qu'il arrête la tectonique et qui 15 ans plus tard écoute bien plus de rock que moi. Eh bien, sachez-le, la tectonique est toujours vivante. Voilà, faites ce que vous voulez de cette information. Ça s'appelle l'électrodance maintenant. Oui.
Non.
Ça existe toujours. Si.
Il faut...
Le public dans la salle est incrédule. Mais pourtant, c'est vrai.
Il faut...
Non, je ne ferai pas de démo. La régie me demande.
Ah, en vrai ?
J'ai pas fait mon tatouage, mon tatouage d'étoile sur l'œil. Désolé, je suis pas assez émo aujourd'hui. N'insistez pas.
Allez.
Non.
Allez.
Non. C'est non.
Juste une petite.
Non.
Non. Regarde, la caméra s'était adaptée. Oh. La caméra a fait
non.
Oui.
Sans transition. Attention, sinon je reviens avec Mario Mousse.
Oh, la caméra l'a fait, non.
C'est bon, on peut continuer ?
Ok, on a Zigzag qui nous donne 100 balles, qui nous dit toujours aussi impressionnant de voir la dextérité des masters de jeux de rythme.
On a 10 balles, excuse-moi, de la part de Absalon, se réveiller avec le Super Play de Clone Hero. Quel plaisir auditif et quel choc visuel. Une belle façon de commencer la journée et de donner envie de donner et d'acheter.
On a Mal aux abdos qui nous donne 1 € et qui nous dit GG à l'orga, aux runeuses, commentatrices bénévoles et au vieux monsieur à la pentatonique, aux arpèges et à la tendinite. Faites attention à vous, évidemment.
300 balles de flambase. On chope du Wi-Fi, on fait son don depuis la Colombie et on retourne visiter. Des bisous.
Des bisous.
Des bisous.
On a Anonyme qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit j'ai mal aux mains rien que d'avoir regardé GG Remington. C'était ultra impressionnant. Bon, sinon rien à voir, mais achète.
Achète. On a 10 balles de Caribou. Je découvre Clone Hero avec cette merveilleuse performance de Remington. Que de bangers auditifs. C'est vrai que l'espèce de remake de mince. Comment il s'appelait le groupe Carpenter Brut était vraiment très sympa. Merci à toute l'équipe de SpeeDons de nous faire vibrer chaque année. Bourrons et achetons pour la bonne cause.
On a Flora qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit entre le talent des musico-runners, trombone, guitare, les chants, imitations et onomatopées des ambianceurs et de la salle, quelle journée musicale. Remington éclate through a fire and flames. Métallier.
On a 100 balles de la guitare. J'aurais bien besoin d'une petite séance d'ostéo. Bravo à toutes et à tous. Bah, si tu veux, tu peux passer au stand kiné, mais il faut prendre rendez-vous d'abord.
On a Team Dragon qui nous donne 20 € qui nous dit incroyable super play, c'est impossible de décrocher de l'écran, GG au runner donné.
On a 5 balles de la part de Talzir qui fait Wallet, incroyable ce solo. Cœur sur vous les runnereuses, le bénévole et toute l'équipe. Ça fait longtemps qu'on n'avait pas entendu le solo du vieux monsieur.
On a Oshiburi qui nous donne 5 € qui nous dit Remington, une machine, tout simplement. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, Yoko qui dit je ne sais pas s'il y a des flammes, mais en tout cas elle fume déjà la guitare. Merci pour les 10 balles.
Oui, on a Sparda qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit moi qui étais content de pouvoir jouer en expert sur Guitar Hero Metallica, Remington, ton niveau est démentiel. Je me suis régalé. Évidemment, le meilleur Zelda est et restera Ocarina of Time. Toute autre réponse, c'est de la calomnie.
Et si on faisait un peu un tour sur le planinge?
Oui.
Le planinge, parce qu'on a quand même une petite après-midi, soirée sympa. Alors attendez, retrouve le bon onglet pour ça. Je l'ai déjà perdu.
À la suite, on va avoir... J'ai peur de me tromper, c'est long. Le titre Touhou Makuka Sai Fantastique Danmaku Festival Partie 2. En Superplay lunatique.
Effectivement. Et ensuite, nous aurons... Je pense que vous l'attendez tous et vous avez raison. Et ceux qui ne sont pas au courant, restez, ça va être incroyable. On a le Super Mario 64, catégorie 31 étoiles, Blindfolded, avec d'ailleurs un défi dessus, puisque en fait on a le choix du bandeau. Voyons voir. Pour l'instant, c'est le bandeau pingouin, du coup, mais manchot en fait. Voilà. Vous voyez, c'est important d'être précis.
On sait pas.
Hein,
c'était quoi? C'était bec orange.
Bec orange jaune ne vole pas. C'est un manchot, c'est pas un pingouin.
Bah, après, c'est un bandeau.
C'est un bandeau. Oui. Bon. Croyez en vos rêves, si vous voulez, finalement. Mais attention, parce que bon, il faut que je fasse un don pour le bandeau phoque, personnellement. Mais voilà, pour un pingouin en premier, chat, phoque, ours et le standard noir qui est à 0%. Bon, voilà. Et on nous annonce à la régie que nous sommes prêts pour les petites boulettes partout à l'écran avec du Touhou. C'est parti.
Bonne run.
Et salut SpeeDons, comment ça va? Pas mal. Donc on est parti après ce showcase incroyable de Clone Hero sur du Touhou, donc du shoot 'em up.
Oui, tout à fait. Donc la série des Touhou, qui est une vieille série qui a 28 ans maintenant et qui ça fait mal. Mais voilà, donc qui principalement regroupe un groupe de jeux de shoot 'em up fait par un seul créateur, Zune. Et là aujourd'hui, on va surtout regarder un fan game fait par une équipe chinoise qui reprend l'épisode 7 de la série.
Exactement, donc ça va être Touhou Danmaku Festival 2. Danmaku Festival 2. Et donc ça va être Chaos qui va nous runner ça. Salut Chaos, comment ça va?
Salut, ça va.
Est-ce que tu... Ouais, on t'entend. Est-ce que tu te sens chaud?
Ben, j'espère un peu la trouille pour être honnête, mais ça va le faire.
Bon, il a juste fait une super run juste avant, donc j'espère qu'il va nous refaire la même.
Voilà. On va essayer.
Donc, on tient à préciser qu'aujourd'hui, Chaos va jouer dans la difficulté la plus dure, en lunatique, puisque le jeu propose 4 difficultés, easy, normal, hard et lunatique.
Et ça va être très très impressionnant, j'espère que vous êtes...
So it's just winter started when spring was supposed to. And girl of choice is going to investigate. In this instance, the run is being done as Reimu, and it's important to note that throughout this run, we're going to see a lot of just anarchic bullet patterns. A good amount of the patterns in this game are RMG, which requires a lot of anticipation and adaptation. And the goal of the run is to, this is a super play, so it's basically to survive as much as possible and avoid using bombs or live, which are resources. You start out with 2 each. And you can use bombs in place of lives. I don't know if we're going to be seeing that, but if you get hit, there's like a 5-ish frame window to avoid losing a life and preserving more of the score. Oh, and right now they have a cherry border. Keeping that up for a set amount of time will add a chunk of score depending on how many grazes they do. So you can see they're getting as close to the bullets as possible while the border's up. And this is Hip. Hip is an original character made for Fantastic Danmaku Festival 2. If you didn't know, this is a fan game of the larger Touhou Project series that aims to recreate the core mechanics of the main series, but with new patterns as demonstrated by this new character. His gimmick is that he is sleepy. As such, there are many sheeps, falling stars, and overall a very soft white light to, fit in the aesthetic. Hip is actually the only original character we will be seeing in this fan game. The rest are, in fact, pulls from Perfect Cherry Blossom, as we'll see in upcoming stages. But for now, it might also be worth noting that at the sorry, never mind. All right, stage 2. It's took me till now to recognize it, but this is also a remix of the second stage theme from Perfect Cherry Blossom. This entire game is a pseudo remake, if that hasn't already been evident. And one important bit that the runner wanted me to make sure is known is that these bullet hell games, while they may look intimidating, you know, bunch of bullets on the screen at once, the franchise overall is largely accessible. This game's less than $15, and there are easy modes to work up to Lunatic, which is the mode we're seeing in the Super Play. And so there's a good amount of curve in learning it over multiple runs, which, considering that this game is less than 15, it's a good way to get into the series. Here they're fighting Chen. And speaking of Chen, if you're a viewer from France, Belgium, or Switzerland, there are 5 new prizes that have gone up if you donate. The one I'm transitioning from is there's this beautiful, I think that's hand-painted Chen. There's a Balonk crochet to go with the upcoming Mario 64 Blindfolded Run, and a Ruby Master Sword and Hylian Shield. The Master Sword and Hylian Shield are very woody, and they're all nice little decorative sculptures, and that is to likely coincide with the past run also upcoming. The availability for these just started from this run and ends around noon. Ends after Mirror's Edge. So, if you are from, again, France, Belgium, or Switzerland, just know that those 5 are now available if you would like to donate to potentially receive them. During these stages, there's a good amount of variety in the types of patterns showcased, and we had to see that spell bomb there to avoid losing a life at that pattern. Yeah, it's easy to underestimate them just because they aren't bosses, but the stage patterns can also get pretty difficult. Here's Alice. If you are watching because you're a fan of the stream and don't know Touhou, you might recognize her as the effective singer of Mario Stole the Precious Thing, which was a relatively iconic Touhou remix that went around in older internet. she has patterns coming from outside of her hitbox because she controls a bunch of little dolls around the arena. I'll admit, I've seen more of the original than this game. This is a really pretty spell card backdrop, though. It's very on brand. These roses are, I believe, a new mechanic for this game. And it's obviously to coincide with the greater focus on Alice in Wonderland and her patterns here. He's always been loosely inspired by the character, but I suppose this fan game is taking that inspiration to its logical limit. Can they keep this border during this pattern? They... No. Unfortunate. But a good boss clear nonetheless. We are on stage 4 of 6 now. If it feels like there's a lot of dead air, I will admit I am getting engrossed in the music. Touhou is known for having a wide variety of bops as they are. That's Lily White. She is not a stage boss. At least not traditionally. She is just representation of Spring that is currently, I suppose, suffering with the Spring being stolen throughout the game's plot.
Et donc là, on va arriver vers la fin du stage, petit à petit, avec une grosse difficulté sur la fin également. Donc là, voilà.
Et on l'entend, hein, le bruitage du Graze.
Et là, une autre Death Fairy, comme on a pu en voir au stage 3, mais celle-là, elle a énormément de points de vie, donc elle va mettre énormément de temps avant de mourir, et va falloir survivre.
Oui, c'est une non-spell card, hein, grosso modo. Voir une spell card en fonction de la difficulté, ben, ça va, ça tient bien. Là, on a la border.
Oh, magnifique.
On la cancelle juste à la fin pour regagner des ressources. C'est bien joué.
I love these flower bullets. It's nice to see fan games just in general go with concepts and lean into them further than even the original. As with here, we see a lot of flower bullets because the theme is spring and perfect cherry blossoms and all that good. now feels like as good a time to mention as any that this game was actually ported to arcades under the name of Touhou Dengeki Perfect Sakura Fantastica. To the EXA Arcadia arcade platform, becoming the first Touhou project-related game for arcades. And being an arcade game, there's a couple of differences, one of which I will mention a bit later. And most of them are meant to make it harder. You no longer get life fragments to increase your lives. Rewards in general of those resources are reduced. And the cherry blossom border drains quicker. But obviously that's a difference in market. This being the PC version is
Voilà, on a vu la configuration
not
impossible, complètement
explicitly
drôle.
easier,
Donc ça aurait été une
more
portion, on n'avait pas
just
eu la border.
tailored for an at-home experience, an at-home and less repetitive experience. Running the needle really close here. That's boss clear. All right, stage 5. Transitioning back from the last talking point, the last bit of difficulty modification is interestingly making it easier. The fifth boss, who we'll be seeing in a moment, is her last pattern ends quicker, so trying to capture it is thus easier because you don't need to survive for nearly as long. Is it her last pattern? Sorry, admittedly I am getting this bit of information about the arcade version off the Touhou wiki, and it says her survival. I don't know what that phrase means. So this is Ram. He's usually the extra stage boss, but here she is replacing the role of Yomu, who is now playable in this version of the game. And being an extra stage boss, her patterns are actually a lot more volatile. Well, originally being an extra stage boss, of course they did tweak it. Bad time for a boiler. And here you're having to see in red between these light boxes. At the bomb. And in this, it's the reverse of what I was talking about earlier. You're in a box. Real solid stank move. But you only really get to see your hitbox in this spell card. The fact that the box itself is moving in a more rigid pattern than you can makes it very, very impressive that he's holding out this well. Near the end of the pattern, the box gets bigger, but that doesn't necessarily mean the pattern's getting any easier. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And that is again stage clear. Stage 6. It is the fantastic Dr. Moxley Festival. The fireworks were enough indication. And there's Hip again. Little bird boy ended up from stage 1 all the way here. We haven't seen him in a while. He has definitely gotten more impressive since then. This might be the only pattern where Pip shoots different colored bullets, if I'm not misremembering earlier. The stars are now yellow to go against the white background. So that cherry blossom was so good, it got them an achievement. And here's Yuko, the final boss. She's been stealing the spring, just like last time, but different. She's a big fan. She is not literally the yokai of a fan. There are many object yokai. She is not one of them. She is a ghost. Her signature butterfly bullets. As you can see, her patterns vary throughout the fight. She's using different fans even. Beautiful border. New fans, big background. That's how you can tell things are getting serious. Each of these spell cards is very clearly playing off of the patterns established in the non-spell phases with the different fan bullets. Got that one. awkward shape of the cherry blossoms is actually making for a more unique pattern. And in this one, she's going to take your soul. One of the many interesting new mechanics for this fan game. Sort of play around with conventions. You have to reach your soul whenever it gets taken from you before it reaches her, or else you... you fail, obviously, if you let it reach her. And she takes a life, being the soul. Butterflies with the cherry blossom bullets. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they did it. That is an excellent run. Just shy of their high score, evidently. Oh, wait. Yeah, she's a ghost. She isn't bound by simply dying. She's already a ghost. Again, same but different. You kind of expect it, but it does still impress, so to speak. Again, the runner left this in their notes, so I'm mentioning it again here. This game is pretty available. It's just on Steam for under 15, and despite the intimidating pattern seen before you, you can start from easy and work your way up to lunatic and beyond. And the replay value is really what's at the heart of these games. So if you are interested, I would say give it a shot. And that's time, proper this time. While things wind down, I'm just going to re-mention the Chen art that started at the start of this run, along with the other donation incentives for France, Belgium, and Switzerland. But even if you aren't from those and cannot participate, I would still encourage you to donate. Médecins du Monde is a very great charity. They support victims of crises and just in general many disenfranchised people who need healthcare. I've been Violet BG Villa, commenting for Touhou, and next up should be Mario 64 after a quick break.
Mario Bros.
C'est dans ce sens-là.
Ça peut être dans les deux.
Et tu sais pourquoi Bowser, il est jamais invité aux anniversaires?
Parce que Mario, il va plombier l'ambiance.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Voilà. C'est les ambianceurs, on est là, on met l'ambiance.
L'ambiance.
Je suis vidé. Voilà, psychologiquement, je suis vidé entre les frettes de Cloniro et les boulettes de Touhou. C'est intense. Hein. C'est une après-midi riche en stimulation audiovisuelle. Voilà. Mais on est là pour Médecins du Monde, pour récolter masse de dons. 3e jour de SpeeDons.
3e jour.
Voilà. C'est notre dernier créneau d'ambiançage aujourd'hui ensemble.
Oui.
Nous allons passer le relais après à 2 autres ambianceuses de talent. Mais ça tombe bien, on a plein de dons à lire. Voilà.
Et avant que je te laisse lire quelques dons, nous avons eu 2 nouvelles incentives qui ont été ouvertes. Nous en avons une sur Viewfinder qui est dans la soirée et on peut caresser le chat Pet the Cat. Oh.
Ah.
On veut Pet the Cat.
D'ailleurs.
C'était un bien. Bon, et du coup, donc vous avez l'incentive qui est ouverte à 3 000 €, donc n'hésitez pas à donner. Et vous avez aussi une incentive pour Limbo, qui est une race qui se passera demain matin, très tôt demain matin. Et c'est pour faire la run en route hard. Voilà, donc vous avez 5 000 € pour débloquer et pour faire plaisir à nos runneuses qui feront la run en route hard.
Et on a toujours l'incentive pour Super Mario 64, qui est le prochain jeu du planning pour choisir le bandeau. Donc nous avons en première position le pingouin qui est en fait un manchot.
Les bandeaux.
Le bandeau pingouin.
Manchot.
Au
pire, sinon on fait passer le chat devant et comme ça on ne me posera pas de questions.
Exactement. Ou le phoque. Votez pour le phoque, s'il vous plaît.
C'est vrai que le phoque.
C'est mignon, les phoques.
Il est vraiment très mimi.
Oui, c'est les Sidogo. Et du coup, pour l'instant, dans le défi Zelda, c'est toujours Twilight Princess qui est en tête de 1500 €.
Les ultras de Twilight Princess, ils sont toujours présents.
C'est 17% contre 15% pour Wind Waker.
C'est pas loin. Hein.
Non, rien n'est joué. Je crois que Elden Ring a fait une petite...
remontée.
Bof en vrai. Hein. Non, bof. En vrai, bof. Mais Tears of the Kingdom, Majora's Mask, qui sont les 2 meilleurs épisodes à mon sens, sont encore très bas et je trouve que c'est très dommage. Mais bon.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Ouais, incroyable.
Donc Tears of the Kingdom mieux que Breath of the Wild.
C'est vraiment c'est vraiment un bel upgrade, je trouve quand même. Mais je trouve que Breath of the Wild était déjà incroyable. Mais voilà. Enfin, c'est un défi qui sera réglé avec l'argent, qui ira à Médecins du Monde et on s'inclinera tous devant le résultat. Voilà. Finalement, c'est la vérité de l'écran. Au niveau des dons, ça c'est pas.
Il y en a eu énormément pendant la run de Touhou. J'ai pu découvrir, du coup, à chaque fois, j'oublie les shmups comme ça qui défilent vers le haut et je redécouvre et à chaque fois, je suis hypnotisée. Nous avons eu Diams qui nous a envoyé 25 € et qui nous a dit j'adore les boulettes sur les ondes et dans les jeux vidéo. Merci beaucoup à Diams, évidemment. Nous avons le Fluche qui nous a envoyé 2 € et qui nous a simplement dit love sur vous, plus petit que 3. Merci beaucoup.
On a Ten Tamburu avec 5 balles. Je vous souhaite bon courage à mes collègues bénévoles. Oui, bon courage aux bénévoles. Pendant que je rentre pour me reposer, à tout à l'heure pendant la nuit. Bourrez les dons et le meilleur Zelda, c'est Skyward Sword. Big up les bénévoles.
Oui.
On a également un don de 250 balles de la part de Yama Tectonique, avec comme intitulé Tectonique. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Toujours pas d'électrodance, mais voilà, merci pour le don.
Nous avons Raiko qui nous donne 100 €, qui nous dit merci à Chaos pour cette run incroyable, pour votre bien. Pensez bien à éviter les boulettes, les graineries, les bonbons, les moutons, les poupées, les fleurs et tout le reste. Et n'oubliez pas, achète.
On a 100 balles de la part de PL Pot. J'ai cru comprendre qu'il fallait de l'argent, si j'ai bien compris. Oui, c'est exactement ça. Bravo et vive SpeeDons. Merci PL Pot pour les 100 balles.
Nous avons Distrima qui nous donne 10 € et qui dit bravo à tous les runnereuses. Plus petit que 3, achète. PS, le meilleur Zelda, c'est Wind Waker. Plus petit que 3.
On a 10 balles de la part de Telio, incroyable rhum de chaos. Merci de nous proposer du contenu de fou. Merci à toute l'équipe et à tous les ambianceurs. Merci aux équipes techniques. Vive SpeeDons, achète.
On a Z qui nous donne 10 balles et qui nous dit le meilleur tout, c'est le 6, je refuse toute discussion. Mais surtout... achète. Nous avons beaucoup aussi de dons de 1 et 5 euros, 3 euros. Les teams 1, 2, 3, 4 et 5, on vous voit, merci beaucoup. On a Hiro qui nous donne 1 euro, on a Master qui nous donne 5 euros, on a Meluma qui nous donne 2 euros, qui dit attention aux papillons. Évidemment, on a Anonyme aussi qui nous donne 1 euro. Donc merci évidemment à tous ces dons-là. Il n'y a pas de petits dons, merci énormément.
On a également la 32e 1545e bullette du 3e niveau qui donne 10 balles en disant Zeldanes derrière Crossbow Training, c'est honteux. C'est honteux.
C'est honteux.
On a également 25 balles de la part de Nu qui nous dit juste j'aime les chats. Très bien.
Miaou. Ah, miaou. On a Wilfried qui nous a donné 100 euros, 100 messages tout simplement. Merci beaucoup Wilfried. On a Anonyme aussi qui nous a fait un don de 100 euros et Tristan qui nous a aussi fait un don de 100 euros. Merci beaucoup.
Et on a Bateau Camille avec 10 balles. Une pensée à toutes les personnes qui ne connaissaient pas les Touhou et qui n'étaient clairement pas prêts. Bref, une excellente série avec une BO formidable, autant que Chaos 787 qui gère de fou. Encore bravo. C'est vrai que c'était vraiment très impressionnant.
Ouais, c'est hypnotisant. Mais c'était comme Clone Hero, même si tu te rends pas compte, tu te rends compte quand même.
Ah, les unes à la suite des autres.
Oui. Même si tu te rends bien compte que si je prends la manette, je ne vais jamais faire ça, mais ça a l'air simple et très compliqué en même temps. On a Chino qui nous donne 300 euros et qui nous dit strictement inférieur à 3. Merci beaucoup.
On a le Spoonman, 5 balles, petit don pour ma part, mais je viens seulement de m'OTT et je n'ai toujours pas reçu ma paie, alors je participe à ma mesure cette année. Vous participez tous et toutes à votre mesure, effectivement, on ne le rappellera jamais assez.
Oui.
Ne vous mettez pas en danger pour les dons, il y a d'autres manières, effectivement. Vous pouvez évidemment en parler autour de vous et même être là, être présent, oui, la force est déjà très bien, voilà. On sait que les temps sont durs et que si vous n'avez pas d'argent, ce n'est pas grave. Voilà, donnez à la hauteur de vos moyens, c'est très important.
En parler, c'est déjà énorme. Je remets le petit panneau avec les lots. Regardez.
Les lots, les cadeaux,
les lots.
oui.
Les lots. Regardez.
Les lots,
Le trombone, un petit bobombe.
À noter que ces spignons ont été faits par la régie. Voilà.
Oui.
Voilà.
Ils sont trop mignons.
Alors celui-là, par contre, n'a pas été fait par la régie. Il a été fait par une autre personne. Je ne me rappelle malheureusement plus son prénom. Mais voilà, il a fait la version king size.
Ouais, il est incroyable.
On les appelle les béboules. C'est des béboules, mais non.
Mais le nom n'est pas décidé, non?
Ah, c'est un défi, ça aussi?
C'est pas. Il n'y a pas de défi en cours, mais béboule. Du coup, il n'y a pas vitesse dans béboule, en fait.
Non, il n'y a pas vitesse, alors que spignon.
Ben oui. Donc on ne sait pas. Hop. Vous avez aussi la Game Boy. La Game Boy, j'aimerais vraiment peut-être la prendre. On ne sait pas.
On ne sait pas.
Non, on ne sait pas.
Un petit mot à mettre véreux, là. Hop, un tirage au sort un petit peu trouble. Et hop là.
Vous avez un rubis aussi de Kiss My Glass. Incroyable. Oh, un vrai rubis.
Un vrai rubis. On peut peut-être passer un petit coup sur le planning,
oui.
Puisque on parle beaucoup de la run de Super Mario 64 qui a lieu tout de suite maintenant, c'est imminent. Mais derrière, on a une excellente run de The Legend of Zelda A Link to the Past avec un viewer boss order. J'ai l'impression, je crois, si mes souvenirs et mes notes sont bonnes, qu'il s'agit d'une run avec, ce sont les spectateurs qui décident de l'ordre des boss. Il faudra les donner au fur et à mesure.
C'est incroyable.
À Parisian Player, le runner du jeu. Ensuite, nous avons Mirror Edge, où ça va très vite. Ça court, ça fait du parcours. Et ensuite, MGS2 Substance avec des strats speedrun à se casser la tête contre les murs tellement c'est complexe. Mais voilà, ça a été révisé par les commentateurs en version européenne extrême d'ailleurs, donc la difficulté vraiment maximale.
1h20 de run, waouh.
Et tu en parlais tout à l'heure. Ensuite, nous avons Viewfinder avec l'incentive dessus. Nous avons Sifu aussi avec une incentive pour choisir le costume. C'est pour l'instant le costume de Bruce Lee qui est en tête. Nous aurons ensuite Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow avec Julius All Bosses et GoldenEye 007 en any% sur Nintendo 64. Et enfin, après il y aura la run de DuckTales Remastered avec le vieux monsieur et son world record chopé sur le fil du rasoir. Cette race promet d'être incroyable. Et on enchaîne sur une autre série de runs toutes plus folles les unes que les autres cette nuit, avec du Slime Rancher, du Octopath Traveler, du Hades, du Crow Country.
Crow Country.
Et le matin, la race de Limbo, dont on parlait également tout à l'heure, puis suivi du Puzzle Bobble. Enfin bref, on va pas faire toute la liste, mais voilà. Il y a de quoi faire ce soir, il y a à boire et à manger cette nuit, ça va être incroyable.
Ah ouais, Crow Country, j'adore. Enfin, c'est très fan de la saga Resident Evil. Si vous n'avez pas fait Crow Country, c'est un très bon Resident Evil-like. Je vous le conseille. Et pendant qu'on discute, on a plein de dons. Franck qui nous donne 1 € et qui nous dit petite pensée pour la boîte de Tic Tac. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons Feu d'Arcade qui nous donne 5 € et qui nous dit bravo SpeeDons. Nous avons le club de Tectonique qui nous envoie 5 € et qui nous dit on attend toujours la démo. On a Bébou qui nous donne 20 € et qui nous dit vous pouvez dire à mon mec que j'ai donné. Oui, tu as donné, c'est bon. Bourrez les dons. Merci beaucoup Bébou. Nous avons Dain qui nous fait un don de 1 €. C'est le dindon. Bravo.
Pourquoi j'y ai pas pensé? Pourquoi j'y ai pas pensé?
C'est le dindon.
De la farce.
Oui. Nous avons Ras-le-Bol qui nous donne 100 balles et qui nous dit vive les phoques. PS, le meilleur Zelda, c'est Link's Awakening.
Ah, il est bien aussi Link's Awakening en vrai.
C'est celui où il se réveille. Oui, c'est celui qui se réveille sur la plage. Celui qui a été revu.
Oui, exactement, avec le poisson rêve.
Le poisson.
Et la musique du poisson rêve.
Oui.
Ensuite, un petit don de 1 € de la part de Chile. Alors, je pense que ça se prononce Chileac. 1 € juste pour soutenir Zelda Force World sur GBA, qui passe de 1 à 2 €. Du coup, c'est son deuxième don. N'oubliez pas, les dons vous permettent d'être tirés au sort. Et n'hésitez pas, du coup, vous pouvez faire ce qu'on appelle de l'optimisation donatiale, je crois. Où en gros, on va faire des petits dons à chaque segment pour avoir les lots pour se positionner sur le lot qui nous intéresse. Voilà, séparer les dons. En plus, ça vous fait des petits messages sympathiques qu'on va essayer de lire. Alors, je suis désolé, effectivement, je pense qu'il doit y avoir pas mal de messages qu'on ne peut pas lire parce que vous êtes trop généreux. Voilà, c'est terrible, hein, c'est malheureux. Mais il y a beaucoup de dons. Mais voilà, c'est ça. Béboul qui dit pour 10 €, arrêtez de m'appeler autrement que par mon nom ultime, Béboul. Des bisous. Voilà, et voilà, ça y est. Alors, les spignons se rebellent, ils sont devenus self-conscious.
Self-conscious.
Et du coup, voilà, ils ont leur libre arbitre et du coup, ils ont décidé que c'était les Béboules. Mais bon, peut-être que d'autres spignons vont aussi faire une scission et dire, non, enfin, il y a un arc qui est en train de se créer. On remercie Anonyme pour les 500 balles. 500 balles.
500 balles.
500 balles.
500 balles
Ah,
quand
500
même.
balles.
Hein.
500 balles.
500 balles quand même. Hein.
500 balles. La team des 500 balles. On a Amicia avec 100 boules. Bravo à tous, runner, orga, bénévoles et ambiance heureuse. Et coucou aux copains dans la salle et sur le live.
Coucou les copains.
Nous avons également Vive les étudiants avec un don de 5 balles dans la salle avec les copines toulousaines pour notre premier speedo en live. Merci à toute l'organisation et aux bénévoles. Écoute, merci beaucoup.
Bienvenue.
Pendant qu'on continue de faire du lobbying, je retente, mais Yamato, je double si tu fais la roulade et le salut au soleil. Ah, la roulade.
C'est le salut au soleil, c'est pas une position de yoga?
C'est une position du yoga, mais c'est aussi un émote dans Dark Souls.
Pardon.
Ah, allez, la roulade, on est prêt.
Il l'a fait. Bravo. Il y avait ton siège devant toi. Mais non, c'est...
Autant la tectonique, bof, mais les roulades...
Ah, la roulade, t'as pas hésité hein.
Ah, la roulade,
non,
c'est mon ADN, voilà. Et on nous a dit à la régie qu'on était prêts.
On était prêts pour Mario 64.
Ça va être une run incroyable.
Oui.
Soyez là.
Bonne run.
Et salut Speedon, du coup
Steven
Oui, quoi?
Alors, deux choses, c'est pas toi qui fais la run et la caméra elle est par là. Hein.
Ah, pardon.
Voilà.
Donc, bienvenue à tous. Ouais. Bienvenue à tous pour cette run.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the English restream of SpeeDons 5. My name is KingJ0444, and welcome to 31-star Blindfolded by Bubsia. I'm going to be one of your two commentators. Would the other one like to introduce themselves?
Hello, I'm GT Ace. I play the Mario, so now I'm going to talk about the Mario.
I also play the Mario. We're so back. So this is Bubsia, the undisputed GOAT when it comes to Blindfolded. This is 31-star, which is the old any percent. This is before Mips Clip got discovered, so you're going to be seeing BLJs and stuff like that. We're going to be seeing a lot of lobby stars, a lot of basement stars, but you're also going to be seeing us skipping right to the end after we beat Piracy. So yeah, and also, yeah, Bubsia is, you literally saw him yesterday if you were watching this stream, because he did commentary for Punch-Out! Blindfolded. Yeah, Super Punch-Out! So now he's back on the stage. He literally did it from his hotel room. The man, the myth, the legend.
Truly the GOAT.
Built different.
Yep.
So
there was also a donation incentive for the blindfold choice, so I guess that's going to be revealed now.
Yeah, we get to see what he will be donning this time. In the past, he's had like rabbit and penguins. So I'm excited to see what we have this time. What we're rocking here. Someone's asking. Someone's asking. He speaks English and French. He also speaks Japanese. Like he speaks all of them.
We got penguin.
With penguin.
Good choice.
Okay, that is a good choice.
That's all you need. Ooh, the double. All right, he's ready to go. So
we're penguining it up.
Kicked off. Yeah, it's penguin time.
I also like how they showed the stadium there. I don't think I've seen that shot yet during this event. So that was really cool. Oh, and there we go.
The game looks a little blue, but that's fine. It looks like they have a little. You see, I took French in high school and a little bit in college. Doesn't mean I remember anything.
I did too. I'm
trying to
French Canadian.
I should message. Oh yeah.
I should know more than I do.
All right, we're hopping in. So first of all, he's playing on the Wii Virtual Console version. He's doing this partially is there's no lag in the Wii Virtual Console version, and you don't want that varied lag because it'll screw up a lot of your timing for things, especially if you're using beat counting, which he'll use a lot, where he listens to the music in the background and counts the beats to do his inputs. Very crucial for Blindfolded, so Wii Virtual Console version. And looking a little funky here. I'm sure there's a little warning there at the top in French that I can't read. Small something capture.
Small problem with the capture, yeah.
You know, yeah. So
yeah, the beat counting was a real game changer when it was introduced to the blindfolded community for Mario 64, and you're going to be seeing that quite a lot. It's going to look like he's able to see, but he's not. Starting off with lack to skip. Right here, we're going to do a lineup and perfectly get it. Nice, awesome. That's a 7-second time save. Skip's talking to lack too.
Yeah, the hitbox doesn't extend all the way, so if you're on the very left side of the bridge, you can just kind of pass by it.
Someone in chat asked if he's using his own blindfold. Yes, he is. There was a incentive or bid war to pick which blindfold, though. He brought multiple, and people picked the penguin. All right, so
we're kind of looks like a rave, you know, having a party over here.
All right, so we're starting with bomb clip. Yes, he does this blindfolded. And it looks like he nailed it. Oh my god, he's just too good.
You see, we were talking about this earlier. Is he going to hit it first try? Obviously.
He only goes for it once, too. And there you go, just nails it right off the bat.
Yeah, you can only try it once because, like, getting the backup is hard, and then you just have to get the pillar, which he has a setup for. Like, he knows all his backups, but no, he just got the bomb, grabbed it at the perfect time for it to be at maximum bloat state, and push him all the way back, clip through the fence, and get the score. Pretty impressive stuff. Now he's going to go take care of the boss, which is a really slow star, but this is crucial to be able to get the cannon later because B.O.B. will be re-entered later into the run, and he'll need that cannon. And yeah, the only way to get it unlocked is to first beat the boss.
Yeah, we're also going to be re-entering it later because we need the win cap. And we're going to be getting that after we collect 10 stars. So we'll be doing that, I'm pretty sure, after Dark World. So yeah.
All right, so we're leaving the arena.
So this is like what we like to call
this
normal.
was intended.
I don't think so either. Oh, they switched the feed on us. Yeah, so he's going to exit and re-enter.
What I think happened is he backflipped to the wrong way. He thought it was facing 180 degrees the other way. And
Yeah.
easy, but
This is,
he can't see, so it's fair.
This is what happens in Blindfolded. If you this may look really easy, but that's just because Bubsy is really good at this, and he's making it look really easy. When you try to do something blindfolded and you're so used to seeing it visual, it makes everything harder. And if you get the slight bit off of what you're used to, and like he has literal scripts and like routes that he writes down and follows to a T. So if he goes off of that, even the slightest bit, he's going to get lost and has to do a level restart.
Oh wait, I think chat's right. I think this is just a camera showing the projector.
I think so too. Again,
awesome.
We want to shout out the tech team. There's something wrong with the capture, but they're doing their best to fix it. So
This does look a lot better. So.
Yeah, this does look better than the feed we had before.
All right, he got the correct direction this time, so now he's gonna be able to take care of King Bob-omb without too much issue.
Taking the intentional damage to get hit by the King Bob-omb, so we can get the knockback there.
Yeah, wants to line himself up perfectly, so he'll be able to get the star. So now he should be in a straight line and just lunge him right in. And that'll be it for B.O.B. at the moment, but we will be back.
Yeah, we're gonna go straight to Womp's Fortress, which we're gonna get a decent amount of stars from.
Yeah, Womp's Fortress is really nice because there's so many quick stars. Unfortunately, some of them are a little hard to do blindfolded, but, you know, Bubsy has been doing this a while, so it'll be fine.
There's also certain audio cues that Bubsy is looking out for. Stuff like when Mario slides against the wall, so he's going to put himself in a corner most of the time. That way he knows he's in that corner because you can hear Mario sliding on both the walls, and then you can just go left and right to go across it. Just small things like that are like crucial when it comes to blindfolded.
Yeah, so he's going to navigate to the warp here. It's right here in the corner. Ooh, he didn't want to hit that.
Oh, he's hugging that sign. Okay, go to the corner for the warp here.
Yeah, there we go. And then this is a really impressive strat where he's going to triple jump off the womp, dive, and into the boss fight.
That's so cool. Like this guy, some people can't even do that sighted. I just want to point that out.
Also, if you're in a ground-pounded state, you kind of just go through the Womp King, so that makes this fight very free. Love to see it.
Now, I want to point out, by the way, neither of us have done blindfolded. I can't do this, but I'm here to talk about it.
And he was right on the star. That's just so impressive.
Yeah.
To line that up without being able to see.
I have had the pleasure of seeing Bubsy do a 16-star blindfolded run like live in person at a GDQ in the past, and that was just really cool to see him perform it all like in person with the blindfold on and seeing what he does. All right, so right now we're doing if you've seen Mario 64 speedruns, you know this is canonless. This is now a new 100% strategy that we're going to be using with punch cancel for, and punch cancels and crouch cancels are used a lot throughout the run to get certain notches on our control stick. And yeah, as you can see, so
I saw what happened there is when he tried to hold down, I think it was a little it wasn't perfect straight down. It was a little more to the right, which messed up the setup. But he's going to do a quick backup here to try to get shoot into the wild blue. Yeah, just gonna kick off the fence.
Nice, there we go. Ooh, through the platform too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do need to hold straight down there, so it looks like he held a little bit not straight down, just a little bit to the corner.
It's 100% consistent if you perfectly get the stick in the notch, which is crucial. Like a lot of the movement in this game is obviously, you know, it's a 3D 360 game, but the controller used, like the N64 controller, GameCube, Wii Virtual Console, all those controllers have the notches for the 8 directions, and those are just like mandatory. You need those for this run to even be possible. This should work.
This looks better, yeah. Nice, there we go. And as you saw there was that punch cancel behind the Piranha Plants, and that's what we were talking about before, what makes this strat so much more consistent than what we used to do in Blindfolded. So yeah, it's a lot better.
Yep. Gonna go to the top of the tower now that the Womp King is no longer there. But yeah,
this is what we mean by we're using beat counting. We use beat counting a decent amount for this star specifically.
Yeah, doing the exact same thing, but now there's a tower here, so now he's gonna have to climb that, but...
Doing a nice wall kick here, nice. So now he's actually switching controllers here for the Owl Star. This is for a strat called Mad Owl. We basically have increased dead zones on the Wii version of the game, and we're gonna shoot directly from the owl to the star. This is a strat that like I didn't even know existed visually. The first time I saw it was from Bubsy, so this is really sick. So we
had that long jump. It's carrying the speed, I believe.
Yeah.
So now he's gonna line this up, let go at a very precise time, and then just launch the star.
God, it's perfect every time.
So cool. All right, we're heading into the slide now.
Get your guesses in the chat for what he's going to get on the slide. I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably a lot faster than you may think.
I guess we'll find out. Once he finds the door.
Yeah, I was going to say, let him find the door first, then we'll get there.
All right, I'm going to guess 15.7.
I'm going to guess 15.8. I'm going to go a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So we do a slide shot here. This is done by Nabori, and this strat's crazy, by the way.
He's gonna launch off to the left here like that.
That is so cool. I love that.
Oh man, it's just.
Oh, 13.4. Okay, he lied to us.
Wow. Yeah. I was trying to be clever because in the notes it says always gets 15.7 or 0.8, but no. Okay.
Bubsy gave us notes and he told us like, hey, I almost always get this, and then he just pulls out a 13.4. Okay, man.
Best controller in the world over here. Anyway, he's got to do it again. So.
Yeah, you have to do the slide twice because there's two really quick stars, one for beating it in under 21 seconds and one for beating it just normally and hitting box stars. So it's only faster.
But he's so fast he's going to get it both times.
Yeah, it's only faster to do this if you like to do this cutscene twice. If you can get it, I think under 15 or 16 seconds or something like that. So yeah.
And it just landing right under the box. So impressive with that strategy. All right, looks like we're gonna head into CCM now.
So this, for the first time ever for this star, you, the audience, and Bubsy are gonna be seeing the exact same thing, which is absolutely nothing. So this is gonna look blindfold. Like just take into account what you're seeing here is pretty much what he's seeing there, which is virtually nothing at all. So he's gonna jump down here and he's gonna obscure your vision too. So. Oh, never mind. Okay, if he did it the way that he normally does it, then then you wouldn't see this at all. But you get a little bit of behind the scenes that some people don't get when he showcases this run or this game in general.
Just making it easier for us to tell what's going on. Honestly, that's why he's the GOAT.
That is true. So that was a little penguin. Bubsy has mentioned that he hates this star a lot because of the penguin. Thankfully, he went right into our hands, so that worked out for us.
Yeah, that grab is very difficult to pull off, and then just has to slide all the way down, maneuver to the penguin without being able to see, literally just the same as a visual strat, and he nailed it, but also has to find the star, which he found immediately, so there you go.
Didn't kill the penguin, though. How dare he?
Yeah, the penguin gets to live.
To be fair, he dropped the penguin off the cliff. The issue was getting back to the star. So.
Yeah. Well, heading into the slide. Luckily, this one should be not too hard. Oh, but messing up the movement to the start, but easy backup. He knows exactly where he is. I'm just going to use the ledge grabs.
Now, this is actually like a very easy strat to do blindfolded with beat counting because this music starts as soon as you enter the slide. So you can just do that, go right into the secret, and I feel, oh my god, I didn't know you could do that.
And as you can see, he is just holding a direction and winning.
Yeah.
Showing the camera.
Also, shout out to the audience.
The crowd is loving the song.
All right, and after this, we have 12 stars. We have way more than we need. We're actually going to go to Dark World right now. The first of 3 Bowser stages. Dark World was changed a lot because of Bubzia. Specifically when he was working on getting 16-star Blindfolded in under 20 minutes. So we're going to be seeing a lot of different strats than what used to be a thing back in the old days of doing 70 and 31 when he mainly focused on those.
And he does have a strategy that he uses in his 16-star runs where he actually does get the reds. But you will not be seeing that here because it's just really hard to get the reds without being able to see the game.
Yeah.
Also, he's crouching under that fire. He's not cheating, I promise. Right into a triple jump. These Goombas are RNG. Luckily, they were out of the way. The amps are also RNG, but those should be less of an issue if he gets hit because he won't get a knockback from the amps. Luckily, they're being nice at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a whole route depending on where the music is and time of the inputs to the beat of the song. Oh, he missed that.
I saw that cheeky punch cancel. I saw that. Sneaking onto the button. Okay, there we go. We got it.
Yeah. The most important thing about this is all the strategies are really hard, so if you mess them up, and knowing your backups is crucial, but he knows all of those, so we're good. One little mistake usually won't be the end of the run unless you, like, clean yourself off the stage, which is very possible.
So right now we're doing something called tail storage, which lets us do this, where we can basically just go in front of Bowser and just inch our way over to the bomb, and there you go. First Bowser is done.
Yeah, there's a nice little Panicoic short that explains how that kind of works. If you go near Bowser's tail and suddenly he's like grabbable, but the range is like this huge range around Bowser, and you can grab him from anywhere as long as you're not facing directly behind him. And he abuses that mechanic to just go in front of Bowser and grab his tail from his face and slowly inch his way to the star, which is super consistent.
So now we're going to exit here so we can be placed right out in front of Wing Cap. And now we're going to enter Wing Cap. Don't worry, we're not getting the reds. That's a little crazy to do in this category. But we are going to ledge grab the Wing Cap button, which will activate it, and then exit the course so we can skip the text box.
Now heading back into BOB, now we have the Wing Cap. Now we can talk to the Babam buddy and open the cannons since King Babam is dead, and we can cook and get some stars here. There'll be 3 stars he's going for here. The first one is to get to the island, which is why he's opening the cannons.
I think you're confusing this and BBH.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. In the notes, it's BOB and the BBH. So dyslexia is kicking in top gear here, but
it's all good.
It still stands. He's going to go to the island, and
he is going to go to the island. That is true.
He's just going to only get 1 star instead of 3. That's all.
But we will be going to BBH, BBH directly after.
But look at that precise cannon shot, and then using the speed with the Wing Cap to launch into it, like clip the very edge of the ground to just be able to like roll right into the box. So cool.
So now we're heading to BBH, and we have 2 stars we're going to get here. The same 2 that you would normally see in like 70 star in visual runs, which is the Big Boo on the balcony, and then the library star.
Mm-hmm. Nice, very quick stars. Unfortunately, BBH is BBH. You know, the big snooze fest. If you are familiar with the SM64 runs.
If you have that copy pasta, right?
Yeah, the copy pasta. But we gotta go here because, yeah, these are super easy, super fast. So gonna get that, you know, side flip into a wall kick.
Missed there,
falling down, but if he knows where it is, he might be able to. No, okay, so.
Oh, he can just re-enter the door, though. Then it'll reposition the camera.
Yeah, it'll completely reset the camera and room, so he can just do it again. So
that's a good thing about BBH is that there's so many fixed camera angles that if you mess up your movement and Blindfolded, you can just reset the camera again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, when it comes to Blindfolded, it's all about consistency. That's the most important thing over anything. So just being able to have the exact same camera angles, lineups, and everything, very important. And now we're going to fight the little King Boo here. Doesn't have the crown yet, so maybe it's just a fat Boo. I don't know.
It's just one big Boo.
Now the hard part is getting onto the roof. This is hard to do visually. The roof full of slopes and everything, but you know, if you're Bubsy, you can just do it blindfolded. It's fine.
So this next star is relatively pretty easy. I say that, it's still blindfolded. But while we're going through the star, I do want to quickly remind everyone that this is SpeeDons 5. This is the English Restream. This is a French speedrunning event. And they are raising money for Medicine du Monde. So be sure to do !donate. There's stuff like a t-shirt that you can buy, which the proceeds go, some of the proceeds go to the event. And then there's also incentives that you can put your money towards and stuff like that, and it's all going towards a good cause. So make sure to get those donations in, and we'll see if we can cross $1 million for this event, which would be really awesome to see.
£1 million.
That is true. Well, we have both of the counters. We have both of the...
Oh, euros. I'm even wrong. That's how many different currencies there are in the world.
Also, that was really clean, yeah. I also want to shout out Bubsy because he went full-time content creator very recently. So if you like Blindfolded, Mario 64, but also other games as well, be sure to drop him a follow as he's going to be streaming and making a lot of content starting from now on. Also, very good.
He's traveling the world, too. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, very good MIPS there. If he missed MIPS, he would have to get him later. So now we don't have to worry about that.
I'm sorry. I'm trying my best.
Yeah, GDQ staff is making fun of you now.
It's fine. I'm used to it.
Okay.
We're both used to it.
That is true.
All right, this is a really difficult star. He's going to go for the bird here. So he's like waiting intentionally. He's going to wait for the bird to go to the other pillar. Oh, I think he messed something up, so he's going to go to the top of the pyramid, because in here it's a... Oh, no.
No, he's doing this
getting the bird
strat.
up there. All right, that is very impressive,
That
actually.
is a different strat that I'm used to seeing him do. So, yeah.
Wow. That's really cool. So yeah, he was waiting the perfect amount of time to actually just go to the top of the pyramid and ground pound him while he was making the flight over to the pillar, which is much faster. And then getting the perfect angle to slide off the pyramid and into the star. That's so cool.
Yeah, this is the second fastest star in the game. The fastest one that we get is in Lethal Lava Land, but yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay, it might be a slightly less. Sorry, that was a commentator curse right there.
Sure was.
He could sense it from like hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, so just, you know, blindfold, hard, can't see. Really easy to mess up the movement just a bit and everything goes wrong. But that's what it looks like when you do it correctly. And boy, is that fast.
It was really quick.
Heading into LLL now, where we're going to get almost every star. So if you're like, wow, LLL seems like a really hard level with all the lava everywhere. Yeah, we're just going to get like every star except 100 coins, by the way. So...
Yeah,
that'll be
and
fun.
This is Reds. This is fully B counted. He did miss that red, which is a little worrying. But okay, he's just built different. We're good.
Yeah. So again, he's so used to everything. He knows all his backups. Intentional, I believe.
Let's see if he
maybe
can find
not.
the star though. That's the real question. Does he know where he is?
He doesn't. All right. This is no.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're gonna start it from the beginning.
It's hard to tell what's intentional or not, because using damage boosts is actually like a very important strat in Blindfolded runs.
Yeah, we're gonna see something coming up called Lava Boost, which if you've watched like Visual 70 Star, you know that. Again, he has the backup here. Okay, he got the coin.
Yeah, he's unsure about this. Wait.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was all improvised, by the way.
I don't think he was like prepared for that to work fully.
No, if he misses a coin,
really
if he misses a coin, that is literally improvised. So good job to Bubsy on that one. That's crazy. So we are big fans of not waking the log here. We are not going to go to the log. Instead, we are going to use that wonderful wing cap that we have unlocked. He missed a long jump, which is why he took that intentional death. So
yes, resetting it up immediately. Like again, everything has to be perfect for this to work. And you'll see a lot of pause buffering now to make sure you get the right frames.
Doing an on-purpose boost, lava boost there, and then ledge grabbing, and it's going to line him up perfectly. Do a triple jump, and there we go. Nice.
Still got to navigate without being able to see, and there's no like good audio cues at that point. So again, beat counting was crucial there, because when you don't have like a way to make sounds, you have to use just the music to do everything.
Somebody said check his blindfold. I can assure you his blindfold is legit. This
Not
man's just
only
crazy.
is he wearing a blindfold, he's wearing two. Just like there was no light coming through there. I promise. So now I'm going to navigate all the way. Oh, we're going to do the 3 bullies first, it looks like.
Yeah, we're doing the 3 bullies here. And if you know these bullies, they can push you up very easily. And he can't even burn. He doesn't have enough health to burn. But, you know, Bubsy is too good to get hit. So we're good. See, just like that. I was so scared if he died there, I would have taken all the blame. It's all good.
Yeah. Now, that was all set up in a very particular manner. Almost kind of like manipulating the bullies to be exactly where he wants in order to do the movement.
Yeah, so this is a crazy star we're doing now. Now we're doing Lava Boost. This is a new strategy that Bubsy included, and is something that is very, very difficult, even sighted. So
I can't even do it sighted.
I can't do it. I can't do it sighted at all. I've never done it.
As you can see, switch the camera there. You can change what the Lakitu camera kind of does.
Oh, he burned a little too much.
Speaking of it being difficult, so he switched it to where if he holds a button, it locks it completely in place, and he's gonna like essentially buffer that at the very start, so it's perfectly locked this way every time. And again, it's that consistency with the. Okay, that time he got the dive.
Nice.
He's up. Wow.
Okay, Bubsy likes to play it up for theatrics. Okay, we're on 0 lives now. We have the tension now. It's all good. We got this.
And there it is. That's so cool that that's even possible at all.
I would like to reiterate how crazy Bubsy is. The amount of like remembering that goes into this run. He's also done 120 star blindfolded. Literally the only person to ever do that. He's just something else.
And he'll be coming back to that very soon, I've heard. So
yeah, that's another instance of what I just mentioned with him going full-time content creator. He wants to go back to 120, improve that record, take it even lower, which is just crazy considering doing it in itself is nuts. Also, that was very clean. We didn't even have time to talk about
these strats look like just the sighted strats.
Yeah.
It's wild to see.
Oh, apparently that was the first ever blindfolded lava boost at a live event. That's crazy. That is awesome.
Oh, wow.
I didn't actually know that.
Well.
All right, so we're going to go to the elevator here. This is another really fast star, but we're going to use the locked camera again here.
Yeah, you can just walk off here and boost right onto the elevator, and then just the angles you need, and the timing's a little difficult because of that fire spitter, barely avoiding it, and then right into the star. Again, it looks exactly like you would do it visually.
Also, my bad, I read that wrong. We're doing locked camera for HMC, because we're going to go to HMC here for the amazing elevator star, and we're going to be using the locked cam because HMC's camera is just not great. So yeah.
Yeah, again, you really need that consistency of the locked camera. So we're going to be using that because you can buffer it here and then do it between doors. So now it'll be locked in the same place every time. I'm going to hit a very precise triple jump dive.
Oh,
I can't believe he hit that first try. That is so hard. Like, again, that's hard to do visually. Most runners just, go to the right, like side flip, wall kick up.
All right, it's all been fun and games, but this is the real stuff right now. We got the Toad Star. Let's see if he gets this. Oh, that's my goat right there. Let's go.
Wow, so impressive. So many runners just don't hit that.
All right, so now we have the Rolling Rock Star. This has some RNG to it because of where the rocks go, and this is kind of annoying, so we'll see what RNG he gets here.
Also, we won't be seeing it very well because he's locking the camera.
That is true.
And I'm sorry to all you ABC fans, but we're using many A-presses to get that. Although now you can do this star with 0 instead of half. So all of the comments confused on how that works. You don't have to worry about that anymore. All right, time to go into the toxic maze.
Now, this is going to be locked cam the entire time. So once again, you and Bubsy are kind of the same here. You guys can kind of see what he's seeing. except you see more, obviously.
Yeah, so he's getting up here. So instead of navigating the toxic maze, we're gonna go to the one exit, right into the other exit, and the doors are actually very close together, so we're just gonna dive in for a very brief time.
And
side flipping up to the ledge, there's the door, and now the star is just up this elevator here, so just gotta wait it out.
Very nice. And now we just wait it up and then get off.
He's jamming. We're having a good time over here.
This is a good song.
Also, we can't see what he's doing, neither can he. There it is.
But he got it, we're good.
All right, last thing to do is to hit the switch star, which is usually a star. It's like you need the metal cap for this, right? Not if you do a precise ground pound, or as long as your jump height is high enough, you can kind of land on the switch in the water and still activate it. It's very precise though, so I'm curious to see exactly how he pulls this off.
Yeah, this is a new strat
so he's
that
pause buffering here.
Implemented here.
I believe he's doing this to try to hit it on this descent. No, okay.
No, that's what we used to call. That's what we call the Christmas miracle. But instead, he does this strat. This is a very easy trick if you're sighted. When you're not sighted, a little bit harder.
Good.
Yeah. There we go. Nice.
Perfect. The important thing about that is you have to hit that double jump and then wall kick at the very peak to have like enough falling momentum to hit the switch. So a lot harder than it looks.
Also, we are at
not that he can see
stars,
how it looks.
So we don't have many left. Reminder, we need 30 stars to unlock Dire Docks, and then we'll be getting one more star from there. So we are pretty much near the end of our star collecting journey, and then we have to just beat the game after that.
Yeah, we're wrapping up very quickly here.
Also,
just gotta get the star on the island where Nessie is.
Yeah, I'm gonna call this out. This is Dory. This is not Nessie. Okay, look, I'm not one to call out a man, but Bubsia, we got some fighting words. It's okay. But he nails it.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, you can use the elevator if you position Mario just right. He gets clipped under the map, but then it's still not over. You have to like fall at the right angle and dive at the right time to collect it, without having to like worry about missing the star and then having to find it, which he did.
Yeah, there's not really any like ceilings in HMC, which is why we're able to do such crazy things like wall jump over the walls and stuff.
Yeah, and then we're gonna exit course and then go back down here. Just much faster movement to get over here to DDD. Bonking on the pillar.
Oh, the bonk for the fans?
Or the
to remind us that he's still human?
Yeah. Sometimes we forget. But yeah, so he has 30 stars, which unlocks that door normally, and then in order to get to Fire Sea, you got to get the sub star here, and that makes all 31.
Yeah, now Bubsia
so we're just gonna have to swim.
Bubsia is crazy enough to the fact that he has done a 1-star blindfolded run, which that's insane, by the way. SPLJ is not something easy, and the fact that he can do it blindfolded, like with literally his arms closed, his eyes closed, is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
and
arms
if
are
you
closed.
think that's cool, he's also completed a 0-star, which is not only doing SPLJ, but doing it even more precisely to perfectly align Mario's speed to just completely bypass DDD. Yeah, he's kind of good at games.
Yeah, now speaking, and he's also done Dark Souls and stuff like that. Like his blindfold repertoire is crazy. Now, speaking of crazy, DDD is really hard to navigate blindfolded because there's not really any way to determine
There's no sound
where you
effects.
Are.
Yeah, so as you can see, he's already kind of lost. It's just that easy to not know where you're going. And the important thing is Mario's swim speed changes if you like mistime your A press for the swims, which will mess up kind of where he is. So yeah, he's going to do a backup here where he can get on ground and then kind of align himself and get a better idea of where he is.
Yeah, shimmying Mario over here.
There'll be a switch here that he can use to spawn some boxes and use to climb back up onto the sub without having to worry about
Oh, he went over it.
I think he's just lining it up against the
okay, never mind. This is intentional.
Yeah.
These normalized setups, sometimes it's hard to, like, for us to know what he's intending to do and what he's not intending to do.
And in case we haven't mentioned yet, yeah, normalized setups are when you can do the exact same inputs from the exact same place every time and you get the exact same outcome, which is why he aligned himself against a corner there between two walls. That means he's at the exact same place he is every time, and then if he knows exactly what buttons to do, the exact same outcome will result.
Yeah, we got another controller switch here. We saw a little bit of something in the video camera. That definitely proves our theory. So here we have Fire C. We switched controllers here because there's one wall kick which needs a different notch on the control stick. So because of that, we're going to switch once again. But as you're seeing here, he's playing this pretty much as if he could see. Like, there's not really much too different, except we are, instead of doing wall kicks here, we are going to ride up this this elevator.
He's actually, all of this is timing to perfectly hit that cycle to lava boost up onto here, which is the craziest part of that whole thing. Yeah. All of it was
he
like
went for
timed.
the wall kick. That wall kick's crazy.
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, this is a really good Fire C.
All right, and again, you don't need to see it. If Bubsy doesn't need to see, you don't need to see either.
Wow. That was a perfectly executed Fire C for strats.
All right, and we're
so cool to see.
Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing here with Bowser. Gonna do the tail glitch one more time here. We're gonna take intentional damage here. It's a little scary, but again, Bubsy's not scared.
It lines him up perfectly for the grab.
Yeah, there we go. Don't worry, nothing is wrong. This is how the game is designed to be played.
There we go. I'm glad he got a life back, so we don't have to be scared about the 0 lives.
That is
haunting us the whole time. All right, it's BLJ time.
We can hear Mario panting for a little bit there.
Yeah, you know, he's exhausted, but Bubsy isn't. He's kind of chill, just taking care of this run so quickly.
He's actually gonna reset the console, yeah. Now, if you're new to Mario 64 speedrunning and you haven't seen anything of it before, like maybe you just saw like, oh dang, this stream has like 7,000 viewers and they're commentating a run, and well, welcome to BLJs. BLJs are probably the most notorious skip in any speedrun ever. They stand for backwards long jumps, and basically this is like the first game that really like did uncapped backwards momentum. Also, by the way, you can just... Oh, okay, I thought he was going to go through the floor. You can just jump through the floor there. But we are going to be using it to skip 2 doors. Well, 1 door and then 1 endless staircase. So right here, gonna line it up and use some timing with the audio.
I think he caught enough.
I think so. He might have to...
1 more?
Continue jumping a bit longer.
Oh,
there
wow.
We go. Nice.
Barely had the speed for it. And then, yeah, just gonna keep doing the movement so we can get that ledge grab. Like, this is very... almost luck-based, it feels, just because, like, Mario has to catch on the stairs, and it's hard enough to, like, try to line that up and then get your mashing speed sighted, let alone not sighted, so you kind of just have to mash and hope it works in Blindfolded, but this is the easier one because it's endless, and there it is.
Yeah, now does he know he's up there? Okay.
Yeah, you could just kick off the Bowser face, give him a nice kick in the face before the final fight.
Okay, so
and now
this
is the final part of the run.
Yeah, we're doing some really fast strategies here. Stuff that we didn't like think was possible blindfolded like a year or 2 ago. Bub's just gonna do it in a marathon setting. You
like
know?
already getting that triple jump dive onto the rotating platform, which is like something you learn later in the journey to getting good 60 star times. He's just doing it without being able to see as you do.
Yeah, that side flip was crazy too. That like pause side flip that he did. Right here, we're gonna go for this triple jump.
The left. Oh my god.
He's insane.
That's crazy.
And last but not least, I love this part. This part's so
This
cool.
is for the fans.
For the fans. Here we go. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
He's crazy.
He's so good at the game.
All right, and we are on to the final Bowser throws. I want to see the 1, 2, 3 count with these throws in the chat as he hits them. All right, I want to see you guys getting hyped for this.
Yep, and it's not over yet because the Bowser fight does have some RNG to it. The fight, like each time he jumps, it's a 50-50 chance if he charges at Mario or jumps. Each jump is just a time loss, and we are not getting good RNG right now.
Yeah, come on, Bowser, you gotta work with us better than this.
My
Bowser,
guy.
come on.
Please.
This is a 50% chance, and we've lost to 50-50 3 times. 4 times. This is so no. It's over. This was a...
Dude.
Oh, man.
There's
he's
no
gonna
way.
take the death, yeah. Because now he's too far
quite
away.
literally the worst RNG you can get, by the way.
That is unfortunate. Thankfully, we
Let's
have
try that
lives.
again. Yeah, so the most unfortunate thing about this is in speedruns, you get all the way to the Bowser fight and then have to rely on RNG again. Oh my god!
That's 5. Let's keep this count going.
I think this is 6, actually.
Is that 6? 7? This might be
I
record
can't
for the
believe
worst
this.
RNG I've ever seen.
This is honestly... This is the most impressive thing of the whole run so far is...
Oh my
this
god.
RNG.
Okay,
All right, we
finally.
got that. Oh my gosh, dude.
That is like less than 5% chance of
And
that
it's
happening.
not over yet. Here we go again.
Okay, so the count's at 8.
All right,
okay.
the instant charge. Let's go. All right. But yeah,
Thank you,
perfectly lines
Bowser.
up for these easy bombs. But this last one, the course kind of falls, and now we just have to throw him from here. So he's going to time this without being able to see. It's about a 2 to 3 frame window,
And he nails it. Oh my god.
Wow.
And there you go. That is 31 star. Keep in mind, Bozia's 31 star PB is a 36.53. He just got a 38-minute time. That is really good.
And I'd like to point out that that was technically a perfect bits with Bowser fight if it wasn't for the RNG. So skill-wise, that was like flawless.
And there you go. And the crowd is going crazy, as they should. Again, everybody, make sure to go follow Bubsia for incredible blindfolded content. He does not just Mario 64, but he's very well known for this.
And I believe he did PB in 31 star recently, and in the notes he gave us that it is outdated now.
Oh, okay. I did not.
I believe.
You got 31 star world record a few days ago, a low 35. Thank you so much.
Look at the crowd. Wow. Full packed house tonight. Beautiful.
Yeah, please go follow Bubsia, doing things that literally no one else does. And they cut to the camera again. Like, the audience is loving this. It's crazy. Also, shout out to the huge audience in France. Yeah, absolutely insane.
Yeah, this venue, everything they're doing over there is so cool. Love watching this. But, yeah, Bubsia going full time here, doing a bunch more runs. He's traveling the world to do these events live everywhere.
Literally did commentary
look
last.
at that.
Literally did commentary last night from the event.
Yeah, true. From the hotel.
He's gone to Japan. He's gone to Germany. He's gone to France now. He's done multiple GDQs before. This man's a legend.
Yeah, just the coolest thing to watch. He's just so impressive at blindfolded running. And it's not just Mario 64, like, he's the undisputed GOAT in Mario 64, but so many other games too. He's planning to pick up more games. It's just so cool. So yeah, please follow. And then, you know, if you enjoyed us yapping during this run, I don't know if you did or not. We do tend to yap, but hopefully we explained everything to the best of our abilities. But keep in mind, we hardly know what's going on.
We know the basics.
Bubsy is the only one that truly knows. But
well, actually, he doesn't.
if you want to learn more,
he didn't even look at the screen once. Okay, like he doesn't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, he left us some very nice notes to kind of use
But yeah, this was
as a guide.
Super Mario 64.
But yeah, if you want to see more content, please follow him. He's going to do a lot more edited content, I believe, in the future to kind of explain what he's doing.
Yeah,
so,
huge shout outs to both of my commentators for helping me out here in French. Very much
if you enjoy our
appreciated.
commentary on GTs, I play Mario with my eyes open and usually in 2D form. But
big shout outs to SpeeDons for letting me showcase this amazing game here, and also to the crowd for being so awesome.
Yeah, and I'm King J.O.Before. I'm known for 3 Mario games, and also I've been running a lot of Astrobot recently. That's kind of like my claim to fame right now. But anyhow, with that, up next is Link to the Past, which is going to be awesome. So make sure to stick around for that. This has been just a pleasure to commentate. Shout out to Bubsia one more time. And we will be right back after a quick break with the English Restream back once again.
It's like there's resources, there's tutorials. So if you are planning to try something like this, definitely join the Blindfolded speedrunning community. It's very fun, very kind. Also, huge shout outs to my community that always supports me, that lets me be here at events like this. So yeah, just
Thank you all, honestly, I'm just happy.
Petite traduction, du coup il remercie la communauté Blindfolded. Et évidemment si vous voulez tester, c'est pas si difficile que ça. Bon, c'est un peu difficile ce que j'ai fait, mais toute une communauté est là, donc n'hésitez pas à la rejoindre.
Il y a énormément de ressources, il expliquait. Ouais.
Il y a énormément de ressources et aussi un petite dédicace à sa communauté du coup, qui doit la suivre en ce moment pour ce Restream.
Yes. I agree.
Et il est complètement d'accord avec ça. Merci, thank you very much, Bobzia.
Thank you very much
for joining us.
Thank you.
Et merci Speedon.
Merci Speedon encore une fois. Merci à toi Marco
merci
d'avoir accompagné. Et ouais. Et donc nous allons bientôt rendre l'antenne du coup à nos ambianceurs après cette performance incroyable.
On va passer sur Rolling to the Past. Et peut-être une interview d'abord, je ne sais pas.
Ah oui, il y a peut-être une interview.
Oui,
donc, mais de toute façon,
inquiétez pas, on s'occupe de tout. Merci beaucoup.
Allez.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Une dernière fois, applaudissements.
Bravo.
Son Bob Dia, Sybelle et Marco.
Exceptionnel. Merci beaucoup. Quel